by Samuel Richardson. Pamela, Volume 2.
Letter 36, from the same. My dearest Mrs. B., I am all over joy and rapture. My good papa permits me to say that he will put his Polly under your protection when you go to London. If I have but a 10th part of the pleasure I have on this occasion, I am sure I shall be as welcome as I wish. But he will insist upon it, he says, that Mr. B sign some acknowledgment, which I am to carry along with me, that I am entrusted to his honor and yours, and to be returned to him, heart whole and dutiful, and with a reputation as unsullied as he receives me. But do continue your journals till then, for I have promised to take them up where you leave off to divert our friends here. There will be presumption, but yet I will write nothing but what I will shew you, and have your consent to send, for I was taught early not to tell tales out of school, and a school, the best I ever went to, will be your charming conversation. We were greatly diverted with the trick put upon that barbarian Sir Jacob. His obstinacy, repentance, and amendment followed so irresistibly in 1/2 hour from the happy thought of the excellent Lady Countess that I think no plot was ever more fortunate. It was like springing a lucky mine in a siege that blew up 20 times more than was expected from it, and answered all the besiegers' ends at once. Mr. B's defense of his own conduct towards you is quite noble, and he judges with his usual generosity and good sense when, by adding to your honor, he knows he enhances his own. You bid me to skim over your writings lightly, but 'tis impossible. I will not flatter you, my dear Mrs. B., nor will I be suspected to do so, and yet I cannot find words to praise, so much as I think you deserve. So I will only say that your good parents, for whose pleasure you write as well as for mine, cannot receive or read them with more delight than I do. Even my sister Nancy, judge of their effect by this, will at any time leave Murray, and forget to frown or be ill-natured, while she can here read what you write. And angry as she makes me sometimes, I cannot deny her this pleasure, because possibly, among the innumerable improving reflections they abound with, someone may possibly dart in upon her, and illuminate her, as your conversation and behavior did Sir Jacob. But your application P.S. to my papa pleased him, and confirmed his resolution to let me go. He snatched the sheet that contained this. That's to me, said he. I must read this myself. He did, and said, She's a sweet one. Do, dear good Simon, repeated he aloud. Let Miss Polly add to our delights. So she shall then, if that will do it. And yet, this same Mrs. B. has so many delights already, that I think she might be contented. But Dame Darnford, I think I'll let her go. These sisters, then, you'll see how they'll love at a distance, though always quarreling when together. He read on. The new affair will divert you, Lady Darnford has consented. Miss is willing, and her sister can spare her. Very prettily put, faith. And don't be cross. Very sweet. To deny me. Why, dear Mrs. B., I wouldn't be so cross then. Indeed, I won't. And so, Polly, let 'em send word when they set out for London, and you shall join 'em there with all my heart. But I'll have a letter every post. Remember that, girl. Anything, dear papa, said I. So I can but go? He called for a kiss for his compliance. I gave it most willingly, you may believe. Nancy looked envious. Although Mr. Murray came in just then, she looked almost like a great glutton whom I remember. One Sir Jonathan Smith, who killed himself with eating. He used, while he was heaping up his plate from one dish, to watch the others, and follow the knife of everybody else with such a greedy eye as if he could swear robbery against any one who presumed to eat as well as he. Well, let's know when you set out, and you shan't have been a week in London if I can help it. But you shall be told by my tongue, as now by my pen, how much I am your obliged admirer and friend, Polly Darnford.
Letter 37. My dear friend, I now proceed with my journal, which I had brought down to Thursday night. Friday. The two ladies resolving, as they said, to inspect all my proceedings, insisted upon it that I would take them with me in my benevolent round, as they, after we returned, would call it, which I generally take once a week among my poor and sick neighbours, and finding I could not get off, I set out with them, my Lady Countess proposing Mrs. Worden to fill up the fourth place in the coach. We talked all the way of charity and the excellence of that duty, and my Lady Davers took notice of the text that it would hide a multitude of faults. The Countess said she had once a much better opinion of herself than she found she had reason for within these few days past. And indeed, Mrs. B., said she, when I get home I shall make a good many people the better for your example. And so said Lady Davers, which gave me no small inward pleasure, and I acknowledged in suitable terms the honour they both did me. The coach set us down by the side of a large common, about 5 miles distant from our house, and we alighted and walked a little way, choosing not to have the coach come nearer, that we might be taken as little notice of as possible. And they entered with me into 2 mean cots, with great condescension and goodness, one belonging to a poor widow and 5 children, who had been all down in agues and fevers, the other to a man and his wife bedrid with age and infirmities, and 2 honest daughters, one a widow with 2 children, the other married to an husbandman, who had also been ill, but now by comfortable cordials and good physic were pretty well to what they had been. The 2 ladies were well pleased with my demeanour to the good folks, to whom I said, that as I should go so soon to London, I was willing to see them before I went, to wish them better and better, and to tell them that I should leave orders with Mrs. Jervis concerning them, to whom they must make known their wants, and that Mr. Barrow would take care of them, I was sure, and do all that was in the power of physic for the restoration of their healths. Now you must know, miss, that I am not so good as the old ladies of former days, who used to distill cordial waters, and prepare medicines, and dispense them themselves. I knew, if I were so inclined, my dear Mr. B. would not have been pleased with it, because in the approbation he has kindly given to my present method, he has twice or thrice praised me, that I don't carry my charity to extremes, and make his house a dispensatory. I would not, therefore, by aiming at doing too much, lose the opportunity of doing any good at all in these respects. And besides, as the vulgar saying is, one must creep before one goes. But this is my method. I am upon an agreement with this Mr. Barrow, who is deemed a very skilful and honest apothecary, and one Mr. Simons, a surgeon of like character, to attend to all such cases and persons as I shall recommend. Mr. Barrow to administer physic and cordials, as he shall judge proper, and even in necessary cases to call in a physician, and now and then, by looking in upon them one's self, or sending a servant to ask questions, all is kept right. My Lady Davers observed a Bible, a common prayer book, and a whole duty of man in each cot, in leathern outside cases to keep them clean, and a church catechism or 2 for the children, and was pleased to say it was right. And her ladyship asked one of the children, a pretty girl, who learnt her catechism, and she curtsied and looked at me, for I do ask the children questions when I come, to know how they improve. "'Tis as I thought," said my lady, "my sister provides for both parts." "God bless you, my dear," said she, and tapped my neck. My ladies left tokens of their bounty behind them to both families, and all the good folks blessed and prayed for us at parting. And as we went out, my Lady Davers, with a serious air, was pleased to say to me, "Take care of your health, my dear sister, and God give you, when it comes, a happy hour. For how many real mourners would you have if you were to be called early to reap the fruits of your piety?" "God's will must be done, my lady," said I. "The same Providence that has so wonderfully put it in my power to do a little good will raise up new friends to the honest hearts that rely upon him." This I said because some of the good people heard my lady, and seemed troubled, and began to redouble their prayers for my safety and preservation. We walked thence to our coach, and stretched a little farther to visit two farmers' families, about a mile distant from each other. One had the mother of the family, with two sons just recovering, the former from a fever, the latter from tertian agues, and I asked, when they saw Mr. Barrow. They told me, with great commendations of him, that he had but just left them. So, having congratulated their hopeful way, and wished them to take care of themselves and not go too early to business, I said I should desire Mr. Barrow to watch over them for fear of a relapse, and should hardly see him again for some time. And so I slid, in a manner not to be observed, a couple of guineas into the good woman's hand, for I had a hint given me by Mrs. Jervis that their illness had made it low with them. We proceeded then to the other farm, where the case was a married daughter who had a very dangerous lying in, and a wicked husband who had abused her and run away from her, but she was mending apace by good comfortable things which from time to time I had caused to be sent her. Her old father had been a little unkind to her before I took notice of her, for she married against his consent, and indeed the world went hard with the poor man, and he could not do much, and besides he had a younger daughter who had lost all her limbs, and was forced to be tied in a wicker chair to keep her up in it, which, having expended much to relieve her, was a great pull-back, as the good old woman called it. And having been a year in arrear to a harsh landlord, who, finding a good stock upon the ground, threatened to distress the poor family and turn them out of all, I advanced the money upon the stock, and the poor man has already paid me half of it. For, miss, I must keep within compass too, which was £50 at first, and is in a fair way to pay me the other half, and make as much more for himself. Here I found Mr. Barrow, and he gave me an account of the success of two other cases I had recommended to him, and told me that John Smith, a poor man, who in thatching a barn had tumbled down and broken his leg, and bruised himself all over, was in a fair way of recovery. This poor creature had like to have perished by the cruelty of the parish officers, who would have passed him away to Essex, where his settlement was, though in a burning fever, occasioned by his misfortune. But hearing of the case, I directed Mr. Simons to attend him, and to provide for him at my expense, and gave my word, if he died, to bury him. I was glad to hear he was in so good a way, and told Mr. Barrow I hoped to see him and Mr. Simons together at Mr. B.'s before I set out for London, that we might advise about the cases under their direction, and that I might acquit myself of some of my obligations to them. "You are a good man, Mr. Barrow," added I. "God will bless you for your care and kindness to these poor destitute creatures. They all praise you, and do nothing but talk of your humanity to them." "Oh, my good lady," said he, "who can forbear following such an example as you set? Mr. Simons can testify as well as I, for now and then a case requires us to visit together, that we can hardly hear any complaints from our poor patients, let 'em be ever so ill, for the praises and blessings they bestow upon you. It is good Mr. B. that enables and encourages me to do what I do. Tell them they must bless God, and bless him, and pray for me, and thank you and Mr. Simons. We all join together, you know, for their good." The Countess and Lady Davers asked the poor lying-in woman many questions, and left with her, and for her poor sister, a miserable object indeed, God be praised that I am not such an one, marks of their bounty in gold, and looking upon one another, and then upon me, and lifting up their hands, could not say a word till we were in the coach. And so we were carried home, after we had just looked in upon a country school, where I pay for the learning of 8 children. And here, I hope I recite not this with pride, though I do with pleasure, is a cursory account of my benevolent weekly round, as my ladies will call it. I know you will not be displeased with it, but it will highly delight my worthy parents, who in their way do a great deal of discreet good in their neighbourhood. For indeed, miss, a little matter, prudently bestowed, and on true objects of compassion, whose cases are soon at a crisis, as are those of most labouring people, will go a great way, and especially if laid out properly for 'em, according to the exigencies of their respective cases. For such poor people, who live generally low, want very seldom anything but reviving cordials at first, and good wholesome kitchen physic afterwards. And then the wheels of nature being unclogged, new oiled as it were, and set right, they will go round again with pleasantness and ease for a good while together, by virtue of that exercise which their labour gives them, while the rich and voluptuous are forced to undergo great fatigues to keep theirs clean and in order. Letter 37, Part 2, Saturday morning. It is hardly right to trouble either of you, my honoured correspondents, with an affair that has vexed me a good deal, and indeed should affect me more than any other mistress of a family, for reasons which will be obvious to you when I tell you the case. And this I cannot forbear doing. A pretty genteel young body, my Polly Barlow, as I call her, having been well recommended and behaved with great prudence till this time, is the cause. My dear Mr. B. and the 2 ladies agreed with me to take a little airing in the coach, and to call in upon Mr. Martin, who had a present made him for his menagerie, in which he takes a great delight, of a rare and uncommon creature, a native of the East Indies. But just as Sir Jacob was on horseback to accompany them, and the ladies were ready to go, I was taken with a sudden disorder and faintishness, so that Lady Davers, who is very tender of me, and watches every change of my countenance, would not let me go with them, though my disorder was going off. And my dear Mr. B. was pleased to excuse me, and just meeting with Mr. Williams as they went to the coach, they took him with them to fill up the vacant place. So I retired to my closet, and shut myself in. They had asked Mr. H. to go with them, for company to Sir Jacob, but he, on purpose, as I believe by what followed, could not be found when they set out. So they supposed he was upon some ramble with Mr. Colbrand, his great favourite. I was writing to you, being pretty well recovered, when I heard Polly, as I supposed, and as it proved, come into my apartment, and down she sat, and sung a little catch, and cried "hem!" twice, and presently I heard 2 voices, but suspecting nothing, I wrote on till I heard a kind of rustling and struggling, and Polly's voice crying, "Fie! How can you do so, pray, sir?" This alarmed me much, because we have such orderly folks about us, and I looked through the keyhole, and to my surprise and concern saw Mr. H., foolish gentleman, taking liberties with Polly that neither became him to offer, nor more foolish girl her to suffer. And having reason to think that this was not their first interview, and freedom, and the girl sometimes encouragingly laughing, as at other times inconsistently struggling and complaining, in an accent that was too tender for the occasion, I forced a faint cough. This frighted them both. Mr. H. swore, and said, "Who can that be? Your lady's gone with them, isn't she?" "I believe so, I hope so," said the silly girl, yet that was like her voice. "Mem, are you in your closet, ma'am?" said she, coming up to the door, Mr. H. standing like a poor thief, half behind the window curtains, till he knew whether it was I. I opened the door. Away sneaked Mr. H., and she leaped with surprise, not hoping to find me there, though she asked the question. I thought, indeed, ma'am, I thought you were gone out. It is plain you did, Polly. Go and shut the chamber door and come to me again. She did, but trembled, and was so full of confusion that I pitied the poor creature, and hardly knew how to speak to her, for my compassion got the upper hand of my resentment, and as she stood quaking and trembling and looking on the ground with a countenance I cannot describe, I now and then cast my eye upon her, and was as often forced to put my handkerchief to it. At last I said, how long have these freedoms passed between you and Mr. H.? I am loath to be censorious, Polly, but it is too plain that Mr. H. would not have followed you into my chamber if he had not met you at other places. The poor girl said never a word. Little did I expect, Polly, that you would have shown so much imprudence. You have had instances of the vile arts of men against poor maidens. Have you any notion that Mr. H. intends to do honourably by you? Ma'am, I believe, I hope, I dare say Mr. H. would not do otherwise. So much the worse that you believe so, if you have not very good reason for your belief. Does he pretend that he will marry you? She was silent. Tell me, Polly, if he does. He says he will do honourably by me, but you know there is but one word necessary to explain that other precious word honour in this case. It is matrimony. That word is as soon spoken as any other, and if he means it, he will not be shy to speak it. She was silent. Tell me, Polly, for I am really greatly concerned for you, what you think yourself. Do you hope he will marry you? She was silent. Do, good Polly, I hope I may call you good yet, answer me. Pray, madam, and she wept and turned from me to the wainscot. Pray excuse me, but indeed, Polly, I cannot excuse you. You are under my protection. I was once in as dangerous a situation as you can be in, and I did not escape it, child, by the language and conduct I heard from you. Language and conduct, ma'am? Yes, Polly, language and conduct. Do you think, if I had set me down in my lady's bedchamber, sung a song, and hemmed twice, and Mr. B. coming to me upon that signal, for such I doubt it was, I had kept my place, and suffered myself to be rumpled, and only in a soft voice, and with an encouraging laugh, cried, how can you do so, that I should have been what I am? Mem, I dare say, my lord, so all the servants call him, and his aunt often, when she puts Jacky to it, means no hurt. No hurt, Polly? What? And make you cry fie? Or do you intend to trust your honour to his mercy, rather than to your own discretion? I hope not, ma'am. I hope not too, Polly. But you know he was free enough with you to make you say fie. And what might have been the case, who knows, had I not coughed on purpose, unwilling for your sake, Polly, to find matters so bad as I feared, and that you would have been led beyond what was reputable. Reputable, ma'am? Yes, Polly, I am sorry you oblige me to speak so plain, but your good requires it. Instead of flying from him, you not only laughed when you cried out fie, and how can you do so, but had no other care than to see if anybody heard you, and you observe how he slid away like a guilty creature on my opening the door. Do these things look well, Polly? Do you think they do? And if you hope to emulate my good fortune, do you think this is the way? I wish, ma'am, I had never seen Mr. H., for nobody will look upon me if I lose your favour. It will still, Polly, and I took her hand with a kind look, be in your power to keep it. I will not mention this matter, if you make me your friend and tell me all that has passed. Again she wept and was silent. This made me more uneasy. "Don't think, Polly," said I, "that I would envy any other person's preferment, when I have been so much exalted myself. If Mr. H. has talked to you of marriage, tell me." "No, ma'am, I can't say he has yet." "Yet, Polly? Then he never will, for when men do talk of it, they don't always mean it. But whenever they mean it, how can they confirm a doubting maiden without mentioning it? But alas for you, poor Polly! The freedoms you have permitted, no doubt previous to those I heard, and which might have been greater, had I not surprised you with my cough, show too well that he need not make any promises to you." "Indeed, ma'am," said she, sobbing, "I might be too little upon my guard, but I would not have done any ill for the world." "I hope you would not, Polly, but if you suffer these freedoms, you can't tell what you'd have permitted. Tell me, do you love Mr. H.?" "He is very good-humoured, madam, and is not proud." "No, 'tis not his business to be proud, when he hopes to humble you. Humble you, indeed, beneath the lowest person of the sex. That is honest. I hope—" "You hope," interrupted I, "you hope too much, and I fear a great deal for you, because you fear so little for yourself. But say, how often have you been in private together?" "In private, ma'am? I don't know what your ladyship calls private." "Why, that is private, Polly, when, as just now, you neither imagined nor intended anybody should see you." She was silent, and I saw by this, poor girl, how true lovers are to their secret, though perhaps their ruin depends upon keeping it. But it behoved me, on many accounts, to examine this matter narrowly, because if Mr. H. should marry her, it would have been laid upon Mr. B.'s example, and if Polly were ruined, it would be a sad thing, and people would have said, "Ay, she could take care enough of herself, but none at all of her servant. Her waiting maid had a much more remiss mistress than Pamela found, or the matter would not have been thus." "Well, Polly, I see," continued I, "that you will not speak out to me. You may have several reasons for it, possibly, though not one good one. But as soon as Lady Davers comes in, who has a great concern in this matter, as well as Lord Davers, and are answerable to Lord H. in a matter of so much importance as this, I will leave it to her ladyship's consideration, and shall no more concern myself to ask you questions about it. For then I must take her ladyship's directions, and part with you, to be sure." The poor girl, frighted at this, for everybody fears Lady Davers, wrung her hands, and begged, for God's sake, I would not acquaint Lady Davers with it. "But how can I help it? Must I not connive at your proceedings if I do not? You are no fool, Polly, in other cases. Tell me how it is possible for me in my situation to avoid it." "I will tell your ladyship the whole truth. Indeed I will, if you will not tell Lady Davers. I am ready to sink at the thoughts of Lady Davers knowing any thing of this." This looked sadly. I pitied her, but yet was angry in my mind, for I saw too plainly that her conduct could not bear a scrutiny, not even in her own opinion, poor creature. I said, "Make me acquainted with the whole." "Will your ladyship promise?" "I'll promise nothing, Polly. When I have heard all you think proper to say, I will do what befits me to do, but with as much tenderness as I can for you, and that's all you ought to expect me to promise." "Why then, madam—" "But how can I speak it? I can speak sooner to anybody than to Lady Davers and you, madam, for her ladyship's passion and your ladyship's virtue. How shall I?" And then she threw herself at my feet, and hid her face with her apron. I was in agonies for her almost. I wept over her, and raised her up, and said, "Tell me all. You cannot tell me worse than I apprehend, nor I hope so bad. Oh, Polly, tell me soon, for you give me great pain." and my back, with grief and compassion for the poor girl, was ready to open, as it seemed to me. In my former distresses I have been overcome by fainting next to death, and was deprived of sense for some moments, but else I imagine I must have felt some such affecting sensation as the unhappy girl's case gave me. "Then, madam, I own," said she, "I have been too faulty." "As how? As what? In what way?" "How faulty?" asked I, as quick as thought. "You are not ruined, are you? Tell me, Polly." "No, madam, but what? Say, but what?" "I had consented." "To what?" "To his proposals, madam." "What proposals?" "Why, madam, I was to live with Mr. H." "I understand you too well, but is it too late to break so wretched a bargain? Have you already made a sacrifice of your honour?" "No, madam, but I have given it under my hand." "Under your hand? Ah, Polly, it is well if you have not given it under your heart too. But what foolishness is this? What consideration has he made you? He has given it under his hand that he will always love me, and when his lordship's father dies, he will own me." "What foolishness is this on both sides? But are you willing to be released from this bargain?" "Indeed I am, madam, and I told him so yesterday, but he says he will sue me and ruin me if I don't stand to it." "You are ruined if you do, and I wish, but tell me, Polly, are you not ruined as it is?" "Indeed I am not, madam." "I doubt, then, you were upon the brink of it, had not this providential indisposition kept me at home. You met, I suppose, to conclude your shocking bargain. Oh, poor unhappy girl! But let me see what he has given under his hand." "He has 'em both, madam, to be drawn up fair, and in a strong hand that shall be like a record." "Could I have thought, miss, that a girl of 19 could be so ignorant in a point so important, when in everything else she has shown no instances like this stupid folly?" "Has he given you money?" "Yes, madam, he gave me a note. Here it is. He says anybody will give me money for it." And this was a bank note of £50, which she pulled out of her stays. The result was, he was to settle £100 a year upon her and hers, poor girl, and was to own her, as he calls it, but as wife or mistress she stipulated not, when his father died and he came into the title and estate. I told her it was impossible for me to conceal the matter from Lady Davers, if she would not, by her promises, to be governed entirely by me, and to abandon all thoughts of Mr. H., give me room to conclude that the wicked bargain was at an end, and to keep the poor creature in some spirits, and to enable her to look up, and to be more easy under my direction. I blamed him more than I did her, though, considering what virtue requires of a woman, and custom has made shameless in a man, I think the poor girl inexcusable, and shall not be easy while she is about me, for she is more to blame, because of the two she has more wit than the man. But what can I do, thought I? If I put her away, 'twill be to throw her directly into his hands. He won't stay here long, and she may see her folly. But yet her eyes were open. She knew what she had to trust to, and by their wicked beginning and in her encouraging repulses, I doubt she would have been utterly ruined that very day. I knew the rage Lady Davers would be in with both, so this was another embarrassment. Yet, should my good intentions fail, and they conclude their vile bargain, and it appeared that I knew of it, but would not acquaint her, then should I have been more blamed than any mistress of a family, circumstanced as I am. Upon the whole, I resolved to comfort the girl as well as I could, till I had gained her confidence, that my advice might have the more weight, and by degrees be more likely to reclaim her, For, poor soul, there would be an end of her reputation, the most precious of all jewels, the moment the matter was known, and that would be a sad thing. As for the man, I thought it best to take courage, and you that know me will say I must have a good deal more than usual to talk to Mr. H. on this subject, and she consenting I should, and with great protestations declaring her sorrow and repentance, begging to get her note of hand again, and to give him back his note of £50, I went down to find him. He shunned me as a thief would a constable at the head of a hue and cry. As I entered one room, he went into another, looking with conscious guilt, yet confidently humming a tune. At last I fixed him, bidding Rachel tell Polly he wanted to send a message by her to her lady, by which I doubted not he was desirous to know what she had owned, in order to govern himself accordingly. His back was towards me, and I said, Mr. H., here I am myself to take your commands. He gave a caper half a yard high. Madam, I wanted to speak to, I would have spoken with, you wanted to send Polly to me, perhaps, Mr. H., to ask if I would take a little walk with you in the garden. Very true, madam, very true indeed. You have guessed the matter. I thought it was pity, this fine day, as everybody was taking airing. Well then, sir, please to lead the way, and I'll attend you. Yet I fancy, madam, the wind is a little too high for you. Won't you catch cold? No, never fear, Mr. H. I'm not afraid of a little air. I will attend you presently, madam. You'll be in the great gravel walk, or on the terrace. I'll wait upon you in an instant. I had the courage to take hold of his arm, as if I had like to have slipped. For, thought I, thou shalt not see the girl till I have talked to thee a little, if thou dost then. Excuse me, Mr. H., I hope I have not hurt my foot. I must lean upon you. Will you be pleased, madam, to have a chair? I fear you have sprained your foot. Shall I help you to a chair? No, no, sir, I shall walk it off, if I hold by you. So he had no excuse to leave me, and we proceeded into the garden. But never did anything look so like a foolish fellow, as his aunt calls him. He looked, if possible, half a dozen ways at once, hemmed, coughed, turned his head behind him every now and then, started half a dozen silly subjects in hopes to hinder me from speaking. I appeared, I believe, under some concern how to begin with him, for he would have it I was not very well, and begged he might step in 1 minute to desire Mrs. Jervis to attend me. So I resolved to begin with him, lest I should lose the opportunity, seeing my eel so very slippery. And placing myself on a seat, asked him to sit down. He declined, and would wait upon me presently, he said, and seemed to be going. So I began, It is easy for me, Mr. H., to penetrate into the reason why you are so willing to leave me, but 'tis for your own sake that I desire you to hear me, that no mischief may ensue among friends and relations, on an occasion to which you are no stranger. Oh, madam, what can you mean? Surely, madam, you don't think amiss of a little innocent liberty or so. Mr. H., replied I want not any evidence of your inhospitable designs upon a poor, unwary young creature, whom your birth and quality have found it too easy a task to influence. Inhospitable designs, madam, a harsh word. You very nice ladies cannot admit of the least freedom in the world. Why, madam, I have kissed a lady's woman before now, in a civil way or so, and never was called to an account for it as a breach of hospitality. 'Tis not for me, Mr. H., to proceed to very nice particulars with a gentleman who can act as you have done by a poor girl, that dare not have looked up to a man of your quality, had you not levelled all distinction between you, in order to level the weak creature to the common dirt of the highway. I must say that the poor girl heartily repents of her folly, and to show you that it signifies nothing to deny it, she begs you will return the note of her hand you extorted from her foolishness, and I hope you'll be so much of a gentleman as not to keep in your power such a testimony of the weakness of any of the sex. Has she told you that, madam? Why, maybe, indeed, I can't but say truly it mayn't look so well to you, madam, but young folks will have frolics. It was nothing but a frolic, let me be hanged if it was. Be pleased then, sir, to give up her note to me, to return to her. Reputation should not be frolicked with, sir, especially that of a poor girl who has nothing else to depend upon. I'll give it her myself, if you please, madam, and laugh at her into the bargain. Why, 'tis comical enough. If the little pug thought I was earnest, I must have a laugh or two at her, madam, when I give it her up. Since 'tis but a frolic, Mr. H., you won't take it amiss that when we are set down to supper, we call Polly in and demand a sight of her note, and that will make every one merry as well as you. Not so, madam, that mayn't be so well neither, for perhaps they will be apt to think it is in earnest, when, as I hope to live, 'tis but a jest, nothing in the world else, upon honour. I put on then a still more serious air. As you hope to live, say you, Mr. H., and upon your honour, how, fear you not an instant punishment for this appeal? And what is the honour you swear by? Take that and answer me, sir. Do gentlemen give away bank notes for frolics, and for mere jests, and nothing in the world else? I am sorry to be obliged to deal thus with you, but I thought I was talking to a gentleman who would not forfeit his veracity, and that in so solemn an instance as this. He looked like a man thunderstruck. His face was distorted, and his head seemed to turn about upon his neck like a weathercock in a hurricane to all points of the compass, his hands clenched as in a passion, and yet shame and confusion struggling in every limb and feature. At last he said, I am confoundedly betrayed. But if I am exposed to my uncle and aunt, for the wretch thought of nobody but himself, I am undone, and shall never be able to look them in the face. 'Tis true, I had a design upon her, and since she has betrayed me, I think I may say that she was as willing almost as I. Ungenerous, contemptible wretch, thought I. But such of our sex as can thus give up their virtue ought to expect no better, for he that sticks not at one bad action will not scruple at another to vindicate himself, and so devil-like become the attempter and the accuser too. But if you will be so good, said he, with hands uplifted, as to take no notice of this to my uncle, and especially to my aunt, and Mr. B., I swear to you, I never will think of her as long as I live. And you'll bind this promise, will you, sir, by your honour, and as you hope to live? Dear good madam, forgive me, I beseech you, don't be so severe upon me. By all that's, don't swear, Mr. H., but as an earnest that I may believe you, give me back the girl's foolish note, that though 'tis of no significance, she may not have that to witness her folly. He took out his pocket-book. There it is, madam, and I beg you'll forgive this attempt. I see I ought not to have made it. I doubt it was a breach of the laws of hospitality, as you say. But to make it known will only expose me, and it can do no good, and Mr. B. will perhaps resent it, and my aunt will never let me hear the last of it, nor my uncle neither, and I shall be sent to travel again, and, added the poor creature, I was once in a storm, and the crossing the sea again would be death to me. What a wretch art thou, thought I. What could such an one as thou find to say to a poor creature that, if put in the scale against considerations of virtue, should make the latter kick the transcriber's note illegible? Poor, poor Tony Barrow, thou art sunk indeed, too low for excuse, and almost beneath pity. I told him if I could observe that nothing passed between them that should lay me under a necessity of revealing the matter, I should not be forward to expose him, nor the maiden either, but that he must in his own judgment excuse me if I made everybody acquainted with it, if I were to see the correspondence between them likely to be renewed or carried on. For, added I, in that case I should owe it to myself, to Mr. B., to Lord and Lady Davers, and to you, and the unhappy body too, to do so. He would needs drop down on one knee to promise this, and with 1,000 acknowledgments left me to find Mr. Colbrand in order to ride to meet the coach on its return. I went in and gave the foolish note to the silly girl, which she received eagerly and immediately burnt. And I told her I would not suffer her to come near me, but as little as possible when I was in company while Mr. H. stayed, but consigned her entirely to the care of Mrs. Jervis, to whom only I said I would hint the matter as tenderly as I could. And for this, I added, I had more reasons than one. First, to give her the benefit of a good gentlewoman's advice, to which I had myself formerly been beholden, and from whom I concealed nothing. Next, to keep out of Mr. H.'s way, and lastly, that I might have an opportunity from Mrs. Jervis's opinion to judge of the sincerity of her repentance. For, Polly, said I, you must imagine, so regular and uniform as all our family is, and so good as I thought all the people about me were, that I could not suspect that she, the duties of whose place made her nearest to my person, was the farthest from what I wished. I have set this matter so strongly before her, and Mrs. Jervis has so well seconded me, that I hope the best. For the grief the poor creature carries in her looks, and expresses in her words, cannot be described. Frequently accusing herself with tears, saying often to Mrs. Jervis she is not worthy to stand in the presence of her mistress, whose example she has made so bad an use of, and whose lessons she had so ill followed. I am sadly troubled at this matter, however, but I take great comfort in reflecting that my sudden indisposition looked like a providential thing, which may save one poor soul, and be a seasonable warning to her as long as she lives. Meantime, I must observe that at supper last night Mr. H. looked abject and mean, and like a poor thief, as I thought, and conscious of his disappointed folly, though I seldom glanced my eye upon him, had less to say for himself than ever. And once my Lady Davers, laughing, said, I think in my heart my nephew looks more foolish every time I see him than the last. He stole a look at me and blushed, and my lord said, Jackey has some grace, he blushes. Hold up thy head, nephew, hast thou nothing at all to say for thyself? Sir Jacob said, a blush becomes a young gentleman. I never saw one before, though, in Mr. H. What's the matter, sir? Only, said Lady Davers, his skin or his conscience is mended, that's all. Thank you, madam, was all he said, bowing to his aunt, and affecting a careless yet confused air, as if he whispered a whistle. Oh, wretch, thought I, see what it is to have a condemning conscience, while every innocent person looks round easy, smiling, and erect. But yet it was not the shame of a bad action, I doubt, but being discovered and disappointed, that gave him his confusion of face. What a sad thing for a person to be guilty of such actions as shall put it in the power of another, even by a look, to mortify him. And if poor souls can be thus abjectly struck at such a discovery by a fellow creature, how must they appear before an unerring and omniscient judge, with a conscience standing in the place of 1,000 witnesses, and calling in vain upon the mountains to fall upon them, and the hills to cover them? How serious this subject makes one. Letter 37, Part 3, Saturday evening. I am just retired from a fatiguing service, for who should come to dine with Mr. B. but that sad rake, Sir Charles Hargrave, and Mr. Walgrave, Mr. Sedley, and Mr. Floyd, 3 as bad as himself, inseparable companions, whose whole delight is drinking, hunting, and lewdness, but otherwise gentlemen of wit and large estates. 3 of them broke in upon us at the Hall on the happiest day of my life, to our great regret, and they had been long threatening to make this visit in order to see me, as they told Mr. B. They whipped out 2 bottles of champagne instantly, for a wet, as they called it, and went to view the stud in the kennel, and then walked in the garden till dinner was ready. My Lord Davers, Mr. H., and Sir Jacob, as well as Mr. B., for they are all acquainted, accompanying them. Sir Charles, it seems, as Lord Davers told me afterwards, said he longed to see Mrs. B. She was the talk wherever he went, and he had conceived a high opinion of her beforehand. Lord Davers said, I defy you, gentlemen, to think so highly of her as she deserves. Take mind and person together. Mr. Floyd said he never saw any woman yet who came up to what he expected, where fame had been lavish in her praise. But how, brother baronet, said Sir Charles to Sir Jacob, came you to be reconciled to her? I heard that you would never own her. Oons, man, said Sir Jacob, I was taken in. They contrived to clap her upon me as Lady Jenny C., and pretended they'd keep t'other out of my sight, and I was plaguily bit, and forced to get on as well as I could. That was a bite indeed, said Mr. Walgrave, and so you fell a-praising Lady Jenny, I warrant, to the skies. Yes, drawling out the affirmative monosyllable, I was used most scurvily, faith I was. I bear 'em a grudge for it, still I can tell 'em that, for I have hardly been able to hold up my head like a man since, but am forced to go and come, and to do as they bid me. By my troth, I never was so manageable in my life. Your Herefordshire neighbours, Sir Jacob, said Mr. Sedley with an oath, will rejoice to hear this, for the whole county there cannot manage you. I am quite cowed now, as you will see by and by. Nay, for that matter, if you can set Mrs. B. a-talking, not one of you all will care to open your lips, except to say as she says. Never fear, old boy, said Sir Charles, we'll bear our parts in conversation. I never saw the woman yet who could give me either awe or love for 6 minutes together. What think you, Mr. B.? Have you any notion that your lady will have so much power over us? I think, Sir Charles, I have one of the finest women in England, but I neither expect nor desire you rakes should see her with my eyes. You know, if I have a mind to love her, and make court to her too, Mr. B., I will, and I am half in love with her already, although I have not seen her. They came in when dinner was near ready, and the 4 gentlemen took each a large bumper of old hock for another wet. The Countess, Lady Davers, and I came down together. The gentlemen knew our 2 noble ladies, and were known to them in person as well as by character. Mr. B., in his usual kind and encouraging manner, took my hand, and presented the 4 gentlemen to me, each by his name. Sir Charles said pretty bluntly that he hoped he was more welcome to me now than the last time he was under the same roof with me, for he had been told since that was our happy day. I said Mr. B.'s friends were always welcome to me. "'Tis well, madam," said Mr. Sedley, "we did not know how it was. We should have quartered ourselves upon Mr. B. for a week together, and kept him up day and night." I thought this speech deserved no answer, especially as they were gentlemen who wanted no countenance, and addressed myself to Lord Davers, who is always kindly making court to me. "I hope, my good lord, you find yourself quite recovered of your headache," of which he complained at breakfast. "I thank you, my dear sister, pretty well." "I was telling Sir Charles and the other gentleman, niece," said Sir Jacob, "how I was cheated here when I came first, with a Lady Jenny." "It was a very lucky cheat for me, Sir Jacob, for it gave you a prepossession in my favour under so advantageous a character that I could never have expected otherwise." "I wish," said the Countess, "my daughter, for whom Sir Jacob took you, had Mrs. B.'s qualities to boast of." "How am I obliged to your ladyship's goodness," returned I, "when you treat me with even greater indulgence than you use to so beloved a daughter?" "Nay, now you talk of treating," said Sir Charles, "when ladies, will you treat our sex with the politeness which you show to one another?" "When your sex deserve it, Sir Charles," answered Lady Davers. "Who is to be judge of that?" said Mr. Walgrave. "Not the gentleman, I hope," replied my lady. "Well, then, Mrs. B.," said Sir Charles, "we bespeak your good opinion of us, for you have ours." I am obliged to you, gentlemen, but I must be more cautious in declaring mine, lest it should be thought I am influenced by your kind and perhaps too hasty opinions of me. Sir Charles swore they had seen enough of me the moment I entered the parlour, and heard enough the moment I opened my lips to answer for their opinions of me. I said I made no doubt when they had as good a subject to expatiate upon as I had, in the pleasure before me of seeing so many agreeable friends of Mr. B.'s, they would maintain the title they claimed of every one's good opinion. This, said Sir Jacob, is binding you over, gentlemen, to your good behaviour. You must know my niece never shoots flying, as you do. The gentleman laughed. Is it shooting flying, Sir Jacob? Returned Sir Charles, to praise that lady. Adds Bud, I did not think of that. Sir Jacob, said the Countess, you need not be at a fault, for a good sportsman always hits his mark, flying or not, and the gentleman had so fair an one that they could not well miss it. You are fairly helped over the stile, Sir Jacob, said Mr. Floyd, and indeed I wanted it, though I limped like a puppy before I was lame. One can't think of everything as one used to do at your time of life, gentlemen. This flippant stuff was all that passed, which I can recite, for the rest at table and after dinner was too polite by half for me, such as the quantity of wine each man could carry off, that was the phrase, dogs, horses, hunting, racing, cockfighting, and all accompanied with swearing and cursing, and that in good humour and out of wantonness, the least excusable and more profligate sort of swearing and cursing of all. The gentlemen liked the wine so well that we had the felicity to drink tea and coffee by ourselves, only Mr. B., upon our inviting the gentlemen to partake with us, sliding in for a few minutes to tell us they would stick by what they had, and taking a dish of coffee with us. I should not omit one observation, that Sir Jacob, when they were gone, said they were pure company, and Mr. H., that he never was so delighted in his born days, while the two ladies put up their prayers that they might never have such another entertainment, and being encouraged by their declaration, I presume to join in the same petition. Yet it seems these are men of wit. I believe they must be so, for I could neither like nor understand them. Yet if their conversation had much wit, I should think my ladies would have found it out. The gentlemen, permit me to add, went away very merry, to ride 10 miles by owl light, for they would not accept of beds here. They had 2 French horns with them, and gave us a flourish or two at going off. Each had a servant besides, but the way they were in would have given me more concern than it did, had they been related to Mr. B. and less used to it. And indeed it is a happiness that such gentlemen take no more care than they generally do to interest anybody intimately in their healths and preservation, for these are all single men. Nor need the public, any more than the private, be much concerned about them, for let such persons go when they will, if they continue single, their next heir cannot well be a worse commonwealth's man, and there is a great chance he may be better. You know I end my Saturdays seriously, and this, to what I have already said, makes me add that I cannot express how much I am, my dear Miss Darnford, your faithful and affectionate P.B. Letter 38, from Mrs. B. to Miss Darnford, in answer to letters 35 and 36. My dear Miss Darnford, I skip over the little transactions of several days to let you know how much you rejoice me in telling me Sir Simon has been so kind as to comply with my wishes. Both your most agreeable letters came to my hand together, and I thank you 100 times for them. And I thank your dear mamma, and Sir Simon too, for the pleasure they have given me in this obliging permission. How happy shall we be! But how long will you be permitted to stay, though? All the winter, I hope, and then when that is over, let us set out together, if God shall spare us, directly for Lincolnshire, and to pass most of the summer likewise in each other's company. What a sweet thought is this! Let me indulge it a little while. Mr. B. read your letters, and says you are a charming young lady, and surpass yourself in every letter. I told him that he was more interested in the pleasure I took in this favour of Sir Simon's than he imagined. As how, my dear? Said he. A plain case, sir, replied I, for endeavouring to improve myself by Miss Darnford's conversation and behaviour. I shall every day be more worthy of your favour. He kindly would have it that nobody, no, not Miss Darnford herself, excelled me. 'Tis right, you know, miss, that Mr. B. should think so, though I must know nothing at all if I was not sensible how inferior I am to my dear Miss Darnford. And yet, when I look abroad now and then, I could be a proud slut, if I would, and not yield the palm to many others. Well, my dear Miss, Sunday is past and gone, as happy as the last, the two ladies, and at their earnest request, Sir Jacob bearing us company in the evening part. My Polly was there morning and evening, with her heart broken almost, poor girl. I put her in a corner of my closet, that her concern should not be minded. Mrs. Jarvis gives me great hopes of her. Sir Jacob was much pleased with our family order, and said 'twas no wonder I kept so good myself, and made others so, and he thought the four rakes, for he run on how much they admired me, would be converted if they saw how well I passed my time, and how cheerful and easy every one, as well as myself, was under it. He said when he came home he must take such a method himself in his family, for he believed it would make not only better masters and mistresses, but better children, and better servants too. But, poor gentleman, he has, I doubt, a great deal to mend in himself before he can begin such a practice with efficacy in his family. Monday. In the afternoon, Sir Jacob took his leave of us, highly satisfied with us both, and particularly so he said with me, and promised that my two cousins, as he called his daughters, and his sister, an old maiden lady, if they went to town this winter, should visit me, and be improved by me. That was his word. Mr. B. accompanied him some miles on his journey, and the two ladies, and Lord Davers, and I took an airing in the coach. Mr. B. was so kind as to tell me, when he came home, with a whisper, that Miss Goodwin presented her duty to me. I have got a multitude of fine things for the dear little creature, and Mr. B. promises to give me a dairy house breakfast when our guests are gone. I enclose the history of this little charmer by Mr. B.'s consent, since you are to do us the honour, as he, as well as I, pleases himself to be one of our family. But keep it to yourself, whatever you do. I am guaranteed that you will, and have put it in a separate paper, that you may burn it when read. For I may want your advice on this subject, having a great desire to get this child in my possession, and yet Lady Davers has given a hint that dwells a little with me. When I have the pleasure I hope for, I will lay all before you, and be determined, and proceed as far as I have power by you. You, my good father and mother, have seen the story in my former papers. Tuesday. You must know, I pass over the days thus swiftly, not that I could not fill them up with writing as amply as I have done the former, but intending only to give you a general idea of our way of life and conversation, and having gone through a whole week and more, you will be able, from what I have recited, to form a judgment how it is with us, one day with another. As for example, now and then neighbourly visits received and paid, needle-work between whiles, music, cards sometimes, though I don't love them, one more benevolent round, improving conversations with my dear Mr. B. and my two good ladies, a lesson from him when alone, either in French or Latin, a new pauper case or two, a visit from the good Dean, Mr. Williams's departure in order to put the new projected alteration in force, which is to deprive me of my chaplain. By the way, the Dean is highly pleased with this affair, and the motives to it, Mr. Adams being a favourite of his, and a distant relation of his lady. Mr. H.'s and Polly's mutual endeavour to avoid one another, my lessons to the poor girl, and cautions as if she were my sister. These, my dear Miss Darnford, and my honoured parents, are the pleasant employments of our time, so far as we females are concerned. For the gentlemen hunt, ride out, and divert themselves in their way, and bring us home the news and occurrences they meet with abroad, and now and then a straggling gentleman they pick up in their diversions. And so I shall not enlarge upon these articles, after the tedious specimens I have already given. Wednesday, Thursday. Could you ever have thought, my dear, that husbands have a dispensing power over their wives, which kings are not allowed over the laws? I have had a smart debate with Mr. B., and I fear it will not be the only one upon this subject. Can you believe that if a wife thinks a thing her duty to do, which her husband does not approve, he can dispense with her performing it, and no sin shall lie at her door? Mr. B. maintains this point. I have great doubts about it, particularly one, that if a matter be my duty, and he dispenses with my performance of it, whether even although that were to clear me of the sin, it will not fall upon himself. And a good wife would be as much concerned at this, as if it was to remain upon her. Yet he seems set upon it. What can one do? Did you ever hear of such a notion before, of such a prerogative in a husband? Would you care to subscribe to it? He says the ladies are of his opinion. I'm afraid they are, and so will not ask them. But perhaps I mayn't live, and other things may happen, and so I'll say no more of it at present. Friday, Mr. H. and my Lord and Lady Davers and the excellent Countess of C. having left us this day, to our mutual regret, the former put the following letter into my hands, with an air of respect and even reverence. He says he spells most lamentably, and this obliges me to give it you literally. Dear good madam, I cannot content myself with common thanks on leaving yours and Mr. B.'s hospitable house, because of that there affair, which I need not mention, and truly am ashamed to mention, as I have been to look you in the face ever since it happened. I don't know how it came about, but I thought but at first of joking a little or so, and seeing Polly heard me with more attentiveness than I expected, I was encouraged to proceed, and so now I recollect it came about. But she is innocent for me, and I don't know how that came about neither, for we were out one moonlight night in the garden walking about, and afterwards took a nap of 2 hours, as I believe, in the summer house in the little garden, being overpowered with sleep, for I would make her lay her head upon my breast, till before we were aware we fell asleep. But before that we had agreed on what you discovered. This is the whole truth, and all the intimacies we ever had to speak of. But I believe we should have been better acquainted, had you not, luckily for me, I prevented it by being at home when we thought you abroad, for I was to come to her when she hemmed 2 or 3 times for having made a contract, you know. Madam, it was natural enough to take the first occasion to put it in force. Poor Polly, I pity her too. Don't think the worse of her, dear madam, so as to turn her away, because it may be her ruin. I don't desire to see her. I might have been drawn in to do strange foolish things, and been ruined at the long run. For who knows where this thing mought have ended? My uncle would have never seen me. My father too, his lordship, you have heard, madam, is a very cross man, and never loved me much, mought have cut off the entail. My aunt would have despised me and scorned me. I should have been her foolish fellow in earnest, not in jest, as now. You would have resented it, and Mr. B., who knows, mought have called me to account. But can you forgive me? You see how happy I am in my disappointment. I did not think to write so much, for I don't love it, but on this occasion know not how to leave off. I hope you can read my letter. I know I write a clumsy hand and spell most lamentably, for I never had a talent for these things. I was readier by half to admire the orchard robbing picture in Lily's grammar than any other part of the book. But hey, whither am I running? I never writ to you before, and never may again, unless you or Mr. B. command it for your service, so Pray excuse me, madam. I know I need give no advice to Polly to take care of first encouragements. Poor girl, she mought have suffered sadly as well as I, for if my father and my uncle and aunt had required me to turn her off, you know it would have been undutiful to have refused them, notwithstanding our bargain, and want of duty to them would have been to have added fault to fault. As you once observed, I remember, that one fault never comes alone, but draws after it generally 5 or 6 to hide or vindicate it, and they every one perhaps as many more each. I shall never forget several of your wise sayings. I have been vexed, may I be hanged if I have not, many a time, that I could not make such observations as you make, who am so much older too, and a man besides, and a peer's son, and a peer's nephew, but my talents lie another way, and by that time my father dies, I hope to improve myself, in order to cut such a figure as may make me be no disgrace to my name or country. Well, but what is all this to the purpose? I will keep close to my text, and that is to thank you, good madam, for all the favours I have received in your house, to thank you for disappointing me, and for convincing me in so kind, yet so shaming a manner, how wrong I was in the matter of that there Polly, and for not exposing my folly to anybody but myself, for I should have been ready to hang myself if you had, and to beg your pardon for it, assuring you that I will never offer the like as long as I breathe. I am, madam, with the greatest respect, your most obliged, most faithful, and most obedient humble servant, J. H. Pray excuse blots and blurs. Well, Miss Darnford, what shall we say to this fine letter? You'll allow it to be an original, I hope, yet may be not, for it may be as well written and as sensible a letter as this class of people generally write. Mr. H. dresses well, is not a contemptible figure of a man, laughs, talks where he can be heard, and his aunt is not present, and cuts, to use his own word, a considerable figure in a country town. But see, yet I will not say what I might, he is Lord Davers's nephew, and if he makes his observations, and forbears his speeches, I mean can be silent, and only laugh when he sees somebody of more sense laugh, and never approve or condemn but in leading strings, he may possibly pass in a crowd of gentlemen. But poor Polly Barlow! What can I say for Polly Barlow? I have a time in view when my papers may fall under the inspection of a dear gentleman, to whom, next to God, I am accountable for all my actions and correspondences, so I will either write an account of the matter and seal it up separately for Mr. B., or at a fit opportunity break it to him, and let him know, under secrecy, if he will promise it, the steps I took in it, lest something arise hereafter, when I cannot answer for myself, to render anything dark or questionable in it. A method, I believe, very proper to be taken by every married lady, and I presume the rather to say so, having had a good example for it. For I have often thought of a little sealed-up parcel of papers my lady made me burn in her presence about a month before she died. They are, Pamela, said she, such as would not concern me, let who will see them, could they know the springs and causes of them. But for want of a clue, my son might be at a loss what to think of several of those letters were he to find them, in looking over my other papers, when I am no more. Let me add that nothing could be more endearing than our parting with our noble guests. My lady repeated her commands for what she often engaged me to promise, that is to say, to renew the correspondence begun between us, so much, as she was pleased to say, to her satisfaction. I could not help showing her ladyship, who was always inquiring after my writing employment, most of what passed between you and me. She admires you much, and wished Mr. H. had more wit. That was her word. She should in that case, she said, be very glad to set on foot a treaty between you and him. But that, I fancy, can never be tolerable to you, and I only mention it en passant. There's a French woman for you. The Countess was full of her kind wishes for my happiness, and my Lady Davers told me that if I could give her timely notice, she would be present on a certain occasion. But, my dear miss, what could I say? I know nothing of the matter. only I am a sad coward, and have 1,000 anxieties which I cannot mention to anybody. But if I have such in the honourable estate of matrimony, what must those poor souls have who are seduced, and have all manner of reason to apprehend that the crime shall be followed by a punishment so natural to it, a punishment in kind, as I may say, which, if it only ends in forfeiture of life, following the forfeiture of fame, must be thought merciful and happy beyond expectation. For how shall they lay claim to the hope given to persons in their circumstances that they shall be saved in childbearing, since the condition is, if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety? Now, my honoured mother and my dear Miss Darnford, since I am upon this affecting subject, does not this text seem to give a comfortable hope to a good woman who shall thus die of being happy in the divine mercies? For the apostle in the context says that he suffers not a woman to teach, nor usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. And what is the reason he gives? Why, a reason that is a natural consequence of the curse on the first disobedience, that she shall be in subjection to her husband. For, says he, Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. As much as to say, had it not been for the woman, Adam had kept his integrity, and therefore her punishment shall be, as it is said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow in thy conception. In sorrow shall thou bring forth children, and thy husband shall rule over thee. But nevertheless, if thou shalt not survive the sharpness of thy sorrow, thy death shall be deemed to be such an alleviation of thy part of the entailed transgression that thou shalt be saved, if thou hast continued in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. This, my honoured parents and my dear friend, is my paraphrase, and I reap no small comfort from it when I meditate upon it. But I shall make you as serious as myself, and my dear friend, perhaps frighten you from entering into a state in which our poor sex suffer so much. From the bridal morning, let it rise as gaily as it will upon a thoughtful mind, to that affecting circumstance, throughout its whole progression, for which nothing but a tender, a generous, and a worthy husband can make them any part of amends. But a word or two more as to the parting with our honoured company. I was a little indisposed, and they all would excuse me against my will from attending them in the coach some miles, which their dear brother did. Both ladies most tenderly saluted me, twice or thrice apiece, folding their kind arms about me, and wishing my safety and health, and charging me to think little and hope much, for they saw me thoughtful at times, though I endeavoured to hide it from them. My Lord Davers said, with a goodness of temper that is peculiar to him, My dearest sister, may God preserve you and multiply your comforts. I shall pray for you more than ever I did for myself, though I have so much more need of it. I must leave you, but I leave one whom I love and honour, next to Lady Davers, and ever shall. Mr. H. looked consciously silly. I can say nothing, madam, but, saluting me, that I shall never forget your goodness to me. I had before in Mrs. Jervis's parlour taken leave of Mrs. Worden and Mrs. Leslie, my lady's women. They each stole a hand of mine and kissed it, begging pardon for the freedom. But I answered, taking each by her hand and kissing her, I shall always think of you with pleasure, my good friends, for you have encouraged me constantly by your presence in my private duties. And may God bless you and the worthy families you so laudably serve, as well for your sakes as their own. They turned away with tears, and Mrs. Worden would have said something to me, but could not, only both taking Mrs. Jervis by the hand. Happy Mrs. Jervis, said they almost in a breath. And happy I too, repeated I, in my Mrs. Jervis, and in such kind well-wishers as Mrs. Worden and Mrs. Leslie. Wear this, Mrs. Worden, wear this, Mrs. Leslie, for my sake. And to each I gave a ring with a crystal and brilliants set about it, which Mr. B. had bought a week before for this purpose. He has a great opinion of both the good folks, and often praised their prudence, and quiet and respectful behavior to everybody, so different from the impertinence, that was his word, of most ladies' women who are favourites. Mrs. Jervis said, "I have enjoyed many happy hours in your conversation, Mrs. Worden and Mrs. Leslie. I shall miss you very much." "I must endeavour," said I, taking her hand, "to make it up to you, my good friend, as well as I can. And of late we have not had so many opportunities together as I should have wished, had I not been so agreeably engaged, as you know. So we must each try to comfort the other when we have lost, I such noble and you such worthy companions." Mrs. Jervis's honest heart, before touched by the parting, showed itself at her eyes. "Wonder not," said I to the two gentlewomen, wiping with my handkerchief her venerable cheeks, "that I always thus endeavour to dry up all my good Mrs. Jervis's tears." And then I kissed her, thinking of you, my dear mother, and I was forced to withdraw a little abruptly, lest I should be too much moved myself, for had our departing company inquired into the occasion, they would perhaps have thought it derogatory, though I should not, to my present station, and too much retrospecting to my former. I could not, in conversation between Mr. B. and myself, when I was gratefully expatiating upon the amiable characters of our noble guests, and of their behaviour and kindness to me, help observing that I had little expected from some hints which formerly dropped from Mr. B. to find my good Lord Davers so polite and so sensible a man. "He is a very good-natured man," replied Mr. B. "I believe I might once or twice drop some disrespectful words of him, but it was the effect of passion at the time, and with a view to 2 or 3 points of his conduct in public life, for which I took the liberty to find fault with him, and received very unsatisfactory excuses. One of these, I remember, was in a conference between a committee of each House of Parliament, in which he behaved in a way I could not wish from a man so nearly allied to me by marriage. For all he could talk of was the dignity of their house, when the reason of the thing was strong with the other, and it fell to my lot to answer what he said, which I did with some asperity, and this occasioned a coolness between us for some time. But no man makes a better figure in private life than Lord Davers, especially now that my sister's good sense has got the better of her passions, and she can behave with tolerable decency towards him. For once, Pamela, it was not so, the violence of her spirit making him appear in a light too little advantageous either to his quality or merit. But now he improves upon me every time I see him. You know not, my dear, what a disgrace a haughty and passionate woman brings upon her husband, and upon herself too, in the eyes of her own sex as well as ours. Nay, even those ladies who would be as glad of dominion as she, if they might be permitted to exercise it, despise others who do, and the man most who suffers it. And let me tell you, said the dear man, with an air that showed he was satisfied with his own conduct in this particular, that you cannot imagine how much a woman owes to her husband, as well with regard to her own peace of mind as to both their reputations, however it may go against the grain with her sometimes, if he be a man who has discretion to keep her encroaching passions under a genteel and reasonable control. How do you like this doctrine, miss? I'll warrant you believe that I could do no less than drop Mr. B. one of my best curtsies, in acknowledgment of my obligation to him for so considerately preserving to me my peace of mind and my reputation as well as his own in this case. But after all, when one duly weighs the matter, what he says may be right in the main, for I have not been able to contradict him, partial as I am to my sex, when he has pointed out to me instances in the behaviour of certain ladies, who, like children, the more they have been humoured, the more humoursome they have grown, which must have occasioned as great uneasiness to themselves as to their husbands. Will you excuse me, my dear? This is between ourselves, for I did not own so much to Mr. B., for one should not give up one's sex, you know, if one can help it. For the men will be as apt to impose as the women to encroach, I doubt. Well, but here, my honest parents, and my dear Miss Darnford, at last I end my journal-wise letters, as I may call them, our noble guests being gone, and our time and employments rolling on in much the same manner as in past days of which I have given an account, I am, my dearest father and mother, and best beloved Miss Darnford, your dutiful and affectionate P.B.
Letter 39. My dear Miss Darnford, I hear that Mrs. Jewkes is in no good state of health. I am very sorry for it. I pray for her life that she may be a credit, if it please God, to the penitence she has so lately assumed. Do, my dear good miss, vouchsafe to the poor soul the honour of a visit. She may be low-spirited. She may be too much sunk with the recollection of past things. Comfort with that sweetness which is so natural to Miss Darnford, her drooping heart, and let her know that I have a true concern for her, and give it her in charge to take care of herself, and spare nothing that will administer either to her health or peace of mind. You'll pardon me that I put you upon an office so unsuitable, from a lady in your station, to a person in hers, but not to your piety and charity, where a duty so eminent as that of visiting the sick, and cheering the doubting mind, is in the question. I know your condescension will give her great comfort, and if she should be hastening to her account, what a pleasure will it give such a lady as you to have illuminated a benighted mind when it was tottering on the verge of death. I know she will want no spiritual help from good Mr. Peters, but then the kind notice of so generally esteemed a young lady will raise her more than can be imagined, for there is a tenderness, a sympathy, in the good persons of our sex to one another, that, while the best of others seem but to act as in office, saying those things, which though edifying and convincing, one is not certain proceeds not rather from the fortitude of their minds, than the tenderness of their natures, mingles with one's very spirits, thins the animal mass, and runs through one's heart in the same lively current. I can't clothe my thoughts suitably to express what I would, giving assurance as well as pleasure in the most arduous cases, and brightening our misty prospects, till we see the sun of righteousness rising on the hills of comfort, and dispelling the heavy fogs of doubt and diffidence. This it is makes me wish and long as I do, for the company of my dear Miss Darnford. Oh, when shall I see you? When shall I? To speak to my present case. It is all I long for, and pardon my freedom of expression, as well as thought, when I let you know in this instance how early I experience the ardent longings of one in the way I am in. But I ought not to set my heart upon anything not in my own power, and which may be subject to accidents and the control of others. But let whatever interventions happen, so I have your will to come. I must be rejoiced in your kind intention, although your power should not prove answerable. But I will say no more than that I am, my honoured father and mother, your ever dutiful daughter, and my dear Miss Darnford, your affectionate and obliged P.B.
Letter 40. From Miss Darnford to Mrs. B. My dear Mrs. B., we are greatly obliged to you for every particular article in your entertaining journal, which you have brought, sooner than we wished, to a conclusion. We cannot express how much we admire you for your judicious charities, so easy to be practised, yet so uncommon in the manner, and for your inimitable conduct in the affair of your frail Polly and the silly Mr. H. Your account of the visit of the 4 rakes, of your parting with your noble guests, Mr. H.'s letter, an original indeed, have all greatly entertained us, as your prerogative hints have amused us. But we defer our opinion of those hints till we have the case more fully explained. But, my dear friend, are you not in danger of falling into a too thoughtful and gloomy way? By the latter part of your last letter, we are afraid you are, and my mamma and Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Peters enjoin me to write to caution you on that head. But there is the less need of it, because your prudence will always suggest to your reasons, as it does in that very letter, that must outbalance your fears. Think little, and hope much, is a good lesson in your case, and to a lady of your temper. and I hope Lady Davers will not, in vain, have given you that caution. After all, I dare say your thoughtfulness is but symptomatical, and will go off in proper time. But to waive this, let me ask you, is Mr. B.'s conduct to you as respectful, I don't mean fond, when you are alone together, as in company? Forgive me, but you have hinted 2 or 3 times in your letters that he always is most complaisant to you in company, and you observe that wisely does he act in this, as he thereby does credit with everybody to his own choice. I make no doubt that the many charming scenes which your genius and fine behaviour furnish out to him must, as often as they happen, inspire him with joy and even rapture, and must make him love you more for your mind than for your person. But these rapturous scenes last very little longer than the present moment. What I want to know is whether in the steadier parts of life, when you are both nearer the level of us common folks, he give up anything of his own will in compliment to yours? Whether he acts the part of a respectful, polite gentleman in his behaviour to you, and breaks not into your retirements, in the dress and with the brutal roughness of a fox-hunter? Making no difference, perhaps, between the field or his stud, I will not say kennel, and your chamber or closet? Policy, for his own credit's sake, as I mentioned, accounts to me well, for his complaisance to you in public. But his regular and uniform behaviour to you in your retirement, when the conversation between you turns upon usual and common subjects, and you have not obliged him to rise to admiration of you, by such scenes as those of your 2 parsons, Sir Jacob Swynford, and the like, is what would satisfy my curiosity, if you please to give me an instance or 2 of it. Now, my dearest Mrs. B., if you can give me a case, partly or nearly thus circumstanced, you will highly oblige me. First, where he has borne with any infirmity of your own, and I know of none where you can give him such an opportunity, except you get into a vapourish habit, by giving way to a temper too thoughtful and apprehensive. Next, that, in complaisance to your will, he recedes from his own in any one instance. Next, whether he breaks not into your retirements unceremoniously, and without apology or concern, as I hinted above. You know, my dear Mrs. B., all I mean by what I've said. And if you have any pretty conversation in memory, by the recital of which this my bold curiosity may be answered, pray oblige me with it, and we shall be able to judge by it, not only of the inborn generosity which all that know Mr. B. have been willing to attribute to him, but of the likelihood of the continuance of both your felicities, upon terms suitable to the characters of a fine lady and fine gentleman, and of consequence worthy of the imitation of the most delicate of our own sex. Your obliging longings, my beloved dear lady, for my company, I hope, will very soon be answered. My papa was so pleased with your sweet earnestness on this occasion, that he joined with my mamma, and both, with equal cheerfulness, said you should not be many days in London before me. Mary and his mistress go on swimmingly, and have not yet had one quarrel. The only person, he, of either sex, that ever knew Nancy so intimately and so long without one. This is all I have to say at present, when I have assured you, my dear Mrs. B., how much I am your obliged and affectionate Polly Darnford.
Letter 41. My dearest Miss Darnford, I was afraid I ended my last letter in a gloomy way, and I am obliged to you for the kind and friendly notice you take of it. It was owing to a train of thinking which sometimes I get into of late. I hope only symptomatically, as you say, and that the cause and effect will soon vanish together. But what a task, my dear friend, I'll warrant you think you have set me. I thought in the progress of my journal and in my letters I had given so many instances of Mr. B.'s polite tenderness to me that no new ones would be required at my hands, and when I said he was always most complaisant before company, I little expected that such an inference would be drawn from my words as would tend to question the uniformity of his behaviour to me, when there were no witnesses to it. But I am glad of an opportunity to clear up all your doubts on this subject. To begin, then, Your first desire, an instance where Mr. B. has borne with some infirmity of mine. Next, that in complaisance to my will he has receded from his own. And lastly, whether he breaks not into my retirements unceremoniously, and without apology or concern, making no difference between the field or the stud, and my chamber or closet. As to the first, his bearing with my infirmities, he is daily giving instances of his goodness to me on this head, and I am ashamed to say that of late I give him so much occasion for them as I do. But he sees my apprehensiveness at times, though I endeavour to conceal it, and no husband was ever so soothing and so indulgent as Mr. B. He gives me the best advice as to my malady, if I may call it one, treats me with redoubled tenderness, talks to me upon the subjects I most delight to dwell upon, as of my worthy parents, what they are doing at this time, and at that, of our intended journey to London, of the diversions of the town, of Miss Darnford's company, and when he goes abroad, sends up my good Mrs. Jervis to me, because I should not be alone. At other times takes me abroad with him, brings this neighbour and that neighbour to visit, and carries me to visit them, talks of our journey to Kent, and into Lincolnshire, and to my Lady Davers's, to Bath, to Tunbridge, and I can't tell whither, when the apprehended time shall be over. In fine, my dear Miss Darnford, you cannot imagine one half of his tender goodness and politeness to me. Then he hardly ever goes to any distance, but brings some pretty present he thinks will be grateful to me. When at home, he is seldom out of my company, delights to teach me French and Italian, and reads me pieces of manuscript poetry in several of the modern tongues, for he speaks them all, explains to me everything I understand not, delights to answer all my questions, and to encourage my inquisitiveness and curiosity, tries to give me a notion of pictures and medals, and reads me lectures upon them, for he has a fine collection of both, and every now and then will have it that he has been improved by my questions and observations. What say you to these things, my dear? Do they come up to your first question, or do they not? Or is not what I have said a full answer, were I to say no more, to all your inquiries? Oh, my dear, I am thoroughly convinced that half the misunderstandings among married people are owing to trifles, to petty distinctions, to mere words, and little captious follies, to overweenings or unguarded petulances, and who would forego the solid satisfaction of life for the sake of triumphing in such poor contentions, if one could triumph? But you next require of me an instance where, in complaisance to my will, he has receded from his own. I don't know what to say to this. When Mr. B. is all tenderness and indulgence, and requires of me nothing that I can have a material objection to, ought I not to oblige him? Can I have a will that is not his, or would it be excusable if I had? All little matters I cheerfully give up. Great ones have not yet occurred between us, and I hope never will. One point, indeed, I have some apprehension may happen, and that, to be plain with you, is, we have had a debate or two on the subject, which I maintain, of a mother's duty to nurse her own child, and I am sorry to say it, he seems more determined than I wish he were against it. I hope it will not proceed so far as to awaken the sleeping dragon I mentioned, prerogative by name, but I doubt I cannot give up this point very contentedly. But as to lesser points, had I been a duchess born, I think I would not have contested them with my husband. I could give you many respectful instances, too, of his receding, when he has desired to see what I have been writing, and I have told him to whom, and begged to be excused. One such instance I can give since I began this letter. This is it. I put it in my bosom when he came up. He saw me do so. Are you writing, my dear, what I must not see? I am writing to Miss Darnford, sir, and she begged you might not at present. This augments my curiosity, Pamela. What can two such ladies write that I may not see? If you won't be displeased, sir, I'd rather you would not, because she desires you may not see her letter, nor this my answer, till the letter is in her hands. Then I will not, returned Mr. B. Will this instance, my dear, come up to your demand for one, where he recedes from his own will in complaisance to mine? But now, as to what both our notions and our practice are on the article of my retirements, and whether he breaks in upon them unceremoniously and without apology, let the conversation I promised inform you, which began on the following occasion. Mr. B. rode out early one morning within a few days past, and did not return till the afternoon, an absence I had not been used to of late, and breakfasting and dining without him being also a new thing with me, I had such an impatience to see him, having expected him at dinner, that I was forced to retire to my closet to try to divert it by writing, and the gloomy conclusion of my last was then the subject. He returned about 4 o'clock, and indeed did not tarry to change his writing dress, as your politeness, my dear friend, would perhaps have expected, but came directly up to me, with an impatience to see me, equal to my own, when he was told, upon inquiry, that I was in my closet. I heard his welcome step as he came upstairs, which generally, after a longer absence than I expect, has such an effect upon my fond heart, that it gives a responsive throb for every step he takes towards me, and beats quicker and faster as he comes nearer. I met him at my closet door. "So, my dear love," says he, "how do you?" folding his kind arms about me, and saluting me with ardour. "Whenever I have been but a few hours from you, my impatience to see my beloved will not permit me to stand upon the formality of a message to know how you are engaged, but I break in upon you, even in my writing dress, as you see. Dear sir, you are very obliging, but I have no notion of mere formalities of this kind. How unpolite this, my dear, in your friend! In a married state, since 'tis impossible a virtuous wife can be employed about anything that her husband may not know, and so need not fear surprises." I am glad to hear you say this, my Pamela, for I have always thought the extraordinary civilities and distances of this kind which I have observed among several persons of rank altogether unaccountable, for if they are exacted by the lady, I should suspect she had reserves which she herself believed I could not approve. If not exacted, but practised of choice by the gentleman, it carries with it, in my opinion, a false air of politeness, little less than affrontive to the lady, and dishonourable to himself. For does it not look as if he supposed and allowed that she might be so employed that it was necessary to apprise her of his visit, lest he should make discoveries not to her credit or his own? One would not, sir, for I thought his conclusion too severe, make such a harsh supposition as this neither, for there are little delicacies and moments of retirement, no doubt, in which a modest lady would wish to be indulged by the tenderest husband. It may be so in an early matrimony, before the lady's confidence in the honour and discretion of the man she has chosen has disengaged her from her bridal reserves. Bridal reserves, dear sir? Permit me to give it as my humble opinion that a wife's behaviour ought to be as pure and circumspect in degree as that of a bride, or even of a maiden lady, be her confidence in her husband's honour and discretion ever so great. For indeed I think a gross or a careless demeanour little becomes that modesty which is the peculiar excellency and distinction of our sex. You account very well, my dear, by what you now say for your own over-nice behaviour, as I have sometimes thought it, but are we not all apt to argue for a practice we make our own, because we do make it our own, rather than from the reason of the thing? I hope, sir, that is not the present case with me, for permit me to say that an over-free or negligent behaviour of a lady in the married state must be a mark of disrespect to her consort, and would show as if she was very little solicitous about what appearance she made in his eye. And must not this beget in him a slight opinion of her sex too, as if, supposing the gentleman had been a free liver, she would convince him there was no other difference in the sex, but as they were within or without the pale, licensed by the law, or acting in defiance of it? I understand the force of your argument, Pamela, but you were going to say something more. Only, sir, permit me to add that when, in my particular case, you enjoin me to appear before you always dressed, even in the early part of the day, it would be wrong if I was less regardful of my behavior and actions than of my appearance. I believe you are right, my dear, if a precise or unnecessary scrupulousness be avoided, and where all is unaffected, easy, and natural, as in my Pamela. For I have seen married ladies, both in England and France, who have kept a husband at a greater distance than they have exacted from some of his sex, who have been more entitled to his resentment than to his wife's intimacies. But to waive a subject in which, as I can with pleasure say, neither of us have much concern, tell me, my dearest, how you were employed before I came up. Here are pen and ink, here too is paper, but it is as spotless as your mind. To whom were you directing your favours now? May I not know your subject? Mr. H.'s letter was a part of it, and so I had put it by at his approach, and not choosing he should see that. I am writing, replied I, to Miss Darnford, but I think you must not ask me to see what I have written this time. I put it aside that you should not, when I heard your welcome step. The subject is our parting with our noble guests, and a little of my apprehensiveness on an occasion upon which our sex may write to one another, but for some of the reasons we have been mentioning, gentlemen should not desire to see. Then I will not, my dearest love. So here, my dear, is another instance, I could give you 100 such, of his receding from his own will in complaisance to mine. Only, continued he, let me warn you against too much apprehensiveness for your own sake as well as mine. For such a mind as my Pamela's I cannot permit to be habitually overclouded. And yet there now hangs upon your brow an over-thoughtfulness, which you must not indulge. Indeed, sir, I was a little too thoughtful from my subject before you came, but your presence, like the sun, has dissipated the mists that hung upon my mind. See you not? And I pressed his hand with my lips. They are all gone already, smiling upon him with a delight unfeigned. Not quite, my dearest Pamela, and therefore, if you have no objection, I will change my dress, and attend you in the chariot for an hour or two, whither you please, that not one shadow may remain visible in this dear face, tenderly saluting me. Whithersoever you please, sir, a little airing with you will be highly agreeable to me. The dear obliger went and changed his dress in an instant, and he led me to the chariot with his usual tender politeness, and we had a charming airing of several miles, returning quite happy, cheerful, and delighted with each other's conversation, without calling in upon any of our good neighbours. For what need of that, my dear, when we could be the best company in the world to each other? Do these instances come up to your questions, my dear, or do they not? If you think not, I could give you our conversation in the chariot, for I wrote it down at my first leisure. So highly was I delighted with it, for the subject was my dearest parents, a subject started by himself, because he knew it would oblige me. But being tired with writing, I may reserve it till I have the pleasure of seeing you, if you think it worth asking for, and so I will hasten to a conclusion of this long letter. I have only farther to add for my comfort, that next Thursday's se'nnight, if nothing hinders, we are to set out for London. And why do you think I say for my comfort? Only that I shall then soon have the opportunity to assure you personally, as you give me hope, how much I am, my dear Miss Darnford, your truly affectionate P.B. Letter 42. My dear Miss Darnford, one more letter, and I have done for a great while, because I hope your presence will put an end to the occasion. I shall now tell you of my second visit to the dairy house, where we went to breakfast in the chariot and four, because of the distance, which is 10 pretty long miles. I transcribed for you from letters written formerly to my dear parents, an account of my former dairy house visit, and what the people were, and whom I saw there. And although I besought you to keep that affair to yourself, as too much affecting the reputation of my Mr. B. to be known any farther, and even to destroy that account, when you had perused it, yet I make no doubt you remember the story, and so I need not repeat any part of it. When we arrived there, we found at the door, expecting us, for they heard the chariot wheels at a distance, my pretty Miss Goodwin, and 2 other misses who had earned their ride, attended by the governess's daughter, a discreet young gentlewoman. As soon as I stepped out, the child ran into my arms with great eagerness, and I as tenderly embraced her, and leading her into the parlour, asked her abundance of questions about her work and her lessons, and among the rest, if she had merited this distinction of the chaise and the dairy house breakfast, or if it was owing to her uncle's favour and to that of her governess. The young gentlewoman assured me it was to both, and showed me her needleworks and penmanship, and the child was highly pleased with my commendations. I took a good deal of notice of the other 2 misses for their schoolfellow's sake, and made each of them a present of some little toys, and my miss of a number of pretty trinkets, with which she was highly delighted, and I told her that I would wait upon her governess when I came from London into the country again, and see in what order she kept her little matters. For above all things I love pretty housewifely misses, and then I would bring her more. Mr. B. observed with no small satisfaction the child's behaviour, which is very pretty, and appeared as fond of her as if he had been more than her uncle, and yet seemed under some restraint, lest it should be taken that he was more. Such power has secret guilt, poor gentleman, to lessen and restrain a pleasure that would in a happier light have been so laudable to have manifested. I am going to let you into a charming scene, resulting from this perplexity of the dear gentleman, a scene that has afforded me high delight ever since, and always will when I think of it. The child was very fond of her uncle, and told him she loved him dearly, and always would love and honour him for giving her such a good aunt. "You talked, madam," said she, "when I saw you before, that I should come and live with you. Will you let me, madam? Indeed, I will be very good, and do everything you bid me, and mind my book and my needle. Indeed, I will." "Ask your uncle, my dear," said I. "I should like your pretty company of all things." She went to Mr. B. and said, "Shall I, sir, go and live with my aunt? Pray let me, when you come from London again." "You have a very good governess, child," said he, "and she can't part with you." "Yes, but she can, sir. She has a great many misses, and can spare me well enough, and if you please to let me ride in your coach sometimes, I can go and visit my governess, and beg a holiday for the misses now and then, when I am almost a woman, and then all the misses will love me." "Don't the misses love you now, Miss Goodwin?" said he. "Yes, they love me well enough, for matter of that, but they'll love me better when I can beg them a holiday. Do, dear sir, let me go home to my new aunt next time you come into the country." I was much pleased with the dear child's earnestness, and permitted her to have her full argument with her beloved uncle, but was much moved, and he himself was under some concern, when she said, "But you should in pity let me live with you, sir, for I have no papa, nor mamma neither. They are so far off, but I will love you both as if you were my own papa and mamma. So, dear now, my good uncle, promise the poor girl that has never a papa nor mamma." I withdrew to the door. "It will rain, I believe," said I, and looked up, and indeed I had almost a shower in my eye, and had I kept my place, could not have refrained showing how much I was affected. Mr. B., as I said, was a little moved, but for fear the young gentlewoman should take notice of it. "How, my dear," said he, "no papa and mamma? Did they not send you a pretty black boy to wait upon you a while ago? Have you forgot that?" "That's true," replied she, "but what's a black boy to living with my new aunt? That's better a great deal than a black boy." "Well, your aunt and I will consider of it when we come from London. Be a good girl meantime, and do as your governess would have you, and then you don't know what we may do for you." "Well then, miss," said she to her young governess, "let me be set 2 tasks instead of 1, and I will learn all I can to deserve to go to my aunt." In this manner the little prattler diverted herself, and as we returned from them, the scene I hinted at opened as follows. Mr. B. was pleased to say, "What a poor figure does the proudest man make, my dear Pamela, under the sense of a concealed guilt! in company of the innocent who know it, and even of those who do not. Since the casual expression of a baby shall overwhelm him with shame and make him unable to look up without confusion. I blushed for myself, continued he, to see how you were affected for me, and yet withdrew to avoid reproaching me so much as with a look. Surely, Pamela, I must then make a most contemptible appearance in your eye. Did you not disdain me at that moment? Dearest sir, how can you speak such a word I cannot repeat after you, for at that very time I beheld you with the more reverence, foreseeing your noble heart touched with a sense of your error, and it was such an earnest to me of the happiest change I could ever wish for, and in so young a gentleman, that it was one half joy for that, and the other half concern at the little charmer's accidental plea to her best and nearest friend for coming home to her new aunt, that affected me so sensibly, as you saw. You must not talk to me of the child's coming home after this visit, Pamela, for how at this rate shall I stand the reproaches of my own mind, when I see the little prater every day before me, and think of what her poor mamma has suffered on my account? 'Tis enough that in you, my dear, I have an hourly reproach before me for my attempts on your virtue, and I have nothing to boast of but that I gave way to the triumphs of your innocence. And what then is my boast? What is your boast, dearest sir? You have everything to boast that is worthy of being boasted of. You are the best of husbands, the best of landlords, the best of masters, the best of friends, and with all these excellencies, and a mind, as I hope, continually improving, and more affected with the sense of its past mistakes, will you ask, dear sir, what is your boast? Oh, my dearest, dear Mr. B., and then I pressed his hands with my lips. Whatever you are to yourself, when you give way to reflections so hopeful, you are the glory and the boast of your grateful Pamela. And permit me to add, tears standing in my eyes and holding his hand between mine, that I never beheld you in my life in a more amiable light than when I saw that noble consciousness which you speak of manifest itself in your eyes and your countenance. Oh, sir, this was a sight of joy, of true joy, to one who loves you for your dear soul's sake, as well as for that of your person, and who looks forward to a companionship with you beyond the term of this transitory life. Putting my arms round his arms as I sat, my fearful eye watching his, I fear, sir, I have been too serious. I have perhaps broken one of your injunctions, have cast a gloominess over your mind, and if I have, dear sir, forgive me. He clasped his arms around me. Oh, my beloved Pamela, said he, thou dear confirmer of all my better purposes, how shall I acknowledge your inexpressible goodness to me? I see every day more and more, my dear love, what confidence I may repose in your generosity and discretion. You want no forgiveness, and my silence was owing to much better motives than to those you were apprehensive of. He saw my grateful transport, and kindly said, struggle not, my beloved Pamela, for words to express sentiments which your eyes and your countenance much more significantly express than any words can do. Every day produces new instances of your affectionate concern for my future as well as present happiness, and I will endeavor to confirm to you all the hopes which the present occasion has given you of me, and which I see by these transporting effects are so desirable to you. The chariot brought us home sooner than I wished, and Mr. B. handed me into the parlour. Here, Mrs. Jervis, said he, meeting her in the passage, receive your angelic lady. I must take a little hour without you, Pamela, for I have had too much of your dear company, and must leave you to descend again into myself, for you have raised me to such a height that it is with pain I look down from it. He kissed my hand and went into his chariot again, for it was but half an hour after 12, and said he would be back by 2 at dinner. He left Mrs. Jervis wondering at his words, and at the solemn air with which he uttered them, but when I told that good friend the occasion, I had a new joy in the pleasure and congratulations of the dear good woman on what had passed. My next letter will be from London, and to you, my honoured parents, for to you, my dear, I shall not write again, expecting to see you soon. But I must now write seldomer, because I am to renew my correspondence with Lady Davers, with whom I cannot be so free as I have been with Miss Darnford, and so I doubt, my dear father and mother, you cannot have the particulars of that correspondence, for I shall never find time to transcribe. But every opportunity that offers, you may assure yourself, shall be laid hold of by your ever dutiful daughter. And now, my dear Miss Darnford, as I inscribe this letter to you, let me conclude it with the assurance that I am and ever will be your most affectionate friend and servant, P.B.
Letter 43. My dear Father and Mother, I know you will be pleased to hear that we arrived safely in town last night. We found a stately, well-furnished and convenient house, and I had my closet or library and my withdrawing room all in complete order, which Mr. B. gave me possession of in the most obliging manner. I am in a new world, as I may say, and see such vast piles of building, and such a concourse of people, and hear such a rattling of coaches in the day, that I hardly know what to make of it as yet. Then the nightly watch, going their hourly rounds, disturbed me, but I shall soon be used to that, and sleep the sounder perhaps, for the security it assures to us. Mr. B. is impatient to show me what is curious in and about this vast city, and to hear, as he is pleased to say, my observations upon what I shall see. He has carried me through several of the fine streets this day in his chariot, but at present I have too confused a notion of things to give any account of them, nor shall I trouble you with descriptions of that kind. For you being within a day's journey of London, I hope for the pleasure of seeing you oftener than I could expect before, and shall therefore leave these matters to your own observations, and what you'll hear from others. I am impatient for the arrival of my dear Miss Darnford, whose company and conversation will reconcile me, in a great measure, to this new world. Our family at present are Colbrand, Jonathan, and 6 men servants, including the coachman. The 4 maids are also with us. But my good Mrs. Jervis was indisposed, so came not up with us, but we expect her and Mr. Longman in a day or 2, for Mr. B. has given her to my wishes, and as Mr. Longman's business will require him to be up and down frequently, Mrs. Jervis's care will be the better dispensed with. I long to see the dear good woman, and shall be more in my element when I do. Then I have, besides, my penitent Polly Barlow, who has never held up her head since that deplorable instance of her weakness, which I mentioned to you and to Miss Darnford. Yet am I as kind to her as if nothing bad happened. I wish, however, some good husband would offer for her. Mr. Adams, our worthy chaplain, is now with Mr. Williams. He purposes to give us his company here till Christmas, when probably matters will be adjusted for him to take possession of his living. Meantime, not to let fall a good custom, when perhaps we have most occasion for it, I make Jonathan, who is reverend by his years and silver hairs, supply his place, appointing him the prayers he is to read. God preserve you both in health, and continue to me, I beseech you, your prayers and blessings. Conclude your ever dutiful daughter, P.B.
Letter 44 from Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dearest lady, I must beg pardon for having been in this great town more than a week, and not having found an opportunity to tender my devoirs to your ladyship. You know, dear madam, what hurries and fatigues must attend such a journey, to one in my way, and to an entire new settlement, in which 100 things must be done, and attended to with a preference to other occasions, however delightful. Yet I must own, we found a stately, well-ordered, and convenient house, but although it is not far from the fields, and has an area opening to its back part, and its front to a square, as it is called, yet I am not reconciled to it so entirely as to the beloved mansion we left. My dear Mr. B. has been and is busily employed in ordering some few alterations to make things still more commodious. He has furnished me out a pretty library, and has allotted me very convenient apartments besides. The furniture of every place is rich, as befits the mind and fortune of the generous owner. But I shall not offer at particulars, as we hope to have the honour of a visit from my good lord and your ladyship before the winter weather sets in, to make the roads too dirty and deep. But it is proper to mention that the house is so large that we can make a great number of beds, the more conveniently to receive the honours of your ladyship and my lord, and Mr. B.'s other friends will do us. I have not yet been at any of the public diversions. Mr. B. has carried me by gentle turns out of his workman's way, 10 miles round this overgrown capital, and through the principal of its numerous streets. The villages that lie spangled about this vast circumference, as well as on the other side the noble Thames, which I had before a notion of from Sir John Denham's celebrated Cooper's Hill, as on the Middlesex side, are beautiful, both by buildings and situation, beyond what I had imagined, and several of them seem larger than many of our country towns of note. But it would be impertinent to trouble your ladyship with these matters, who are no stranger to what is worthy of notice in London. But I was surprised when Mr. B. observed to me that this whole county, and the 2 cities of London and Westminster, are represented in Parliament by no more than 8 members, when so many borough towns in England are inferior to the meanest villages about London. I am in daily expectation of the arrival of Miss Darnford, and then I shall wish, accompanied by a young lady of so polite a taste, to see a good play. Mr. B. has already shown me the opera house and the playhouses, though silent, as I may say, that, as he was pleased to observe, they should not be new to me, and that the sight might not take off my attention from the performance when I went to the play, so that I can conceive a tolerable notion of everything, from the disposition of the seats, the boxes, galleries, pit, the music, scenes, and the stage, and so shall have no occasion to gaze about me like a country novice, whereby I might attract a notice that I would not wish, either for my own credit or your dear brother's honour. I have had a pleasure which I had not in Bedfordshire, and that is, that on Sunday I was at church without gaping crowds to attend us, and blessings too loud for my wishes. Yet I was more gazed at, and so was Mr. B., than I expected, considering there were so many well-dressed gentry and some nobility there, and they stared as much as anybody, but will not, I hope, when we cease to be a novelty. We have already had several visitors to welcome Mr. B. to town, and to congratulate him on his marriage, but some, no doubt, to see and to find fault with his rustic, for it is impossible, you know, madam, that a gentleman so distinguished by his merit and fortune should have taken a step of such consequence to himself and family, and not to have been known by everybody so to have done. Sir Thomas Atkins is in town, and has taken apartments in Hanover Square, and he brought with him a younger brother of Mr. Arthur's, who, it seems, is a merchant. Lord F. has also been to pay his respects to Mr. B., whose schoolfellow he was at Eton, the little time Mr. B. was there. His lordship promises that his lady shall make me a visit, and accompany me to the opera as soon as we are fully settled. A gentleman of the Temple, Mr. Turner by name, and Mr. Fanshawe of Gray's Inn, both lawyers, and of Mr. B.'s former acquaintance, very sprightly and modish gentlemen, have also welcomed us to town, and made Mr. B. abundance of gay compliments on my account to my face, all in the common frothy run. They may be polite gentlemen, but I can't say I overmuch like them. There is something so opinionated, so seemingly insensible of rebuke, either from within or without, and yet not promising to avoid deserving one occasionally, that I could as leave wish Mr. B., and they would not renew their former acquaintance. I am very bold, your ladyship will say, but you command me to write freely, yet I would not be thought to be uneasy with regard to your dear brother's morals from these gentlemen. For, oh, madam, I am a blessed creature, and am hourly happier and happier in the confidence I have as to that particular, but I imagine they will force themselves upon him, more than he may wish or would permit, were the acquaintance now to begin, for they are not of his turn of mind, as it seems to me, being by a sentence or two that drop from them very free and very frothy in their conversation, and by their laughing at what they say themselves, taking that for wit which will not stand the test, if I may be allowed to say so. But they have heard, no doubt, what a person Mr. B.'s goodness to me has lifted into notice, and they think themselves warranted to say anything before his country girl. He was pleased to ask me, when they were gone, how I liked his 2 lawyers, and said they were persons of family and fortune. I am glad of it, sir, said I, for their own sakes. Then you don't approve of them, Pamela? They are your friends, sir, and I cannot have any dislike to them. They say good things sometimes, returned he. I don't doubt it, sir, but you say good things always. 'Tis happy for me, my dear, you think so, but tell me what you think of 'em. I shall be better able, sir, to answer your questions if I see them a second time. But we form notions of persons at first sight sometimes, my dear, and you are seldom mistaken in yours. I only think, sir, that they have neither of them any diffidence, but their profession perhaps may set them above that. They don't practice, my dear, their fortunes enable them to live without it, and they are too studious of their pleasures to give themselves any trouble they are not obliged to take. They seem to me, sir, qualified for practice. They would make great figures at the bar, I fancy. Why so? Only because they seem prepared to think well of what they say themselves, and lightly of what other people say or may think of them. That, indeed, my dear, is the necessary qualifications of a public speaker, be he lawyer or what he will. The man who cannot doubt himself, and can think meanly of his auditors, never fails to speak with self-applause, at least. But you'll pardon me, good sir, for speaking my mind so freely and so early of these your friends. I never, my love, ask you a question I wish you not to answer, and always expect your answer should be without reserve. For many times I may ask your opinion as a corrective or a confirmation of my own judgment. How kind, how indulgent was this, my good lady, but you know how generously your dear brother treats me on all occasions, and this makes me so bold as I often am. It may be necessary, my dear lady, to give you an account of our visitors in order to make the future parts of my writing the more intelligible, because what I have to write may turn sometimes upon the company we see, for which reason I shall also just mention Sir George Stuart, a Scottish gentleman, with whom Mr. B. became acquainted in his travels, who seems to be a polite, and Mr. B. says is a learned man, and a virtuoso. He and a nephew of his, of the same name, a bashful gentleman, and who for that reason, I imagine, has a merit that lies deeper than a first observation can reach, are just gone from us, and were received with so much civility by Mr. B. as entitles them to my respectful regard. Thus, madam, do I run on, in a manner without materials, and only to show you the pleasure I take in obeying you. I hope my good Lord Davers enjoys his health, and continues me in his favour, which I value extremely, as well as your ladyship's. Mr. H., I hope, likewise enjoys his health, but let me not forget my particular and thankful respects to the Countess for her favour and goodness to me, which I shall ever place next in my grateful esteem to the honours I have received from your ladyship, and which bind me to be, with the greatest respect, your faithful and obliged servant, P.B. Letter 45. My dear Father and Mother, I write to you both at this time for your advice in a particular dispute, which is the only one I have had, or I hope ever shall have, with my dear benefactor, and as he is pleased to insist upon his way, and it is a point of conscience with me, I must resolve to be determined by your joint advice, for if my father and mother and husband are of one opinion, I must, I think, yield up my own. This is the subject. I think a mother ought, if she can, to be the nurse to her own children. Mr. B. says he will not permit it. It is the first will not, I've heard from him, or given occasion for, and I tell him that it is a point of conscience with me, and I hope he will indulge me. But the dear gentleman has an odd way of arguing that sometimes puzzles me. He pretends to answer me from Scripture, but I have some doubts of his exposition, and he gives me leave to write to you, though yet he won't promise to be determined by your opinions if they are not the same with his own. And I say to him, "Is this fair, my dearest Mr. B., is it?" He has got the dean's opinion with him, for our debate began before we came to town, and then he would not let me state the case, but did it himself, and yet 'tis but an half opinion, as I may neither. For it is that if the husband is set upon it, it is a wife's duty to obey. But I can't see how that is, for if it be the natural duty of a mother, it is a divine duty. And how can a husband have power to discharge a divine duty? As great as a wife's obligation is to obey her husband, which is, I own, one indispensable of the marriage contract, it ought not to interfere with what one takes to be a superior duty, and must not one be one's own judge of actions by which we must stand or fall? I'll tell you my plea. I say that where a mother is unhealthy, subject to communicative distempers as scrofulous or scorbutic, or consumptive disorders which have infected the blood or lungs, or where they have not plenty of nourishment for the child, that in these cases a dispensation lies of course. But where there is good health, free spirits, and plentiful nourishment, I think it an indispensable duty. For this was the custom of old, of all the good wives we read of in Scripture. Then the nourishment of the mother must be most natural to the child. These were my pleas, among others, and this is his answer, which he gave to me in writing. As to what you allege, my dear, of old customs, times and fashions are much changed. If you tell me of Sarah's, or Rachel's, or Rebekah's, or Leah's nursing their children, I can answer that the one drew water at a well for her father's flocks, another kneaded cakes and baked them on the hearth, another dressed savory meat for her husband, and all of them performed the common offices of the household. And when our modern ladies shall follow such examples in everything, their plea ought to be allowed in this. Besides, my fondness for your personal graces, and the laudable, and I will say honest pleasure I take in that easy, genteel form, which everybody admires in you, at first sight, oblige me to declare that I can by no means consent to sacrifice these to the carelessness into which I have seen very nice ladies sink when they became nurses. Moreover, my chief delight in you is for the beauties of your mind, and unequalled as they are, in my opinion, you have still a genius capable of great improvement. And I shan't care, when I want to hear my Pamela read her French and Latin lessons, which I take so much delight to teach her, and to endeavour to improve myself from her virtue and piety at the same time, to seek my beloved in the nursery, or to permit her to be engrossed by those baby offices which will better befit weaker minds. No, my dear, you must allow me to look upon you as my scholar in one sense, and my companion in another, and as my instructress in a third. You know I am not governed by the worst motives. I am half overcome by your virtue, and you must take care that you leave not your work half done. But I cannot help looking upon the nurse's office as an office beneath, Pamela. Let it have your inspection, your direction, and your sole attention, if you please, when I am abroad. But when I am at home, even a son and heir, so jealous am I of your affections, shall not be my rival in them. Nor will I have my rest broken in upon by your servants bringing to you your dear little one at times perhaps as unsuitable to my repose and your own as to the child's necessities. The chief thing with you, my dear, is that you think it unnatural in a mother not to be a nurse to her own child if she can, and what is unnatural, you say, is sin. Some men may be fond of having their wives undertake this province, and good reasons may be assigned for such their fondness, but it suits not me at all. And yet no man would be thought to have a greater affection for children than myself, or be more desirous to do them justice, for I think every one should look forward to posterity with a preference. But if my Pamela can be better employed, if the office can be equally well performed, if your direction and superintendence will be sufficient, and if I cannot look upon you in that way with equal delight, as if it was otherwise, I insist upon it, my Pamela, that you acquiesce with my dispensation, and don't think to let me lose my beloved wife, and have a nurse put upon me instead of her. As to that, the nearest to me of all of dangers to your constitution, there is as much reason to hope it may not be so, as to fear that it may, for children sometimes bring health with them as well as infirmity. And it is not a little likely that the nurse's office may affect the health of one I hold most dear, who has no very robust constitution, and thinks it so much her duty to attend to it, that she will abridge herself of half the pleasures of life, and on that account confine herself within doors, or in the other case must take with her her infant and her nursery-maid wherever she goes, and I shall either have very fine company, shall I not, or be obliged to deny myself yours. Then, as I propose to give you a smattering of the French and Italian, I know not but I may take you on a little tour into France and Italy, at least to Bath, Tunbridge, Oxford, York, and the principal places of England. Wherefore, as I love to look upon you as the companion of my pleasures, I advise you, my dearest love, not to weaken, or to speak in a phrase proper to the present subject, wean me from that love to you, and admiration of you, which hitherto has been rather increasing than otherwise, as your merit and regard for me have increased. These, my dear parents, are charming allurements, almost irresistible temptations, and what makes me mistrust myself the more, and be the more diffident, for we are but too apt to be persuaded into anything, when the motives are so tempting as the last. I take it for granted that many wives will not choose to dispute this point so earnestly as I have done, for we have had several little debates about it, and it is the only point I have ever yet debated with him. But one would not be altogether implicit neither. It is no compliment to him to be quite passive, and to have no will at all of one's own, yet would I not dispute one point, but in supposition of a superior obligation. And this, he says, he can dispense with. But alas, my dear Mr. B. was never yet thought so entirely fit to fill up the character of a casuistical divine, as that one may absolutely rely upon his decisions in these serious points, and you know we must stand or fall by our own judgments. Upon condition, therefore, that he requires not to see this my letter, nor your answer to it, I write for your advice. But this I see plainly, that he will have his own way, and if I cannot get over my scruples, what shall I do? For if I think it a sin to submit to the dispensation he insists upon, as in his power to grant, and to submit to it, what will become of my peace of mind? For it is not in our power to believe as one will. As to the liberty he gives me for a month, I should be loath to take it, for one knows not the inconveniences that may attend a change of nourishment, or if I did, I should rather, but I know not what I would say, for I am but a young creature to be in this way, and so very unequal to it in every respect. So I commit myself to God's direction and your advice, as becomes your ever dutiful daughter, P.B.
Letter 46. My dearest child, your mother and I have as well considered the case you put as we are able, and we think your own reasons very good, and it is 1,000 pities your honoured husband will not allow them, as you, my dear, make it such a point with you. Very few ladies would give their spouses, we believe, the trouble of this debate, and few gentlemen are so very nice as yours in this respect. For but what signifies what such a mean soul as I think, compared to so learned and brave a gentleman, yet I, Always thought your dear mother, and she has been a pretty woman too in her time, never looked so lovely as when I saw her, like the pelican in the wilderness, feeding her young ones from her kind breast. And had I never so noble an estate, I should have had the same thoughts. But since the good squire cannot take this pleasure, since he so much values your person, since he gives you warning that it may estrange his affections, since he is impatient of denial, and thinks so highly of his prerogative, since he may, if disobliged, resume some bad habits, and so you may have all your prayers and hopes in his perfect reformation frustrated, and find your own power to do good more narrowed. We think besides the obedience you have vowed to him, and is the duty of every good wife, you ought to give up the point and acquiesce, for this seemeth to us to be the lesser evil, and God Almighty, if it should be your duty, will not be less merciful than men, who, as his honour says, by the laws of the realm, excuses a wife when she is faulty by the command of the husband, and we hope the fault he is pleased to make you commit, if a fault, for he really gives very praiseworthy motives for his dispensation, will not be laid at his own door. So, even resolve, my dearest child, to submit to it, and with cheerfulness too. God send you a happy hour, but who knows when the time comes whether it may not be proper to dispense with this duty, as you deem it on other accounts. For every young person is not enabled to perform it. So to show his honour that you will cheerfully acquiesce, your dear mother advises you to look out for a wholesome, good-humoured, honest body, as near your complexion and temper and constitution as may be, and it may not be the worse, she thinks, if she is 20 or 1 or 22, for she will have more strength and perfection, as one may say, than even you can have at your tender age, and above all, for the wise reason you give from your reading, that she may be brought to bed much about your time, if possible. We can look out about us for such a one, and as Mr. B. is not adverse to have the dear child in the house, you will have as much delight, and the dear baby may fare as well, under your prudent and careful eye, as if you were obliged in the way you would choose. So God direct you, my child, in all your ways, and make you acquiesce in this point with cheerfulness, although, as you say, one cannot believe as one pleases, for we verily are of opinion you safely may as matters stand, and continue to you and your honoured husband health and all manner of happiness are the prayers of your most affectionate father and mother, J. and E. Andrews.
Letter 47. I thank you, my dearest parents, for your kind letter. It was given to Mr. B., and he brought it to me himself, and was angry with me. Indeed he was, as you shall hear. 'Tis from the good couple, my dear, I see. I hope they are of my opinion, but whether they be or not, but I will leave you, and do you, Pamela, step down to my closet when you have perused it. He was pleased to withdraw, and I read it, and sat down, and considered it well. But as you know, I made it always my maxim to do what I could not avoid to do, with as good a grace as possible. I waited on the dear gentleman. Well, Pamela, said he, a little seriously, what say the worthy pair? Oh, sir, they declare for you. They say it is best for me to yield up this point. They are certainly in the right, but were you not a dear perverse creature to give me all this trouble about your saucy scruples? Nay, sir, don't call them so, said I, little thinking he was displeased with me. I still am somewhat wavering, though they advise me to acquiesce, and as it is your will, and you have determined, it is my duty to yield up the point. But do you yield it up cheerfully, my dear? I do, sir, and will never more dispute it, let what will happen, and I beg pardon for having so often entered into this subject with you. But you know, sir, if one's weakness of mind gives one scruples, one should not yield implicitly, till they are satisfied, for that would look as if one gave not you the obedience of a free mind. You are very obliging just now, my dear, but I can tell you, you had made me half serious, yet I would not show it, in compliment to your present condition, for I did not expect that you would have thought any appeal necessary, though to your parents, in a point that I was determined upon, as you must see, every time we talked of it. This struck me all in a heap. I looked down to the ground, having no courage to look up to his face, for fear I should behold his aspect as mortifying to me as his words. But he took both my hands and drew me kindly to him, and saluted me. "Excuse me, my dearest love, I am not angry with you. Why starts this precious pearl?" and kissed my cheek. "Speak to me, Pamela." "I will, sir, I will, as soon as I can." For this being my first check, so seriously given, my heart was full. But as I knew he would be angry and think me obstinate if I did not speak, I said, full of concern, "I wish, sir, I wish you had been pleased to spare me a little longer for the same kind, very kind consideration." "But is it not better, my dear, to tell you I was a little out of humour with you than that I am? But you were very earnest with me on this point more than once, and you put me upon a hated, because ungenerous necessity of pleading my prerogative, as I call it. Yet this would not do, but you appealed against me in the point I was determined upon, for reasons altogether in your favour. And if this was not like my Pamela, excuse me that I could not help being a little unlike myself." "Ah," thought I, "this is not so very unlike your dear self, were I to give the least shadow of an occasion, for it is of a piece with your lessons formerly." "I am sure," said I was not in the least aware that I had offended, but I was too little circumspect. I had been used to your goodness for so long a time, that I expected it, it seems, and thought I was sure of your favourable construction." "Why, so you may be, my dear, in everything almost, but I don't love to speak twice my mind on the same subject. You know I don't, and you have really disputed this point with me 5 or 6 times, insomuch that I wondered what was come to my dearest. I thought, sir, you would have distinguished between a command, where my conscience was concerned, and a common point. You know, sir, I never had any will but yours in common points, but indeed you make me fearful, because my task is rendered too difficult for my own weak judgment." I was silent, but by my tears. "Now I doubt, Pamela, your spirit is high. You won't speak because you are out of humour at what I say. I will have no sullen reserves, my dearest. What means that heaving sob? I know that this is the time with your sex, when saddened with your apprehensions, and indulged because of them by the fond husband, it is needful for both their sakes to watch over the changes of their temper. For ladies in your way are often like encroaching subjects, apt to extend what they call their privileges on the indulgence showed them, and the husband never again recovers the ascendant he had before. You know these things better than I, Mr. B., but I had no intention to invade your province, or to go out of my own. Yet I thought I had a right to a little free will on some greater occasions." "Why, so you have, my dear, but you must not plead in behalf of your own will, and refuse to give due weight to mine." "Well, sir, I must needs say, I have one advantage above others of my sex, for if wives in my circumstances are apt to grow upon indulgence, I am very happy that your kind and watchful care will hinder me from falling into that error." He gave me a gentle tap on the neck. "Let me beat my beloved sauce-box," said he. "Is it thus you rally my watchful care over you for your own good? But tell me truly, Pamela, are you not a little sullen? Look up to me, my dear. Are you not?" "I believe I am, but 'tis but very little, sir. It will soon go off. Please to let me withdraw, that I may take myself to task about it. For at present I know not what to do, because I did not expect the displeasure I have incurred." "Is it not the same thing," replied he, "if this our first quarrel end here without your withdrawing? I forgive you heartily, my Pamela, and give me one kiss, and I will think of your saucy appeal against me no more." "I will comply with your conditions, sir, but I have a great mind to be saucy. I wish you would let me for this once." "What would you say, my dearest? Be saucy, then, as you call it, as saucy as you can." "Why, then I am a little sullen at present, that I am, and I am not fully convinced whether it must be I that forgive you, or you me. For indeed, if I can recollect, I cannot think my fault so great in this point, that was a point of conscience to me, as, pardon me, sir, to stand in need of your forgiveness. Well then, my dearest, said he, we will forgive one another. But take this with you, that it is my love to you that makes me more delicate than otherwise I should be, and you have inured me so much to a faultless conduct that I can hardly bear with natural infirmities from you. But giving me another tap, get you gone. I leave you to your recollection, and let me know what fruits it produces, for I must not be put off with a half compliance. I must have your whole will with me, if possible. So I went up, and recollecting everything, sacrificed to my sex, as Mr. B. calls it, when he talks of a wife's reluctance to yield a favourite point, for I shed many tears because my heart was set upon it. And so, my dear parents, 20 charming ideas and pleasures I had formed to myself are vanished from me, and my measures are quite broken. But after my heart was relieved by my eye, I was lighter and easier, and the result is, we have heard of a good sort of woman, that is to be my poor baby's mother, when it comes, so your kindly offered inquiries are needless, I believe. 'Tis well for our sex in general, that there are not many husbands who distinguish thus nicely, for I doubt there are but very few so well entitled to their ladies' observances as Mr. B. is to mine, and who would act so generously and so tenderly by a wife as he does, in every material instance on which the happiness of life depends. But we are quite reconciled, although, as I said, upon his own terms, and so I can still style myself, my dear honoured parents, your happy as well as your dutiful daughter, P.B. Letter 48 from Lady Davers to Mrs. B. My dear Pamela, I have sent you a present, the completest I could procure of everything that may suit your approaching happy circumstance, as I hope it will be to you and to us all, but it is with a hope annexed, that, although both sexes are thought of in it, you will not put us off with a girl. No, child, we will not permit you, may we have our wills, to think of giving us a girl, till you have presented us with half a dozen fine boys. For our line is gone so low, we expect that human security from you in your first 7 years, or we shall be disappointed. I will now give you their names, if my brother and you approve of them. Your first shall be Billy, my Lord Davers, and the Earl of C., godfathers, and it must be doubly godmothered too, or I am afraid the Countess and I shall fall out about it. Your second Davers, be sure remember that. Your third Charlie, your fourth Jemmy, your fifth Harry, your sixth Dudley, if you will, and your girl, if you had not rather call it Pamela, shall be called Barbara. The rest name as you please. And so, my dear, I wish all 7 happily over with you. I am glad you got safe to town, and long to hear of Miss Darnford's arrival, because I know you'll be out of your bias in your new settlement till then. She is a fine lady, and writes the most, to my taste, of any one of her sex that I know, next to you. I wish she'd be so kind as to correspond with me, but be sure don't admit to give me the sequel of her sister's and Murray's affair, and what you think will please me in relation to her. You do well to save yourself the trouble of describing the town and the public places. We are no strangers to them, and they are too much our table talk when any country lady has for the first time been carried to town and returned. Besides, what London affords is nothing that deserves mention, compared to what we have seen at Paris and Versailles, and other of the French palaces. You exactly therefore hit our tastes, and answer our expectations, when you give us in your peculiar manner sentiments and what we may call the soul of things, and such characters as you draw with a pencil borrowed from the hand of nature, intermingled with those fine lights and shades of reflections and observations that make your pictures glow, and instruct as well as delight. There, Pamela, is encouragement for you to proceed in obliging us. We are all of one mind in this respect, and more than ever, since we have seen your actions so well answer to your writings, and that theory and practice, as to every excellence that can adorn a lady, is the same thing with you. We are pleased with your lawyers' characters. There are life and nature in them, but never avoid giving all that occur to you, for that seems to be one of your talents, and in the ugliest there will be matter of instruction, especially as you seem naturally to fall upon such as are so general, that no one who converses but must see in them the picture of one or other he is acquainted with. By this time, perhaps, Miss Darnford will be with you. Our respects to her, if so, and you will have been at some of the theatrical entertainments, so will not want subjects to oblige us. 'Twas a good thought of your dear man's to carry you to see the several houses, and to make you a judge by that means of the disposition and fashion of everything in them. Tell him I love him better and better. I am proud of my brother, and do nothing but talk of what a charming husband he makes. But then he gives an example to all who know him, and his uncontrollable temper, which makes against many of us, that it is possible for a good wife to make even a bad man a worthy husband. And this affords an instruction which may stand all our sex in good stead. But then they must have been cautious first to choose a man of natural good sense and good manners, and not a brutal or abandoned debauchee. But, hark ye me, my sweet girl, what have I done that you won't write yourself sister to me? I could find in my heart to be angry with you. Before my last visit I was scrupulous to subscribe myself so to you, but since I have seen myself so much surpassed in every excellence that I would take pleasure in the name, you assume a pride in your turn, and may think it undervaluing yourself to call me so. Ay, that's the thing, I doubt. Although I have endeavoured by several regulations since my return, and the Countess too keeps your example in distant view as well as I, to be more worthy of the appellation. If, therefore, you would avoid the reproaches of secret pride under the shadow of so remarkable an humility, for the future never omit subscribing as I do with great pleasure your truly affectionate sister and friend, B. Davers. I always take it for granted that my worthy brother sends his respects to us, as you must, that Lord Davers, the Countess of C. and Jackey, who, as well as his uncle, talks of nothing else but you, send theirs, and so unnecessary compliments will be always excluded our correspondence. Letter 49. In answer to the preceding. How you overwhelm me with your goodness, my dearest lady, in every word of your last welcome letter, is beyond my power to express. How nobly has your ladyship contrived in your ever-valued present to encourage a doubting and apprehensive mind, and how does it contribute to my joy and my glory that I am deemed, by the noble sister of my best beloved, not wholly unworthy of being the humble means to continue, and perhaps to perpetuate, a family so ancient and so honourable. When I contemplate this and look upon what I was, how shall I express a sense of the honour done me? And when, reading over the other engaging particulars in your ladyship's letter, I come to the last charming paragraph, I am doubly affected to see myself seemingly upbraided, but so politely emboldened to assume an appellation that otherwise I hardly dared. I, humble I, who never had a sister before, to find one now in Lady Davers. Oh, madam, you and only you can teach me words fit to express the joy and the gratitude that filled my delighted heart. But thus much I am taught that there is something more than the low-born can imagine in birth and education. This is so evident in your ladyship's actions, words, and manner, that it strikes one with a becoming reverence, and we look up with awe to a condition we emulate in vain when raised by partial favour, like what I have found, and are confounded when we see grandeur of soul joined with grandeur of birth and condition, and a noble lady acting thus nobly as Lady Davers acts. My best wishes and 1,000 blessings attend your ladyship in all you undertake, and I am persuaded the latter will, and a peace and satisfaction of mind incomparably to be preferred to whatever else this world can afford, in the new regulations which you and my dear Lady Countess have set on foot in your families, and when I can have the happiness to know what they are, I shall, I am confident, greatly improve my own methods by them. Were we to live forever in this life, we might be careless and indifferent about these matters, but when such an uncertainty as to the time and such a certainty as to the event is before us, a prudent mind will be always preparing till prepared. And what can be a better preparative than charitable actions to our fellow creatures in the eye of that Majesty which wants nothing of us himself but to do just the merciful things to one another. Pardon me, my dearest lady, for this my free style. Methinks I am out of myself. I know not how to descend all at once from the height to which you have raised me, and you must forgive the reflections to which you yourself and your own noble actions have given birth. Here, having taken respite a little, I naturally sink into body again, and will not your ladyship confine your expectations from me within narrower limits? For, oh, I cannot even with my wishes so swiftly follow your expectations, if such they are. But, however, leaving futurity to Him, who only governs futurity, and who conducts us all and our affairs as shall best answer His own divine purposes, I will proceed as well as I can to obey you in those articles which are at present more within my own power. My dear Miss Darnford, then let me acquaint your ladyship, arrived on Thursday last. She had given us notice by a line of the day she set out, and Sir Simon and Lady Darnford saw her 10 miles on the way to the stage-coach in Sir Simon's coach, Mr. Murray attending her on horseback. They parted with her, as was easy to guess from her merit, with great tenderness, and we are to look upon the visit, as we do, as a high favour from her papa and mamma, who, however, charge her not to exceed a month in and out, which I regret much. Mr. B. kindly proposed to me, as she came in the stage-coach, attended with one maidservant, to meet her part of the way in his coach and 6, if, as he was pleased to say, it would not be too fatiguing to me, and we would go so early as to dine at St. Albans. I gladly consented, and we got thither about 1 o'clock, and while dinner was preparing, he was pleased to show me the great church there, and the curious vault of the good Duke of Gloucester, and also the monument of the great Lord Chancellor Bacon in St. Michael's Church, all which no doubt your ladyship has seen. There happened to be 6 passengers in the stage-coach, including Miss Darnford and her maid. She was exceeding glad to be relieved from them, though the weather was cold enough, 2 of the passengers being not very agreeable company, one a rough military man, and the other a positive, humoursome old gentlewoman, and the others 2 sisters, who jangled now and then, said she, as much as my sister and my sister's sister. Judge how joyful this meeting was to us both. Mr. B. was no less delighted, and said he was infinitely obliged to Sir Simon for this precious trust. I come with double pleasure, said she, to see the greatest curiosity in England, a husband and wife who have not, in so many months as you have been married, if I may believe report and your letters, Mrs. B. once repented. You are severe, Miss Darnford, replied Mr. B., upon people in the married state. I hope there are many such instances. There might, if there were more such husbands as Mr. B. makes. I hated you once, and thought you very wicked, but I revere you now. If you will revere anybody, my dear Miss Darnford, said he, let it be this good girl, for it is all owing to her conduct and direction that I make a tolerable husband. Were there more such wives, I am persuaded there would be more such husbands than there are. You see, my dear, said I, what it is to be wedded to a generous man. Mr. B., by his noble treatment of me, creates a merit in me, and disclaims the natural effects of his own goodness. Well, you're a charming couple, person and mind. I know not any equal either of you have. But, Mr. B., I will not compliment you too highly. I may make you proud, for men are saucy creatures, but I cannot make your lady so, and in this doubt of the one, and confidence in the other, I must join with you that her merit is the greatest, since, excuse me, sir, her example has reformed her rake, and you have only confirmed in her the virtues you found ready formed to your hand. That distinction, said Mr. B., is worthy of Miss Darnford's judgment. My dearest Miss Darnford, my dearest Mr. B., said I, laying my hand upon the hand of each, how can you go on thus? As I look upon every kind thing two such dear friends say of me, as incentives for me to endeavour to deserve it, you must not ask me too high, for then instead of encouraging, you will make me despair. He led us into the coach, and in a free, easy, joyful manner, not in the least tired or fatigued, did we reach the town and Mr. B.'s house, with which and its furniture, and the apartments allotted for her, my dear friend is highly pleased. But the dear lady put me into some little confusion when she saw me first taking notice of my improvements, as she called them, before Mr. B. I looked at him and her with a downcast eye. He smiled and said, would you, my good Miss Darnford, look so silly after such a length of time, with a husband you need not be ashamed of? No, indeed, sir, not I, I'll assure you, nor will I forgive those maiden airs in a wife so happy as you are. I said nothing, but I wished myself in mind and behaviour to be just what Miss Darnford is. But, my dear lady, Miss Darnford has had those early advantages from conversation which I had not, and so must never expect to know how to deport myself with that modest freedom and ease which I know I want, and shall always want, although some of my partial favourers think I do not. For I am every day more and more sensible of the great difference there is between being used to the politest conversation as an inferior, and being born to bear a part in it. In the one, all is set, stiff, awkward, and the person just such an ape of imitation as poor I. In the other, all is natural ease and sweetness, like Miss Darnford. Knowing this, I don't indeed aim at what I am sensible I cannot attain, and so I hope am less exposed to censure than I should be if I did. For I have heard Mr. B. observe with regard to gentlemen who build fine houses, make fine gardens, and open fine prospects, that art should never take place of, but be subservient to, nature. And a gentleman, if confined to a situation, had better conform his designs to that, than to do as at Chatsworth, level a mountain at a monstrous expense, which, had it been suffered to remain in so wild and romantic a scene as Chatsworth affords, might have been made one of the greatest beauties of the place. So I think I had better endeavour to make the best of those natural defects I cannot master, than by assuming airs and dignities in appearance to which I was not born, act neither part tolerably. By this means, instead of being thought neither gentlewoman nor rustic, as Sir Jacob hinted, linsey-woolsey I think was his term too, I may be looked upon as an original in my way, and all originals pass well enough, you know, madam, even with judges. Now I am upon this subject, I conform to myself, if your ladyship will excuse me, two such polite gentlemen, as my lawyers mentioned in my former, who with a true London magnanimity and penetration, for, madam, I fancy your London critics will be the severest upon the country girl, will put on mighty significant looks, forgetting, it may be, that they have any faults themselves, and apprehending that they have nothing to do but to sit in judgment upon others, one of them expressing himself after this manner: why, truly, Jack, the girl is well enough, considering, I can't say, then a pinch of snuff perhaps adds importance to his air, but a man might love her for a month or two. These sparks talked thus of other ladies before me. She behaves better than I expected from her, considering, again will follow. So I think, cries the other, and tosses his tie behind him with an air partly of contempt and partly of rakery. As you say, Jemmy, I expected to find an awkward country girl, but she tops her part, I'll assure you. Nay, for that matter, behaves very tolerably for what she was, and is right not to seem desirous to drown the remembrance of her original in her elevation. And I can't but say, for something like it he did say, is mighty pretty and passably genteel. And thus, with their poor praise of Mr. B.'s girl, they think they have made a fine compliment to his judgment. But for his sake, for as to my own, I am not solicitous about such gentlemen's good opinions, I owe them a spite, and believe I shall find an opportunity to come out of their debt. For I have the vanity to think, now you have made me proud by your kind encouragements and approbation, that the country girl will make 'em look about them with all their genteel contempts, which they miscall praise. But how I run on! Your ladyship expects that I shall write as freely to you as I used to do to my parents. I have the merit of obeying you, that I have, but I doubt too much to the exercise of your patience. This, like all mine, is a long letter, and I will only add to it Miss Darnford's humble respects, and thanks for your ladyship's kind mention of her, which she receives as no small honour. And now, madam, with a greater pleasure than I can express, will I make use of the liberty you so kindly allow me to take of subscribing myself with that profound respect which becomes me, your ladyship's most obliged sister and obedient servant, P.B. Mr. Adams, Mr. Longman, and Mrs. Jervis are just arrived, and our household is now complete. Letter 50, from Lady Davers to Mrs. B. My dear Pamela, after I have thanked you for your last agreeable letter, which has added the Earl and Lady Jenny to the number of your admirers, you know Lady Betty, her sister, was so before, I shall tell you that I now write at their requests, as well as at those of my Lord Davers, the Countess you so dearly love, and Lady Betty, for your decision of an odd dispute that, on reading your letter and talking of your domestic excellencies, happened among us. Lady Betty says that notwithstanding any awkwardness you attribute to yourself, she cannot but decide, by all she has seen of your writings and heard from us, that yours is the perfectest character she ever found in the sex. The Countess said that you wrong yourself in supposing you are not everything that is polite and genteel, as well in your behaviour as in your person, and that she knows not any lady in England who better becomes her station than you do. Why then, said Lady Jenny, Mrs. B. must be quite perfect, that's certain. So said the Earl, so said they all, and Lord Davers confirmed that you were. Yet, as we are sure there cannot be such a character in this life as has not one fault, although we could not tell where to fix it, the Countess made a whimsical motion. Lady Davers, said she, pray do you write to Mrs. B. and acquaint her with our subject, and as it is impossible for one who can act as she does not to know herself better than anybody else can do, desire her to acquaint us with some of those secret foibles that leave room for her to be still more perfect. A good thought, said they all, and this is the present occasion of my writing. And pray see that you accuse yourself of no more than you know yourself guilty, for over-modesty borders nearly on pride, and too liberal self-accusations are generally but so many traps for acquittal with applause, so that whatever other ladies might, you will not be forgiven, if you deal with us in a way so poorly artful. Let your faults, therefore, be such as you think we can subscribe to, from what we have seen of you, and what we have read of yours, and you must try to extenuate them too, as you give them, lest we should think you above that nature, which in the best cases is your undoubted talent. I congratulate you and Miss Darnford on her arrival. She is a charming young lady, but tell her that we shall not allow her to take you at your word, and to think that she excels you in any one thing. Only indeed we think you nicer in some points than you need be to, as to your present agreeable circumstance, and yet let me tell you that the easy unaffected conjugal purity in word and behaviour between your good man and you is worthy of imitation, and what the Countess and I have with pleasure contemplated since we left you 100 times, and admire in you both, and it is good policy too, child, as well as high decorum, for it is what will make you ever new and respectful to one another. But you have the honour of it all, whose sweet, natural, and easy modesty in person, behaviour, and conversation forbid indecency even in thought, much more in word, to approach you, insomuch that no rakes can be rakes in your presence, and yet they hardly know to what they owe their restraint. However, as people who see you at this time will take it for granted that you and Mr. B. have been very intimate together, I should think you need not be ashamed of your appearance, because, as he rightly observes, you have no reason to be ashamed of your husband. Excuse my pleasantry, my dear, and answer our demand upon you as soon as you can, which will oblige us all, particularly your affectionate sister, B. Davers. Letter 51. My dearest lady, what a task have you imposed upon me, and according to the terms you annex to it, how shall I acquit myself of it, without incurring the censure of affectation, if I freely accuse myself, as I may deserve, or of vanity, if I do not? Indeed, madam, I have a great many failings, and you don't know the pain it costs me to keep them under, not so much for fear the world should see them, for I bless God, I can hope they are not capital, as for fear they should become capital, if I were to let them grow upon me. And this surely I need not have told your ladyship and the Countess of C., who have read my papers, and seen my behaviour in the kind visit you made to your dear brother, and had from both but too much reason to censure me, did not your generous and partial favour make you overlook my greater failings, and pass under a kinder name many of my lesser. For surely, my good ladies, you must both of you have observed in what you have read and seen, that I am naturally of a saucy temper, and with all my appearance of meekness and humility, can resent, and sting too, when I think myself provoked. I have also discovered in myself on many occasions, of some of which I will by and by remind your ladyship, a malignancy of heart, that, it is true, lasts but a little while, nor had it need, but for which I have often called myself to account, to very little purpose hitherto. And indeed, madam, now for a little extenuation, as you expect from me, I have some difficulty whether I ought to take such pains to subdue myself in some instances, in the station to which I am raised, that otherwise it would have become me to attempt to do, for it is no easy task for one in my circumstances to distinguish between the ought and the ought not, to be humble without meanness, and decent without arrogance. And if all persons thought as justly as I flatter myself I do, of the inconveniences as well as conveniences which attend their being raised to a condition above them, they would not imagine all the world was their own, when they came to be distinguished as I have been. For what with the contempts of superior relations on one side, the envy of the world, and low reflections arising from it on the other, from which no one must hope to be totally exempted, and the awkwardness, besides, with which they support their elevated condition, if they have sense to judge of their own imperfections, and if the gentleman be not such an one as mine, and where will such another be found? On all these accounts, I say, they will be made sensible that whatever they might once think happiness and an high estate are two very different things. But I shall be too grave, when your ladyship and all my kind and noble friends expect perhaps I should give the uncommon subject a pleasanter air. Yet what must that mind be that is not serious when obliged to recollect and give account of its defects? But I must not only accuse myself, it seems, I must give proofs, such as your ladyship can subscribe to, of my imperfections. There is so much real kindness in this seeming hardship, that I will obey you, madam, and produce proofs in a moment which cannot be controverted. As to my sauciness, those papers will give 100 instances against me, as well to your dear brother as to others. Indeed, to extenuate as you command me as I go along, these were mostly when I was apprehensive for my honour. They were. And then I have a little tincture of jealousy, which sometimes has made me more uneasy than I ought to be, as the papers you have not seen would have demonstrated, particularly in Miss Godfrey's case, and in my conversation with your ladyships, in which I have frequently betrayed my fears of what might happen when in London. Yet, to extenuate again, I have examined myself very strictly on this head, and really think that I can ascribe a great part of this jealousy to laudable motives, no less than to my concern for your dear brother's future happiness, in the hope that I may be a humble means, through Providence, to induce him to abhor those crimes of which young gentlemen too often are guilty, and bring him over to the practice of those virtues in which he will ever have cause to rejoice. Yet, my lady, some other parts of the charge must stand against me, for as I love his person as well as his mind, I have pride in my jealousy that would not permit me, I verily think, to support myself as I ought, under trial of a competition, in this very tender point. And this obliges me to own that I have a little spark, not a little one perhaps, of secret pride and vanity, that will arise now and then on the honours done me, but which I keep under as much as I can, and to this pride, let me tell your ladyship, I know no one contributes or can contribute more largely than yourself. So you see, my dear lady, what a naughty heart I have, and how far I am from being a faultless creature. I hope I shall be better and better, however, as I live longer, and have more grace and more wit. For here, to recapitulate my faults, is in the first place vindictiveness. I will not call it downright revenge. And how much room do all these leave for amendment and greater perfection? Had your ladyship and the Countess favoured us longer in your kind visit, I must have so improved by your charming conversations, and by that natural ease and dignity which accompany everything your ladyships do and say, as to have got over such of these foibles as are not rooted in nature, till in time I had been able to do more than emulate those perfections which at present I can only at an awful distance revere, as becomes, my dear ladies, your most humble admirer and obliged servant, P.B. Letter 52. From Miss Darnford to her father and mother. My ever-honoured papa and mamma, I arrived safely in London on Thursday, after a tolerable journey, considering Deb and I made 6 in the coach, 2 having been taken up on the way after you left me, and none of the 6 highly agreeable. Mr. B. and his lady, who looks very stately upon us, from the circumstance of person rather than of mind, however, were so good as to meet me at St. Albans in their coach and 6. They have a fine house here, richly furnished in every part, and have allotted me the best apartment in it. We are happy beyond expression. Mr. B. is a charming husband, so easy, so pleased with, and so tender of his lady, and she so much all that we saw her in the country, as to humility and affability, and improved in everything else which we hardly thought possible she could be, that I never knew so happy a matrimony. All that prerogative sauciness which we apprehended would so eminently display itself in his behaviour to his wife, had she been ever so distinguished by birth and fortune, is vanished. I did not think it was in the power of an angel, if our sex could have produced one, to have made so tender and so fond a husband of Mr. B. as he makes. And should I have the sense to follow Mrs. B.'s example, if ever I marry, I should not despair of making myself happy, let it be to whom it would, provided he was not a brute, nor sordid in his temper, which 2 characters are too obvious to be concealed, if persons take due care and make proper inquiries, and if they are not led by blind passion. May Mr. Murray and Miss Nancy make just such a happy pair! You commanded me, my honoured mamma, to write to you an account of everything that pleased me. I said I would, but what a task should I then have? I did not think I had undertaken to write volumes. You must therefore allow me to be more brief than I had intended. In the first place, it would take up 5 or 6 long letters to do justice to the economy observed in this happy family. You know that Mrs. B. has not changed one of her servants, and only added her Polly to them. This is an unexampled thing, especially as they were her fellow-servants, as we may say, but since they have the sense to admire so good an example, and are proud to follow it, each to his and her power, I think it one of her peculiar facilities to have continued them, and to choose to reform such as were exceptionable, rather than dismiss them. Their mouths, Deb tells me, are continually full of their lady's praises, and prayers and blessings, uttered with such delight and fervour for the happy pair, that it makes her eyes, she says, ready to run over to hear them. Moreover, I think it an extraordinary degree of policy, whether designed or not, to keep them, as they were all worthy folks. For had she turned them off, what had she done but made as many enemies as she had discarded servants, and as many more as those had friends and acquaintance? And we all know how much the reputation of families lies at the mercy of servants, and it is easy to guess to what cause each would have imputed his or her dismission. And so she has escaped, as she ought, the censure of pride, and made every one, instead of reproaching her with her descent, find those graces in her which turn that very disadvantage to her glory. She is exceedingly affable, always speaks to them with a smile, but yet has such a dignity in her manner that it secures her their respect and reverence, and they are ready to fly at a look, and seem proud to have her commands to execute, insomuch that the words, "My lady commands so or so," from one servant to another, are sure to meet with an indisputable obedience, be the duty required what it will. If any of them are the least indisposed, her care and tenderness for them engage the veneration and gratitude of all the rest, who see how kindly they will be treated, should they ail anything themselves. And in all this she is very happy in Mrs. Jervis, who is an excellent second to her admirable lady, and is treated by her with as much respect and affection as if she was her mother. You may remember, madam, that in the account she gave us of her benevolent round, as Lady Davers calls it, she says that as she was going to London she should instruct Mrs. Jervis about some of her clients, as I find she calls her poor, to avoid a word which her delicacy accounts harsh with regard to them, and ostentatious with respect to herself. I asked her how, since contrary to her then expectation, Mrs. Jervis was permitted to be in town with her, she had provided to answer her intention as to those her clients whom she had referred to the care of that good woman. She said that Mr. Barlow, her apothecary, was a very worthy man, and she had given him a plenary power in that particular, and likewise desired him to recommend any new and worthy case to her, that no deserving person among the destitute, sick, poor, might be unrelieved by reason of her absence. And here in London she has applied herself to Dr. Blank, her parish minister, a fine preacher and sound divine, who promises on all opportunities to pay his respects to Mr. B., to recommend to her any poor housekeepers who would be glad to accept of some private benefactions, and yet, having lived creditably till reduced by misfortunes, are ashamed to apply for public relief, and she has several of these already on her benevolent list, to some of whom she sends coals now at the entrance on the wintry season, to some a piece of Irish or Scottish linen, or so many yards of Norwich stuff for gowns and coats for the girls, or Yorkshire cloth for the boys, and money to some, who she is most assured will lay it out with care. And she has moreover mortified, as the Scots call it, £150 as a fund for loans without interest of 5, 10, or 15, but not exceeding £20, to answer some present exigence in some honest families who find the best security they can to repay it in a given time. And this fund she purposes, as she grows richer, she says, to increase, and estimates pleasantly her worth by this sum, saying sometimes, who would ever have thought I should have been worth £150 so soon? I shall be a rich body in time. But in all these things she enjoins secrecy, which the doctor has promised. She told the doctor what Mr. Adams's office is in her family, and hoped, she said, he would give her his sanction to it, assuring him that she thought it her duty to ask it, as she was one of his flock, and he on that account her principal shepherd, which made a spiritual relation between them, the requisites of which on her part were not to be dispensed with. The good gentleman very cheerfully and applaudingly gave his consent, and when she told him how well Mr. Adams was provided for, and that she would apply to him to supply her with a town chaplain when she was deprived of him, he wished that the other duties of his function, for he has a large parish, would permit him to be the happy person himself, saying that till she was supplied to her mind, either he or his curate would take care that so laudable a method should be kept up. You will do me the justice, madam, to believe that I very cheerfully join in my dear friend's Sunday duties, and I am not a little edified with the good example and the harmony and goodwill that this excellent method preserves in the family. I must own I never saw such a family of love in my life. For here, under the eye of the best of mistresses, they twice every Sunday see one another all together, as they used to do in the country, superior as well as inferior servants, and Deb tells me after Mrs. B. and I are withdrawn, there are such friendly salutations among them that she never heard the like. Your servant, good Master Longman, your servant, Master Colbrand, cries one and another. How do you do, John? I'm glad to see you, Abraham. All blessedly met once more, cries Jonathan, the venerable butler with his silver hairs, as Mrs. B. always distinguishes him. Good Madam Jervis, cries another, you look purely this blessed day, thank God. And they return to their several vocations, so light, so easy, so pleased, so even-tempered in their minds, as their cheerful countenances as well as expressions testify that it is a heaven of a house, and being wound up thus constantly once a week at least, like a good 8-day clock, no piece of machinery that ever was made is so regular and uniform as this family is. What an example does this dear lady set to all who see her, know her, and who hear of her, how happy they who have the grace to follow it. What a public blessing would such a mind as hers be, could it be vested with the robes of royalty, and adorn the sovereign dignity. But what are the princes of the earth? Look at them in every nation, and what they have been for ages past, compared to this lady, who acts from the impulses of her own heart, unaided in most cases by any human example. In short, when I contemplate her innumerable excellencies, and that sweetness of temper and universal benevolence which shine in everything she says and does, I cannot sometimes help looking upon her in the light of an angel, dropped down from heaven, and received into bodily organs to live among men and women in order to show what the first of the species was designed to be. And here is the admiration that one sees all these duties performed in such an easy and pleasant manner as anybody may perform them, for they interfere not with any parts of the family management, but rather aid and inspirit every one in the discharge of all their domestic services, and moreover keep their minds in a state of preparation for the more solemn duties of the day, and all without the least intermixture of affectation, enthusiasm, or ostentation. O my dear papa and mamma, permit me but to tarry here till I am perfect in all these good lessons, and how happy shall I be! As to the town and the diversions of it, I shall not trouble you with any accounts, as from your former thorough knowledge of both you will want no information about them, for generally speaking, all who reside constantly in London allow that there is little other difference in the diversions of one winter and another, than such as are in clothes. A few variations of the fashions only, which are mostly owing to the ingenious contrivances of persons who are to get their bread by diversifying them. Mrs. B. has undertaken to give Lady Davers an account of the matters as they pass, and her sentiments on what she sees. There must be something new in her observations, because she is a stranger to these diversions, and unbiassed entirely by favour or prejudice, and so will not play the partial critic, but give to a beauty its due praise, and to a fault its due censure, according to that truth and nature which are the unerring guides of her actions as well as sentiments. These I will transcribe for you, and you'll be so good as to return them when perused, because I will lend them, as I used to do her letters, to her good parents, and so I shall give her a pleasure at the same time in the accommodating them with the knowledge of all that passes, which she makes it a point of duty to do, because they take delight in her writings. My papa's observation that a woman never takes a journey but she forgets something is justified by me, for with all my care I have left my diamond buckle, which Miss Nancy will find in the inner till of my bureau, wrapped up in cotton, and I beg it may be sent me by the first opportunity. With my humble duty to you both, my dear indulgent papa and mamma, thanks for the favour I now rejoice in, and affectionate respects to Miss Nancy. I wish she would love me as well as I love her, and service to Mr. Murray and all our good neighbours. Conclude me your dutiful and highly favoured daughter, M. Darnford. Mr. B. and Mrs. B. desire their compliments of congratulation to Mr. and Mrs. Peters on the marriage of their worthy niece. Also, to your honoured selves, they desire their kind respects and thanks for the loan of your worthless daughter. I experience every hour some new token of their politeness and affection, and I make no scruple to think I am with such a brother and such a sister as any happy creature may rejoice in and be proud of. Mr. B., I cannot but repeat, is a charming husband, and a most polite gentleman. His lady is always accusing herself to me of awkwardness and insufficiency, but not a soul who sees her can find it out. She is all genteel ease, and the admiration of every one who beholds her. Only, I tell her, with such happiness in possession, she is a little of the gravest sometimes. Letter 53, from Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My good lady, you command me to acquaint you with the proceedings between Mr. Murray and Miss Nanny Darnford, and Miss Polly makes it easy for me to obey you in this particular and in very few words, for she says everything was adjusted before she came away, and the ceremony she believes may be performed by this time. She rejoices that she was out of the way of it, for she says love is so awkward a thing to Mr. Murray, and good humour so uncommon an one to Miss Nancy, that she hopes she shall never see such another courtship. We have been at the playhouse several times, and give me leave to say, madam, for I have now read as well as seen several, that I think the stage, by proper regulations, might be made a profitable amusement. But nothing more convinces one of the truth of the common observation that the best things corrupted prove the worst than these representations. The terror and compunction for evil deeds, the compassion for a just distress, and the general beneficence which those lively exhibitions are so capable of raising in the human mind, might be of great service when directed to right ends, and induced by proper motives, particularly where the actions which the catastrophe is designed to punish are not set in such advantageous lights as shall destroy the end of the moral, and make the vice that ought to be censured imitable, where instruction is kept in view all the way, and where vice is punished and virtue rewarded. But give me leave to say, that I think there is hardly one play I have seen or read hitherto but has too much of love in it, as that passion is generally treated. How unnatural in some, how inflaming in others are the descriptions of it. In most, rather rant and fury, like the loves of the fiercer brute animals, as Virgil, translated by Dryden, describes them, than the soft, sighing, fearfully hopeful murmurs that swell the bosoms of our gentler sex, and the respectful, timorous, submissive complainings of the other when the truth of the passion humanizes, as one may say, their more rugged hearts. In particular, what strange indelicates do these writers of tragedy often make of our sex? They don't enter into the passion at all, if I have any notion of it, but when the authors want to paint it strongly, at least in those plays I have seen and read, their aim seems to raise a whirlwind, as I may say, which sweeps down reason, religion, and decency, and carries every laudable duty away before it, so that all the examples can serve to show is, how a disappointed lover may rage and storm, resent and revenge. The play I first saw was the tragedy of The Distressed Mother, and a great many beautiful things, I think, there are in it, but half of it is a tempestuous, cruel, ungoverned rant of passion, and ends in cruelty, bloodshed, and desolation, which the truth of the story not warranting, as Mr. B. tells me, makes it the more pity that the original author, for it is a French play translated, you know, madam, had not conducted it, since it was his choice, with less terror and with greater propriety to the passions intended to be raised, and actually raised in many places. But the epilogue spoken after the play by Mrs. Oldfield, in the character of Andromache, was more shocking to me than the most terrible parts of the play, as by lewd and even senseless double entendre it could be calculated only to efface all the tender, all the virtuous sentiments which the tragedy was designed to raise. The pleasure this gave the men was equally barbarous and insulting, all turning to the boxes, pit, and galleries, where ladies were to see how they looked, and stood in emphatical and too well pronounced ridicule, not only upon the play in general, but upon the part of Andromache in particular, which had been so well sustained by an excellent actress. And I was extremely mortified to see my favourite and the only perfect character debased and despoiled, and the widow of Hector, Prince of Troy, talking nastiness to an audience and setting it out with all the wicked graces of action and affected archness of look, attitude, and emphasis. I stood up. "Dear sir, dear miss," said I. "What's the matter, my love?" said Mr. B., smiling. "Why have I wept the distresses of the injured Hermione?" whispered I. "Why have I been moved by the murder of the brave Pyrrhus, and shocked by the madness of Orestes? Is it for this? See you not Hector's widow, the noble Andromache, inverting the design of the whole play, satirizing her own sex, but indeed most of all ridiculing and shaming, in my mind, that part of the audience who can be delighted with this vile epilogue after such scenes of horror and distress?" He was pleased to say, smiling, "I expected, my dear, that your delicacy, and Miss Darnford's too, would be shocked on this preposterous occasion. I never saw this play, rake as I was, but the impropriety of the epilogue sent me away dissatisfied with it, and with human nature too, and you only see by this one instance what a character that of an actor or actress is, and how capable they are to personate anything for a sorry subsistence." "Well, but, sir," said I, "are there not, think you, extravagant scenes and characters enough in most plays to justify the censures of the virtuous upon them, that the wicked friend of the author must crown the work in an epilogue, for fear the audience should go away improved by the representation? It is not, I see, always narrowness of spirit, as I've heard some say, that opens the mouths of good people against these diversions." In this wild way talked I, for I was quite out of patience at this unnatural and unexpected piece of ridicule, tacked to so serious a play, and coming after such a moral. Here is a specimen, my dear lady, of my observations on the first play I saw. How just or how impertinent I must leave to your better judgment. I very probably expose my ignorance and folly in them, but I will not say presumption, because you have put me upon the task, which otherwise I should hardly have attempted. I have very little reason, therefore, to blame myself on this score, but on the contrary, if I can escape your ladyship's censure, have cause to pride myself in the opportunity you have thereby given me to show my readiness to obey you, and the rather, since I am sure of your kindest indulgence, now you have given me leave to style myself your ladyship's obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. Letter 54. My dear lady, I gave you in my last my bold remarks upon a tragedy, The Distressed Mother. I will now give you my shallow notions of a comedy, The Tender Husband. I liked this part of the title, though I was not pleased with the other, explanatory of it, or The Accomplished Fools. But when I heard it was written by Sir Richard Steele, and that Mr. Addison had given some hints towards it, if not some characters, "Oh, dear sir," said I, "give us your company to this play, for the authors of the Spectator cannot possibly produce a faulty scene." Mr. B. indeed smiled, for I had not then read the play, and the Earl of F., his Countess, Miss Darnford, Mr. B. and myself agreed to meet with a niece of my lord's in the stage-box, which was taken on purpose. There seemed to me to be much wit and satire in the play, but upon my word I was grievously disappointed as to the morality of it, nor in some places is probability preserved. And there are divers speeches so very free that I could not have expected to meet with such from the names I mentioned. In short, the author seems to have forgotten the moral all the way, and being put in mind of it by some kind friend, Mr. Addison perhaps, was at a loss to draw one from such characters and plots as he had produced, and so put down what came uppermost, for the sake of custom, without much regard to propriety. And truly I should think that the play was begun with a design to draw more amiable characters, answerable to the title of The Tender Husband, but that the author, being carried away by the luxuriancy of a genius, which he had not the heart to prune, on a general survey of the whole, distrusting the propriety of that title, added the under one, with an "or the accomplished fools," in justice to his piece and compliment to his audience. Had he called it The Accomplished Knaves, I would not have been angry at him, because there would have been more propriety in the title. I wish I could, for the sake of the authors, have praised every scene of this play. I hoped to have reason for it. Judge then, my dear lady, my mortification not to be able to say I liked above one the painter's scene, which too was out of time, being on the wedding day, and am forced to disapprove of every character in it, and the views of every one. I am, dear madam, your most obliged sister and servant, P.B. Letter 55. My dear lady, although I cannot tell how you received my observations on the tragedy of the distressed mother, and the comedy of The Tender Husband, yet will I proceed to give your ladyship my opinion of the opera I was at last night. But what can I say after mentioning what you so well know, the fine scenes, the genteel and splendid company, the charming voices, and delightful music? If, madam, one were all ear, and lost to every sense but that of harmony, surely the Italian opera would be a transporting thing. But when one finds good sense and instruction and propriety sacrificed to the charms of sound, what an unedifying, what a mere temporary delight does it afford! For what does one carry home but the remembrance of having been pleased so many hours by the mere vibration of air, which, being but sound, you cannot bring away with you, and must therefore enter the time passed in such a diversion into the account of those blank hours from which one has not reaped so much as one improving lesson. Mr. B. observes that when once sound is preferred to sense, we shall depart from all our own worthiness, and at best be but the apes, yea, the dupes, of those whom we may strive to imitate, but never can reach, much less excel. Mr. B. says sometimes that this taste is almost the only good fruit our young nobility gather and bring home from their foreign tours, and that he found the English nation much ridiculed on this score. by those very people who are benefited by their depravity. And if this be the best, what must the other qualifications be which they bring home? Yet every one does not return with so little improvement, it is to be hoped. But what can I say of an Italian opera? For who can describe sound, or what words shall be found to embody air? And when we return and are asked our opinion of what we have seen or heard, we are only able to answer, as I hinted above, the scenery is fine, the company splendid and genteel, the music charming for the time, the action not extraordinary, the language unintelligible, and for all these reasons the instruction none at all. This is all the thing itself gives me room to say of the Italian opera, very probably for want of a polite taste and a knowledge of the language. In my next, I believe I shall give you, madam, my opinion of a diversion which I doubt I shall like still less, and that is a masquerade, for I fear I shall not be excused going to one, although I have no manner of liking to it, especially in my present way. I am, madam, your ladyship's most obliged and faithful P.B. I must add another half-sheet to this letter on the subject matter of it, the opera, and am sure you will not be displeased with the addition. Mr. B., coming up just as I had concluded my letter, asked me what was my subject. I told him I was giving your ladyship my notions of the Italian opera. Let me see what they are, my dear, for this is a subject that very few of those who admire these performances, and fewer still of those who decry them, know anything of. He read the above, and was pleased to commend it. Operas, said he, are very sad things in England to what they are in Italy, and the translations given of them abominable, and indeed our language will not do them justice. Every nation, as you say, has its excellencies, and ours should not quit the manly nervous sense, which is the distinction of the English drama. One play of our celebrated Shakespeare will give infinitely more pleasure to a sensible mind than a dozen English-Italian operas. But, my dear, in Italy they are quite another thing, and the sense is not, as here, sacrificed so much to the sound, but that they are both very compatible. Be pleased, sir, to give me your observations on this head in writing, and then I shall have something to send worthy of Lady Davers's acceptance. I will, my dear. And he took a pen and wrote the enclosed, which I beg your ladyship to return me, because I will keep it for my instruction, if I should be led to talk of this subject in company. Let my sister know, said he, that I have given myself no time to re-peruse what I have written. She will do well, therefore, to correct it and return it to you. In Italy, judges of operas are so far from thinking the drama or poetical part of their operas nonsense, as the unskilled in Italian rashly conclude in England that if the libretto, as they call it, is not approved, the opera, notwithstanding the excellence of the music, will be condemned. For the Italians justly determine that the very music of an opera cannot be complete and pleasing if the drama be incongruous, as I may call it, in its composition, because in order to please, it must have the necessary contrast of the grave and the light, that is, the diverting equally blended through the whole. If there be too much of the first, let the music be composed ever so masterly in that style, it will become heavy and tiresome. If the latter prevail, it will surfeit with its levity, wherefore it is the poet's business to adapt the words for this agreeable mixture, for the music is but secondary and subservient to the words, and if there be an artful contrast in the drama, there will be the same in the music, supposing the composer to be a skilful master. Now, since in England the practice has been to mutilate, curtail, and patch up a drama in Italian in order to introduce favourite airs selected from different authors, the contrast has always been broken thereby, without everyone's knowing the reason, and since ignorant mercenary prompters, though Italians, have been employed in hotch-potch and in translating our dramas from Italian into English, how could such operas appear any other than incongruous nonsense? Permit me, dear madam, to repeat my assurances that I am and must ever be your obliged sister and servant, P.B. Letter 56. Well, now, my dear lady, I will give you my poor opinion of a masquerade to which Mr. B. persuaded me to accompany Miss Darnford, for, as I hinted in my former, I had a great indifference, or rather dislike, to go, and Miss therefore wanted so powerful a second to get me with her, because I was afraid the freedoms which I had heard were used there would not be very agreeable to my apprehensive temper, at this time especially. But finding Mr. B. chose to have me go, if, as he was pleased to say, I had no objection, I said, I will have none, I can have none, when you tell me it is your choice, and so send for the habits you like, and that you would have me appear in, and I will cheerfully attend you. The habit Mr. B. pitched upon was that of a Spanish Don, and it well befitted the majesty of his person and air, and Miss Darnford chose that of a young widow, and Mr. B. recommended that of a Quaker for me. We all admired one another in our dresses, and Mr. B. promising to have me always in his eye, we went thither. But I never desire to be present at another. Mr. B. was singled out by a bold nun, who talked Italian to him with such free airs, that I did not much like it, though I knew not what she said, for I thought the dear gentleman no more kept to his Spanish gravity than she to the requisites of the habit she wore, when I had imagined that all that was tolerable in a masquerade was the acting up to the character each person assumed, and this gave me no objection to the Quaker's dress, for I thought I was prim enough for that naturally. I said softly, Dear Miss Darnford, for Mr. B. and the nun were out of sight in a moment, what is become of that nun? Rather, whispered she, what is become of the Spaniard? A cardinal attacked me instantly in French, but I answered in English, not knowing what he said. Quakers are not fit company for red hats. They are, said he, in the same language, for a Quaker and a Jesuit is the same thing. Miss Darnford was addressed by the name of the sprightly widow. Another asked how long she intended to wear those weeds, and a footman in a rich livery answered for her eyes, through her mask, or that it would not be a month. But I was startled when a Presbyterian parson came up, and bid me look after my Musidorus, so that I doubted not by this it must be one who knew my name to be Pamela, and I soon thought of one of my lawyers, whose characters I gave before. Indeed, he needed not to bid me, for I was sorry, on more accounts than that of my timorousness, to have lost sight of him. Out upon these nasty masquerades, thought I can't abide them already. An egregious, beau-ish appearance came up to Miss, and said, You hang out a very pretty sign, widow. Not, replied she, to invite such fops as you to my shop. Any customer would be welcome, returned he. In my opinion, I whisper this as a secret. And I whisper another, said she, but not whisperingly, that no place warrants ill manners. Are you angry, widow? She affected a laugh. No, indeed, it i'n't worth while. He turned to me, and I was afraid of some such hit as he gave me. I hope, friend, thou art prepared with a father for the light within thee. Is this wit? Said I, turning to Miss Darnford. I have enough of this diversion, where nothing but coarse jests appear barefaced. At last Mr. B. accosted us, as if he had not known us. So lovely a widow, and so sweet a friend, no wonder you do not separate, for I see not in this various assembly a third person of your sex fit to join with you. Not one, sir, said I. Will not a penitent nun make a good third, with a mournful widow and a prim Quaker? Not for more than 10 minutes at most. Instantly the nun, a fine person of a lady, with a noble air, though I did not like her, joined us, and spoke in Italian something very free, as it seemed by her manner, and Mr. B.'s smiling answer. But neither Miss Darnford nor I understood that language, and Mr. B. would not explain it to us. But she gave him a signal to follow her, seeming to be much taken with his person and air, for though there were 3 other Spanish habits there, he was called the stately Spaniard by one, the handsome Spaniard by another, in our hearing, as he passed with us to the dessert, where we drank each of us a glass of champagne, and eat a few sweetmeats with a crowd about us, but we appeared not to know one another. while several odd appearances, as one Indian prince, one Chinese mandarin, several dominoes of both sexes, a Dutch skipper, a Jewish rabbi, a Greek monk, a harlequin, a Turkish bashaw, and Capuchin friar glided by us as we returned into company, signifying that we were strangers to them by squeaking out, "I know you," which is half the wit of the place. Two ladies, one in a very fantastic party-coloured habit, with a plume of feathers, the other in a rustic one, with a garland of flowers round her head, were much taken notice of for their freedom, and having something to say to everybody. They were as seldom separated as Miss Darnford and I, and were followed by a crowd wherever they went. The party-coloured one came up to me. "Friend," said she, "there is something in thy person that attracts every one's notice. But if a sack had not been a profane thing, it would have become thee almost as well." "I thank thee, friend," said I, "for thy counsel. But if thou hadst been pleased to look at home, thou wouldst not have taken so much pains to join such advice, and such an appearance together as thou makest." This made every one that heard it laugh. One said, "The butterfly hath met with her match." She returned with an affected laugh, smartly said, "But art thou come hither, friend, to make thy light shine before men or women?" "Verily, friend, neither," replied I, "but out of mere curiosity to look into the minds of both sexes, which I read in their dresses." "A general satire on the Assemblée by the Mass," said a fat monk. The nun whisked to us, "We're all concerned in my friend's remark." "And no disgrace to a fair nun," returned I, "if her behaviour answer her dress; nor to a reverend friar," turning to the monk, "if his mind be not a discredit to his appearance; nor yet to a country girl," turning to the party-coloured lady's companion, "if she has not weeds in her heart to disgrace the flowers on her head." An odd figure representing a Merry Andrew took my hand and said, I had the most piquant wit he had met with that night. "And, friend," said he, "let us be better acquainted." "Forbear," said I, withdrawing my hand, "not a companion for a jack pudding neither." A Roman senator just then accosted Miss Darnford, and Mr. B. seeing me so much engaged, "'Twere hard," said he, "if our nation, in spite of Cervantes, produced not one cavalier to protect a fair lady thus surrounded." "Though surrounded, not distressed, my good knight-errant," said the nun. "The fair Quaker will be too hard for half a dozen antagonists, and wants not your protection. But your poor nun bespeaks it," whispered she, "who has not a word to say for herself." Mr. B. answered her in Italian. I wish I understood Italian. And she had recourse to her beads. You can't imagine, madam, how this nun haunted him. I don't like these masquerades at all. Many ladies on these occasions are so very free, that the censorious will be apt to blame the whole sex for their conduct, and to say their hearts are as faulty as those of the most culpable men, since they scruple not to show as much, when they think they cannot be known by their faces. But it is my humble opinion, that could a standard be fixed, by which one could determine readily what is, and what is not wit, decency would not be so often wounded by attempts to be witty as it is. For here every one who can say things that shock a modester person, not meeting with due rebuke, but perhaps a smile, without considering whether it be of contempt or approbation, mistakes courage for wit, and everything sacred or civil becomes the subject of his frothy jest. But what a moralizer am I, will your ladyship say? Indeed, I can't help it, and especially on such a subject as a masquerade, which I dislike more than anything I ever saw. I could say a great deal more on this occasion, but upon my word, I am quite out of humour with it, for I liked my English Mr. B. better than my Spaniard, and the nun I approved not by any means, though there were some who observed that she was one of the gracefullest figures in the place, and indeed, in spite of my own heart, I could not help thinking so too. Your ladyship knows so well what masquerades are, that I may well be excused saying anything further on a subject I am so little pleased with. For you only desire my notions of those diversions, because I am a novice in them, and this I doubt not will doubly serve to answer that purpose. I shall only therefore add, that after 100 other impertinences spoken to Miss Darnford and me, and retorted with spirit by her, and as well as I could by myself, quite sick of the place, I feigned to be more indisposed than I was, and so got my beloved Spaniard to go off with us, and reached home by 3 in the morning. And so much for masquerades. I hope I shall never have occasion to mention them again to your ladyship. I am, my dearest madam, your ever obliged sister and servant, P.B.
Letter 57. My dearest lady, my mind is so wholly engrossed by thoughts of a very different nature from those which the diversions of the town and theatres inspire, that I beg to be excused, if, for the present, I say nothing further of those lighter matters. But as you do not disapprove of my remarks, I intend, if God spares my life, to make a little book, which I will present to your ladyship, of my poor observations on all the dramatic entertainments I have seen, and shall see this winter, and for this purpose I have made brief notes in the margin of the printed plays I have bought, as I saw them, with a pencil, by referring to which, as helps to my memory, I shall be able to state what my thoughts were at the time of seeing them, pretty nearly with the same advantage as if I had written them at my return from each. I have obtained Sir Simon and Lady Darnford's permission for Miss to stay with me till it shall be seen how it will please God to deal with me, and I owe this favour partly to a kind letter written in my behalf to Sir Simon by Mr. B., and partly to the young lady's earnest request to her papa to oblige me, Sir Simon having made some difficulty to comply, as Mr. Murray and his bride have left them, saying he could not live long, if he had not the company of his beloved daughter. But what shall I say, when I find my frailty so much increased, that I cannot, with the same intenseness of devotion I used to be blessed with, apply myself to the throne of grace, nor, of consequence, find my invocations answered by that delight and inward satisfaction with which I used when the present near prospect was more remote? I hope I shall not be deserted in the hour of trial, and that my weakness of mind will not be punished with the spiritual dereliction, for suffering myself to be too much attached to those worldly delights and pleasures, which no mortal ever enjoyed in a more exalted degree than myself. And I beseech you, my dearest lady, let me be always remembered in your prayers, only for a resignation to the divine will. A cheerful resignation. I presume not to prescribe to his gracious providence, for if one has but that, one has everything that one need to have. Forgive me, my dearest lady, for being so deeply serious. I have just been contending with a severe pang that is now gone off. What effect its return may have, God only knows. And if this is the last time I shall ever write, it will be the more satisfactory to me, as, with my humble respect to my good Lord Davers, and my dear Countess, and praying for the continuance of all your healths and happiness, both here and hereafter, I am permitted to subscribe myself your ladyship's obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. Letter 58. From Lady Davers to Mr. B. My dearest brother, although I believe it needless to put a man of your generous spirit in mind of doing a worthy action, yet, as I do not know whether you have thought of what I am going to hint to you, I cannot forbear a line or two with regard to the good old couple in Kent. I am sure if, for our sins, God Almighty should take from us my incomparable sister, forgive me, my dear brother, but to intimate what may be, although I hourly pray, as her trying minute approaches, that it will not, you will, for her sake, take care that her honest parents have not the loss of your favour, to deepen the inconsolable one they will have, in such a case, of the best of daughters. I say, I am sure you will do as generously by them as ever, and I dare say your sweet Pamela doubts it not. Yet, as you know how sensible she is of every favour done them, it is the Countess's opinion, and mine, and Lady Betty's too, that you give her this assurance in some legal way, for as she is naturally apprehensive, and thinks more of her present circumstances than, for your sake, she chooses to express to you, it will be like a cordial to her dutiful and grateful heart, and I do not know if it will not contribute, more than any one thing, to make her go through her task with ease and safety. I know how much your heart is wrapped up in the dear creature, and you are a worthy brother to let it be so. You will excuse me, therefore, I am sure, for this my officiousness. I have no doubt but God will spare her to us, because, although we may not be worthy of such excellence, yet we all now unite so gratefully to thank him for such a worthy relation, that I hope we shall not be deprived of an example so necessary to us all. I can have but one fear, and that is, that, young as she is, she seems ripened for glory. She seems to have lived long enough for herself, but for you and for us, that God will still spare her, shall be the hourly prayer of, my dear worthy brother, your ever affectionate sister, B. Davis. Have you got her mother with you? I hope you have. God give you a son and heir, if it be his blessed will. But, however that be, preserve your Pamela to you, for you never can have such another wife. Letter 59. From Mrs. B. to Mr. B. My dear and ever honoured Mr. B. Since I know not how it may please God Almighty to dispose of me on the approaching occasion, I should think myself inexcusable not to find 1 or 2 select hours to dedicate to you, out of the very many, in the writing way which your goodness has indulged me, because you saw I took delight in it. But yet think not, O best beloved of my heart, that I have any boon to beg, any favour to ask, either for myself or for my friends, or so much as the continuance of your favour, to the one or the other. As to them, you have prevented and exceeded all my wishes. As to myself, if it please God to spare me, I know I shall always be rewarded beyond my desert. Let my deservings be what they will. I have only therefore to acknowledge with the deepest sense of your goodness to me, and with the most heart-affecting gratitude, that from the thrice happy hour that you so generously made me yours, till this moment, you have not left one thing, on my own part, to wish for, but the continuance and increase of your felicity, and that I might be still worthier of the unexampled goodness, tenderness, and condescension wherewith you have always treated me. No, my dearest, my best beloved master, friend, husband, my first, my last, and only love, believe me, I have nothing to wish for but your honour and felicity, temporal and eternal, and I make no doubt that God, in his infinite goodness and mercy, will perfect his own good work, begun in your dear heart, and whatever may now happen, give us a happy meeting, never more to part from one another. Let me then beg of you, my dearest protector, to pardon all my imperfections and defects, and if, ever since I have had the honour to be yours, I have in looks, or in word, or in deed, given you cause to wish me other than I was, that you will kindly put it to the score of natural infirmity. For in thought or intention, I can truly boast I have never wilfully erred. Your tenderness and generous politeness to me always gave me apprehension that I was not what you wished me to be, because you would not find fault with me so often as I fear I deserved, and this makes me beg of you to do, as I hope God Almighty will, pardon all my involuntary errors and omissions. But let me say one word for my dear worthy Mrs. Jervis. Her care and fidelity will be very necessary for your affairs, dear sir, while you remain single, which I hope will not be long. But, whenever you make a second choice, be pleased to allow her such an annuity as may make her independent, and pass away the remainder of her life with ease and comfort. And this I the rather presume to request, as my late honoured lady once intimated the same thing to you. If I were to name what that may be, it would not be with the thought of heightening, but of limiting rather, the natural bounty of your heart. and £50 a year would be a rich provision, in her opinion, and will entail upon you, dear sir, the blessings of one of the faithfullest and worthiest hearts in the kingdom. Nor will Christian charity permit me to forget the once wicked, but now penitent Jukes. I understand by Miss Darnford that she begs for nothing but to have the pleasure of dying in your service, and by that means to atone for some small slips and mistakes in her accounts, which she had made formerly, and she accuses herself. For she will have it that Mr. Longman has been better to her than she deserved in passing one account particularly, to which he had, with too much reason, objected. Do, dear sir, if your future happy lady has no great dislike to the poor woman, be pleased to grant her request, except her own mind should alter, and she desire her dismission. And now I have to beg of God to shower down his most precious blessings upon you, my dearest, my first, my last, and my only love, and to return to you 100-fold the benefits which you have conferred upon me and mine, and upon so many poor souls as you have blessed through my hands, and that you may in your next choice be happy with a lady who may have everything I want, and who may love and honour you with the same affectionate duty, which has been my delight and my glory to pay you, for in this I am sure no one can exceed me, and after having given you long life, prosperity, and increase of honour, translate you into a blessed eternity, where, through the merits of our common Redeemer, I hope I shall be allowed to place, and be permitted, oh let me indulge that pleasing, that consolatory thought, to receive and rejoice in my restored spouse, for ever and ever, are the prayers, the last prayers, if it so please God, of my dearest, dear Mr. B., your dutiful and affectionate wife, and faithful servant, P.B.
Letter 60. From Miss Darnford to Lady Darnford. My honoured mamma, you cannot conceive how you and my dear papa have delighted my good Mrs. B., and obliged her, Mr. B., by the permission you have given me to attend her till the important hour shall be over with her. For she is exceedingly apprehensive, and one can hardly blame her, since there is hardly such another happy couple in the world. I am glad to hear that the ceremony is over, so much to both your satisfactions. May this matrimony be but a 10th part as happy as that I am witness to here. And Mr. and Mrs. Murray will have that to boast of, which few married people have, even among those we call happy. For my part, I believe I shall never care to marry at all. For, though I cannot be so deserving as Mrs. B., yet I shall not bear to think of a husband much less excellent than hers. Nay, by what I see in her apprehensions, and conceive of the condition she hourly expects to be in, I don't think a lady can be requited with a less worthy one, for all she is likely to suffer on a husband's account, and for the sake of his family and name. Mrs. Andrews, a discreet worthy soul as ever I knew, and who in her aspect and behaviour is far from being a disgrace even to Mr. B.'s lady, is with her dear daughter, to her no small satisfaction, as you may suppose. Mr. B. asked my advice yesterday about having in the house a midwife, to be at hand at a moment's warning. I said I feared the sight of such a person would terrify her, and so he instantly started an expedient of which her mother, Mrs. Jervis, and myself approved, and have put into practice. For this day Mrs. Harris, a distant relation of mine, though not of yours, sir and madam, is arrived from Essex to make me a visit. And Mr. B. has prevailed upon her, in compliment to me, as he pretended, to accept of her board in his house, while she stays in town, which she says will be about a week. Mrs. B. took a liking to her at first sight, and is already very familiar with her. And understanding that she was a doctor of physics lady, and takes as much delight in administering to the health of her own sex as her husband used to do to that of both, Mrs. B. says it is very fortunate that she has so experienced a lady to consult, as she is such a novice in her own case. Mr. B., however, to carry on the honest impost to the better, just now, in presence of Mrs. Harris and Mrs. Andrews and me, asked the former if it was not necessary to have in the house the good woman. This frightened Mrs. B., who turned pale, and said she could not bear the thoughts of it. Mrs. Harris said it was highly necessary that Mrs. B., if she would not permit the gentlewoman to be in the house, should see her, and that then she apprehended there would be no necessity, as she did not live far off, to have her in the house, since Mrs. B. was so uneasy upon that account. This pleased Mrs. B. much, and Mrs. Thomas was admitted to attend her. Now you must know that this is the assistant of my new relation, and she being apprised of the matter came, but never did I see so much shyness and apprehension as Mrs. B. showed all the time Mrs. Thomas was with her, holding sometimes her mother, sometimes Mrs. Harris, by the hand, and being ready to sweat with terror. Mrs. Harris scraped acquaintance with Mrs. Thomas, who, pretending to recollect her, gave Mrs. Harris great praises, which increased Mrs. B.'s confidence in her, and she undertakes to govern the whole so that the dreaded Mrs. Thomas need not come till the very moment, which is no small pleasure to the over-nice lady. And she seems every hour to be better pleased with Mrs. Harris, who, by her prudent talk, will more and more familiarize her to the circumstance, unawares to herself in a manner. But notwithstanding this precaution of a midwife in the house, Mr. B. intends to have a gentleman of the profession in readiness, for fear of the worst. Mrs. B. has written a letter with this superscription: to the ever-honoured and ever-dear Mr. B., with prayers for his health, honour, and prosperity in this world, and everlasting felicity in that to come. P.B. It is sealed with black wax, and she gave it me this moment, on her being taken ill, to give to Mr. B. if she dies. But God, of his mercy, avert that, and preserve the dear lady for the honour of her sex, and the happiness of all who know her, and, particularly, for that of your Polly Darnford. For I cannot have a greater loss, I am sure, while my honoured papa and mamma are living, and may that be for many, very many, happy years. I will not close this letter till all is over, happily, as I hope. Mrs. B. is better again, and has occasionally made some fine reflections, directing herself to me, but designed for the benefit of her Polly, on the subject of the inconsideration of some of our sex, with regard to the circumstances she is in. I knew what her design was, and said, "Ay, Polly, let you and every single young body bear these reflections in mind, pronounced by so excellent a lady, in a moment so arduous as these." The girl wept, and very movingly fell down by the door on her knees, praying to God to preserve her dear lady, and she should be happy for ever. Mrs. B. is exceedingly pleased with my new relation Mrs. Harris, as we call her, who behaves with so much prudence that she suspects nothing, and told Mrs. Jervis she wished nobody else was to come near her. And as she goes out, being a person of eminence in her way, 2 or 3 times a day, and last night stayed out late, Mrs. B. said she hoped she would not be abroad when she should wish her to be at home. I have the very great pleasure, my dear papa and mamma, to acquaint you, and I know you will rejoice with me upon it, that just half an hour ago my dear Mrs. B. was brought to bed of a fine boy. We are all out of our wits for joy almost. I ran down to Mr. B. myself, who received me with trembling impatience. "A boy! A fine boy, dear Mr. B.," said I. "A son and heir, indeed!" "But how does my Pamela? Is she safe? Is she like to do well?" "We hope so," said I, "or I had not come down to you, I'll assure you." He folded me in his arms, in a joyful rapture. "How happy you make me, dearest Miss Darnford! If my Pamela is safe, the boy is welcome. Welcome indeed. But when may I go up to thank my jewel?" Mrs. Andrews is so overjoyed and so thankful, that there is no getting her from her knees. A man and horses dispatched already to Lady Davers, and another ordered to Kent to the good old man. Mrs. Jervis, when I went up, said she must go down and release the good folks from their knees, for, half an hour before, they declared they would not stir from that posture till they heard how it went with the lady. And when the happy news was brought them of her safety, and of a young master, they were quite ecstatic, she says, in their joy, and not a dry eye among them, shaking hands and congratulating one another, men and maids, which made it one of the most affecting sights that can be imagined. And Mr. Longman, who had no power to leave the house for 3 days past, hasted to congratulate his worthy principal, and never was so much moving joy seen as this honest-hearted steward ran over with. I did a foolish thing in my joy. I gave Mr. B. the letter designed for him had an unhappy event followed, and he won't return it, but says he will obtain Mrs. B.'s leave when she is better to open it, and the happier turn will augment his thankfulness to God and love to her when he shall by this means be blessed with sentiments so different from what the other case would have afforded. Mrs. B. had a very sharp time. Nevermore, my dear papa, talk of a husband to me. Place all your expectations on Nancy. Not one of these men that I have yet seen is worth running these risks for. But Mr. B.'s endearments and tenderness to his lady, his thankful and manly gratitude and politeness when he was admitted to pay his respects to her, and his behaviour to Mrs. Andrews and to us all, though but for a visit of 10 minutes, was alone worthy of all her risk. I would give you a description of it, had I Mrs. B.'s pen, and of 20 agreeable scenes and conversations besides, but, for want of that, must conclude with my humble duty, as becomes, honoured Sir and Madam, your ever grateful Polly Darnford. Letter 61. From the same. My honoured Papa and Mamma, we have nothing but joy and festivity in this house, and it would be endless to tell you the congratulations the happy family receives every day from tenants and friends. Mr. B., you know, was always deemed one of the kindest landlords in England, and his tenants are overjoyed at the happy event which has given them a young landlord of his name, for all those who live in that large part of the estate which came by Mrs. B., his mother. We are much afraid of having any of Sir Jacob Swynford's family for their landlord, who, they say, are all made up of pride and cruelty, and would have wrecked them to death, insomuch that they had a voluntary meeting of about 20 of the principal of them to rejoice on the occasion, and it was unanimously agreed to make a present of a piece of gilt plate to serve as basin for the christening, to the value of 100 guineas, on which is to be engraven the following inscription: In acknowledgment of the humanity and generosity of the best of landlords, and as a token of his tenants' joy on the birth of a son and heir, who will, it is hoped, inherit his father's generosity and his mother's virtues, this piece of plate is, with all due gratitude, presented as a christening basin to all the children that shall proceed from such worthy parents, and the descendants, to the end of time, by the obliged and joyful tenants of the maternal estate in Bedfordshire and Gloucestershire, the initials of whose names are under engraven, videlicet. Then are to follow the first letters of each person's Christian and surname. What an honour is this to a landlord! In my opinion very far surpassing the misnomered free gifts, which we read of in some kingdoms on extraordinary occasions, some of them like this. For here it is all truly spontaneous, a free gift indeed, and Mr. B. took it very kindly, and has put off the christening for a week, to give time for its being completed and inscribed as above. The Earl and Countess of C. and Lord and Lady Davers are here, to stand in person at the christening, and you cannot conceive how greatly my Lady Davers is transported with joy to have a son and heir to the estate. She is every hour, almost, thanking her dear sister for him, and reads in the child all the great qualities she forms to herself in him. 'Tis indeed a charming boy, and has a great deal, if one may judge of a child so very young, of his father's manly aspect. The dear lady herself is still but weak, but the joy of all around her and her spouse's tenderness and politeness give her cheerful and free spirits, and she is all serenity, ease, and thankfulness. Mrs. B., as soon as the danger was over, asked me for her letter with the black seal. I had been very earnest to get it from Mr. B., but to no purpose, so was forced to tell who had it. She said, but very composedly, she was sorry for it, and hoped he had not opened it. He came into her chamber soon after, and I demanded it before her. He said he had designed to ask her leave to break the seal, which he had not yet done, nor would without her consent. "Will you give me leave, my dear," said he, "to break the seal?" "If you do, sir, let it not be in my presence, but it is too serious." "Not, my dear, now the apprehension is so happily over. It may now add to my joy and my thankfulness on that account." "Then do as you please, sir, but I had rather you would not." "Then here it is, Miss Darnford. It was put into your hands, and there I place it again." "That's something like," said I, "considering the gentleman. Mrs. B., I hope we shall bring him into good order between us in time." So I returned it to the dear writer, who put it into her bosom. I related to Lady Davers, when she came, this circumstance, and she, I believe, has leave to take it with her. She is very proud of all opportunities now of justifying her brother's choice, and doing honour to his wife, with Lady Betty C., who is her great favourite, and who delights to read Mrs. B.'s letters. You desire to know, my honoured papa, how Mr. B. passes his time, and whether it be in his lady's chamber? No, indeed. Catch gentlemen, the best of them, in too great a complaisance that way, if you can. What then? Does he pass his time with you, Polly? You are pleased to ask. What a disadvantage a man lies under who has been once a rake. But I am so generally with Mrs. B., that when I tell you, sir, his visits to her are much of the polite form, I believe I answer all you mean by your questions, and especially when I remind you, sir, that Lord and Lady Davers and the Earl and Countess of C. and your unworthy daughter are at dinner and supper time generally together. For Mrs. Andrews, who is not yet gone back to Kent, breakfasts, dines, and sups with her beloved daughter, and is hardly ever out of her room. Then, sir, Mr. B., the Earl, and Lord Davers give pretty constant attendance to the business of Parliament, and, now and then, sup abroad. So, sir, we all upon honour. And I could wish, only that your facetiousness always gives me pleasure, as it is a token that you have your much-desired health and freedom of spirits, that even in jest my mamma's daughter might pass unquestioned. But I know why you do it. It is only to put me out of heart to ask to stay longer. Yet I wish... But I know you won't permit me to go through the whole winter here. Will my dear papa grant it, do you think, if you were to lay the highest obligation upon your dutiful daughter, and petition for me? And should you care to try? I dare not hope it myself, but when one sees a gentleman here who denies his lady nothing, it makes one wish, methinks, that Lady Darnford was as happy in that particular as Mrs. B. Your indulgence for this one winter, or rather this small remainder of it, I make not so much doubt of, you see, madam. I know you'll call me a bold girl, but then you always, when you do, condescend to grant my request, and I will be as good as ever I can be afterwards. I will fetch up all the lost time, rise an hour sooner in the morning, go to bed an hour later at night. Flower my papa anything he pleases, read him to sleep when he pleases, put his gout into good humour when it will be soothed. And Mrs. B., to crown all, will come down with me, by permission of her sovereign lord, who will attend her, you may be sure. And will not all this do to procure me a month or two more? If it won't, why then I will thank you for your past goodness to me, and with all duty and cheerfulness bid adieu to this dear London, this dearer family, and tend a still dearer papa and mamma, whose dutiful daughter I will ever be, whilst Polly Darnford.
Letter 62. To the same. My honoured papa and mamma, I have received your joint commands and intend to set out on Wednesday next week. I hope to find my papa in better health than at present, and in better humour too, for I am sorry he is displeased with my petitioning for a little longer time in London. It is very severe to impute to me want of duty and affection, which would, if deserved, make me most unworthy of your favour. Mr. B. and his lady are resolved to accompany me in their coach, till your chariot meets me, if you will be pleased to permit it so to do, and even set me down at your gate, if it did not, but he vows that he will neither alight at your house nor let his lady. But I say that this is a misplaced resentment, because I ought to think it a favour that you have indulged me so much as you have done, and yet even this is likewise a favour on their side to me, because it is an instance of their fondness for your unworthy daughter's company. Mrs. B. is, if possible, more lovely since her lying in than before. She has so much delight in her nursery that I fear it will take her off from her pen, which will be a great loss to all whom she used to oblige with her correspondence. Indeed, this new object of her care is a charming child, and she is exceedingly pleased with her nurse, for she is not permitted, as she very much desired, to suckle it herself. She makes a great proficiency in the French and Italian languages, and well she may, for she has the best schoolmaster in the world, and one whom she loves better than any lady ever loved a tutor. He is lofty, and will not be disputed with, but I never saw a more polite and tender husband, for all that. We had a splendid christening, exceedingly well ordered, and everybody was delighted at it. The quality gossips went away but on Tuesday, and my Lady Davers took leave of her charming sister, with all the blessings and all the kindness and affectionate fondness that could be expressed. Mr. Andrews, that worthy old man, came up to see his grandson yesterday. You would never have forgotten the good man's behaviour, had you seen it, to his daughter, and to the charming child. I wish I could describe it to you, but I am apt to think Mrs. B. will notice it to Lady Davers, and if she enters into the description of it while I stay, I will beg a copy of it to bring down with me, because I know you were pleased with the sensible, plain, good man and his ways when at the Hall in your neighbourhood. The child is named William, and I should have told you, but I write without any manner of connection, just as things come uppermost. But don't, my dear papa, construe this too as an instance of disrespect. I see but one thing that can possibly happen to disturb the felicity of this charming couple, and that I will mention in confidence. Mr. B. and Mrs. B. and myself were at the masquerade before she lay in. There was a lady greatly taken with Mr. B. She was in a nun's habit, and followed him wherever he went. And Mr. Turner, a gentleman of one of the inns of court, who visits Mr. B. and is an old acquaintance of his, tells me by the by that the lady took an opportunity to unmask to Mr. B. Mr. Turner has since found she is the young Countess Dowager of a fine lady, but not the most reserved in her conduct of late, since her widowhood, and he has since discovered, as he says, that a letter or two, if not more, have passed between Mr. B. and that lady. Now Mrs. B., with all her perfections, has, as she owns, a little spice of jealousy, and should she be once alarmed, I tremble for the consequence to both their happiness. I conceive that if ever anything makes a misunderstanding between them, it will be from some such quarter as this, but 'tis 1,000 pities it should, and I hope as to the actual correspondence begun, Mr. Turner is mistaken. But be it as it will, I would not for the world that the first hints of this matter should come from me. Mr. B. is a very enterprising and gallant man, a fine figure, and I don't wonder a lady may like him. But he seems so pleased, so satisfied with his wife, and carries it to her with so much tenderness and affection, that I hope her merit and his affection for her will secure his conjugal fidelity. If it prove otherwise, and she discovers it, I know not one that would be more miserable than Mrs. B., as well as from motives of piety and virtue, as from the excessive love she bears him. But I hope for better things, for both their sakes. My humble thanks for all your indulgence to me, with hopes that you will not, my dear papa and mamma, hold your displeasure against me when I throw myself at your feet, as I now soon hope to do. Conclude me your dutiful daughter, P. Darnford. Letter 63 from Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dear lady, we are just returned from accompanying the worthy Miss Darnford as far as Bedford in her way home, where her papa and mamma met her in their coach. Sir Simon put on his pleasant airs, and schooled Mr. B. for persuading his daughters to stay so long from him, me for putting her upon asking to stay longer, and she for being persuaded by us. We tarried 2 days together at Bedford, for we knew not how to part, and then we took a most affectionate leave of each other. We struck out of the road a little to make a visit to the dear house where we tarried one night, and next morning, before anybody could come to congratulate us, designing to be incog., we proceeded on our journey to London, and found my dearest dear boy in charming health. What a new pleasure has God bestowed upon me, which, after every little absence, rises upon me in a true maternal tenderness. Every step I move toward the dear little blessing. Yet sometimes I think your dear brother is not so fond of him as I wish him to be. He says 'tis time enough for him to mind him, when he can return his notice and be grateful. A negligent word, isn't it, madam, considering? My dear father came to town to accompany my good mother down to Kent, and they set out soon after your ladyship left us. It is impossible to describe the joy with which his worthy heart overflowed, when he congratulated us on the happy event. And as he had been apprehensive for his daughter's safety, judge, my lady, what his transports must be to see us all safe and well, and happy, and a son given to Mr. B. by his greatly honoured daughter. I was in the nursery when he came, so was my mother. Miss Darnford also was there, and Mr. B., who was in his closet at his arrival, after having received his most respectful congratulations himself, brought him up, though he has not been there since. Indeed, he ha'n't. Pamela, said the dear gentleman, see who's here. I sprang to him and kneeled for his blessing. Oh, my father, said I, see, pointing to the dear baby at the nurse's breast, how God Almighty has answered all our prayers. He dropped down on his knees by me, clasping me in his indulgent arms. Oh, my daughter, my blessed daughter, and do I once more see you, and see you safe and well? I do, I do. Blessed be thy name, O gracious God, for these thy mercies. While we were thus joined, happy father and happy daughter, in one thanksgiving, the sweet baby having fallen asleep, the nurse had put it into the cradle, and when my father rose from me, he went to my mother. God bless my dear Betty, said he, I long to see you after this separation. Here's joy, here's pleasure, oh, how happy are we! And taking her hand, he kneeled down on one side of the cradle, and my mother on the other, both looking at the dear baby with eyes running over, and hand in hand he prayed in the most fervent manner for a blessing upon the dear infant, and that God Almighty would make him an honour to his father's family and to his mother's virtue, and that in the words of Scripture he might grow on and be in favour both with the Lord and with man. Mr. B. has just put into my hands Mr. Locke's treatise on education, and he commands me to give him my thoughts upon it in writing. He has a very high regard for this author, and tells me that my tenderness for Billy will make me think some of the first advice given in it a little harsh. But although he has not read it through, only having dipped into it here and there, he believes from the name of the author I cannot have a better directory, and my opinion of it, after I have well considered it, will inform him, he says, of my own capacity and prudence, and how far he may rely upon both in the point of a first education. I asked if I might not be excused writing, only making my observations here and there to himself as I found occasion, but he said, "You will yourself, my dear, better consider the subject and be more a mistress of it, and I shall the better attend to your reasonings when put into writing. And surely, Pamela, you may, in such an important point as this, as well oblige me with a little of your penmanship as your other dear friends." After this, your ladyship will judge I had not another word to say. He cuts one to the heart when he speaks so seriously. I have looked a little into it. It is a book quite accommodated to my case, being written to a gentleman, the author's friend, for the regulation of his conduct towards his children. But how shall I do if in such a famed and renowned author I see already some few things which I think want clearing up? Won't it look like intolerable vanity in me to find fault with such a genius as Mr. Locke? I must on this occasion give your ladyship the particulars of a short conversation between your brother and me, which, however, perhaps will not be to my advantage, because it will show you what a teasing body I can be, if I am indulged. But Mr. B. will not spoil me neither in that way, I dare say. Your ladyship will see this in the very dialogue I shall give you. Thus it was. I had been reading in Mr. Locke's book, and Mr. B. asked me how I liked it. "Exceedingly well, sir, but I have a proposal to make, which, if you will be pleased to comply with, will give me a charming opportunity of understanding Mr. Locke." "What is your proposal, my dear? I see it is some very particular one, by that sweet earnestness in your look." "Why, so it is, sir, and I must know whether you are in high good humour before I make it. I think you look grave upon me, and my proposal will not then do, I'm sure." "You have all the amusing ways of your sex, my dear Pamela, but tell me what you would say. You know I don't love suspense." "Maybe you're busy, sir. Perhaps I break in upon you. I believe you were going into your closet." "True, woman, how you love to put one upon the tenters! Yet my life for yours, by your parade, what I just now thought important is some pretty trifle. Speak it at once, or I'll be angry with you," and tapped my cheek. "Well, I wish I had not come just now. I see you are not in a good humour enough for my proposal. So pray, sir, excuse me till to-morrow." He took my hand and led me to his closet, calling me his pretty impertinent, and then urging me, I said, "You know, sir, I have not been used to the company of children. Your dear Billy will not make me fit for a long time to judge of any part of education. I can learn of the charming boy nothing but the baby conduct. But now if I might take into the house some little master of 3 or 4 years old, or miss of 5 or 6, I should watch over all their little ways, and now reading a chapter in the child, and now one in the book, I can look forward and with advantage into the subject, and go through all the parts of education tolerably, for one of my capacity. For, sir, I can by my own defects, and what I have wished to mend, know how to judge of and supply that part of life which carries a child up to 11 or 12 years of age, which was mine when my lady took me." "A pretty thought, Pamela, but tell me, who will part with their child, think you? Would you, if it were your case, although ever so well assured of the advantages your little one would reap by it? For don't you consider that the child ought to be wholly subjected to your authority, that its father or mother ought seldom to see it, because it should think itself absolutely dependent upon you? And where, my dear, will you meet with parents so resigned? Besides, one would have the child descended of genteel parents, and not such as could do nothing for it. Otherwise, the turn of mind and education you would give it might do it more harm than good. All this, sir, is very true, but have you no other objection if one could find a genteelly descended young master? And would you join to persuade his papa to give me up his power only from 3 months to 3 months, as I liked, and the child liked, and as the papa approved of my proceedings? This is so reasonable, with these last conditions, Pamela, that I should be pleased with your notion if it could be put in practice, because the child would be benefited by your instruction, and you would be improved in an art which I could wish to see you an adept in. But perhaps, sir, you had rather it were a girl than a boy. I had, my dear, if a girl could be found, whose parents would give her up to you. But I suppose you have some boy in your head by your putting it upon that sex at first. Let me see, sir, you say you are in a good humour. Let me see if you be, looking boldly in his face. What now, with some little impatience, would the pretty fool be at? Only, sir, that you have nothing to do but to speak the word, and there is a child, whose papa and mamma too, I am sure, would consent to give up to me for my own instruction as well as for her sake. And if, to speak in the Scripture phrase, I have found grace in your sight, kind sir, speak this word to the dear child's papa. And have you thus come over me, Pamela? Go, I am half angry with you for leading me on in this manner against myself. This looks so artful that I won't love you. Dear sir, and dear madam too, be gone, I say. You have surprised me by art, when your talent is nature, and you should keep to that. I was sadly balked, and had neither power to go nor stay. At last, seeing I had put him into a kind of flutter, as now he had put me, I moved my unwilling feet towards the door. He took a turn about the closet meantime. Yet stay, said he, there is something so generous in your art, that on recollection I cannot part with you. He took notice of the starting tear. I am to blame. You had surprised me so, that my hasty temper got the better of my consideration. Let me kiss away this pearly fugitive. Forgive me, my dearest love. What an inconsiderate brute am I, when compared to such an angel as my Pamela! I see at once now all the force and all the merit of your amiable generosity, and to make you amends for this my hastiness, I will coolly consider of the matter, and will either satisfy you by my compliance, or by the reasons which I will give you for the contrary. But say, my Pamela, can you forgive my harshness? Can I? Yes, indeed, sir, pressing his hand to my lips, and bid me go and be gone 20 times a day, if I am to be thus kindly called back to you, thus nobly and condescendingly treated in the same breath. I see, dear sir, continued I, that I must be in fault if ever you are lastingly displeased with me, for as soon as you turn yourself about, your anger vanishes, and you make me rich amends for a few harsh words. Only one thing, dear sir, let me add, if I have dealt artfully with you, impute it to my fear of offending you, through the nature of my petition, and not to design, and that I took the example of the prophet to King David in the parable of the ewe lamb. I remember it, my dear, and you have well pointed your parable, and had nothing to do but to say, Thou art the man. I am called upon by my dear benefactor for a little airing, and he suffers me only to conclude this long letter, so I am obliged, with greater abruptness than I had designed, to mention thankfully your ladyship's goodness to me, particularly in that kind letter, in behalf of my dear parents, had a certain event taken place. Mr. B. showed it to me this morning, and not before, I believe for fear I should have been so much oppressed by the sense of your unmerited goodness to me, had he let me known of it before your departure from us, that I should not have been able to look up at you, heaping favours and blessings upon me, as you were hourly doing besides. What a happy creature am I! But my gratitude runs me into length, and sorry I am that I cannot have time just now to indulge it. Is there nothing, my dear Lord and Lady Davers, my dear Lady Countess, and my good Lord C., that I can do to show at least that I have a will, and am not an ungrateful, sordid creature? And yet, if you give me power to do anything that will have the appearance of a return, even that power will be laying a fresh obligation upon me, which, however, I should be very proud of, because I should thereby convince you by more than words how much I am, most particularly, my dearest Lady Davers, my sister, my friend, my patroness, your most obliged and faithful servant, P.B. Your dear brother joins in respectful thankfulness to his 4 noble gossips, and my Billy, by his lips, subscribed his. I hope so to direct his earliest notions as to make him sensible of his dutiful obligation. Letter 64, from Lady Davers to Mrs. B. My dearest Pamela, talk not to us of unreturnable obligations and all that. You do more for us in the entertainment you give us all by your letters than we have done or even can do for you. And as to me, I know no greater pleasure in the world than that which my brother's felicity and yours gives me. God continue this felicity to you both. I am sure it would be his fault and not yours if it be at all diminished. We have heard some idle rumours here, as if you were a little uneasy of late, and having not had a letter from you for this fortnight past, it makes me write to ask you how you all do, and whether you expected an answer from me to your last. I hope you won't be punctilious with me, for we have nothing to write about except it be how much we all love and honour you, and that you believe already, or else you don't do us justice. I suppose you will be going out of town soon, now the Parliament is rising. My lord is resolved to put his proxy into another hand, and intends, I believe, to take my brother's advice in it. Both the Earl and his lordship are highly pleased with my brother's moderate and independent principles. He has got great credit among all unprejudiced men by the part he acted throughout the last session, in which he has shown that he would no more join to distress and clog the wheels of government by an unreasonable opposition than he would do the dirty work of any administration. As he has so noble a fortune, and wants nothing of anybody, he would be doubly to blame to take any other part than that of his country, in which he has so great a stake. May he act out of the house and in the house with equal honour, and he will be his country's pride and your pride, and mine too, which is the wish of your affectionate sister, B. Davers. Letter 65. My dearest lady, I have been a little in disorder, that I have. Some few rubs have happened. I hope they will be happily removed. I am unwilling to believe all that is said. But this is a wicked town. I wish we were out of it. Yet I see not when that will be. I wish Mr. B. would permit me and my Billy to go into Kent, but I don't care to leave him behind me neither, and he is not inclined to go. Excuse my brevity, my dearest lady, but I must break off, with only assuring your ladyship that I am and ever will be your obliged and grateful P.B. Letter 66. My dearest Pamela, I understand things are not so well as I wish. If you think my coming up to town and residing with you while you stay will be of service, or help you to get out of it, I will set out directly. I will pretend some indisposition, and a desire of consulting the London physicians, or anything you shall think fit to be done by your affectionate sister and faithful friend, B. Davers. Letter 67. My dearest lady, 1,000 thanks for your goodness to me, but I hope all will be well. I hope God will enable me to act so prudent a part as will touch his generous breast. Be pleased to tell me what your ladyship has heard, but it becomes not me, I think, till I cannot help it, to make any appeals, for I know those will not be excused, and I do all I can to suppress my uneasiness before him. But I pay for it when I am alone, my nursery and my reliance on God. I should have said the latter first, are all my consolation. God preserve and bless you, my good lady, and my noble lord. But I am apt to think your ladyship's presence will not avail. Praise your affectionate and obliged P.B. Letter 68. Why does not my sweet girl subscribe sister as usual? I have done nothing amiss to you. I love you dearly, and ever will. I can't help my brother's faults, but I hope he treats you with politeness and decency. He shall be none of my brother if he don't. I rest a great deal upon your prudence, and it will be very meritorious if you can overcome yourself so as to act unexceptionably, though it may not be deserved on this occasion. For in doing so you'll have a triumph over nature itself. For, my dear girl, as you have formerly owned, you have a little touch of jealousy in your composition. What I have heard is no secret to anybody. The injured party is generally the last who hears in these cases, and you shall not first be told anything by me that must afflict you, but cannot you more than it does me. God give you patience and comfort. The wicked lady has a deal to answer for to disturb such an uncommon happiness, but no more than that I am your ever affectionate sister, B. Davers. I am all impatience to hear how you conduct yourself upon this trying occasion. Let me know what you have heard, and how you came to hear it. Letter 69. Why don't I subscribe sister? Asked my dearest Lady Davers. I have not had the courage to do it of late, for my title to that honour arises from the dear, thrice dear Mr. B., and how long I may be permitted to call him mine I cannot say, but since you command it, I will call your ladyship by that beloved name. Let the rest happen as God shall see fit. Mr. B. cannot be unpolite in the main, but he is cold and a little cross and short in his speeches to me. I try to hide my grief from everybody, and most from him, for neither my parents nor Miss Darnford know anything from me. Mrs. Jervis, from whom I seldom hide anything, as she is on the spot with me, hears not my complainings nor my uneasiness, for I would not lessen the dear man. He may yet see the error of the way he is in. God grant it, for his own sake as well as mine. I am even sorry your ladyship is afflicted with the knowledge of the matter. The unhappy lady, God forgive her, is to be pitied. She loves him, and having strong passions, and being unused to be controlled, is lost to a sense of honour and justice. From these wicked masquerades springs all the unhappiness. My Spaniard was too amiable, and met with a lady who was no nun, but in habit. Every one was taken with him in that habit, so suited to the natural dignity of his person. Oh, these wicked masquerades! I am all patience in appearance, all uneasiness in reality. I did not think I could, especially in this most affecting point, be such an hypocrite. Your ladyship knows not what it has cost me to be able to assume that character. Yet my eyes are swelled with crying and look red, although I am always breathing on my hand and patting them with it, and my warm breath to hide the distress that will, from my overcharged heart, appear in them. Then he says, "What's the matter with the little fool? You are always in this way of late. What ails you, Pamela?" "Only a little vapourish, sir. Don't be angry at me. Billy, I thought, was not very well." "This boy will spoil your temper. At this rate, what should be your joy will become your misfortune. Don't receive me in this manner, I charge you." "In what manner, sir? I always receive you with a grateful heart. If anything troubles me, it is in your absence. But see, sir," then I try to smile and seem pleased, "I am all sunshine, now you are come. Don't you see I am?" "Yes, your sunshine of late is all through a cloud. I know not what's the matter with you. Your temper will alter, and then—" "It shan't alter, sir, it shan't, if I can help it. and then I kissed his hand, that dear hand that perhaps was last about his more beloved Countess's neck. Distracting reflection. But come, maybe I think the worst, to be sure I do, for my apprehensions were ever aforehand with events, and bad must be the case if it be worse than I think it. You command me to let you know what I have heard, and how I came to hear it. I told your ladyship in one of my former that 2 gentlemen brought up to the law, but above the practice of it, though I doubt not above practices less honourable, had visited us on coming to town. They have been often here since, Mr. Turner particularly, and sometimes by himself when Mr. B. has happened to be out, and he it was, as I guessed, that gave me at the wicked masquerade the advice to look after my Musidorus. I did not like their visits, and his much less, for he seemed to be a man of intriguing spirit. But about 3 weeks ago, Mr. B. setting out upon a party of pleasure to Oxford, he came and pretended great business with me. I was at breakfast in the parlour, only Polly attending me, and admitted him to drink a dish of chocolate with me. When Polly had stepped out, he told me, after many apologies, that he had discovered who the nun was at the masquerade that had engaged Mr. B. I said it was very indifferent to me who the lady was. He replied, making still more apologies, and pretending great reluctance to speak out, that it was no less a lady than the young Countess Dowager of blank, a lady noted for her wit and beauty, but of a gay disposition, though he believed not yet culpable. I was alarmed, but would not let him see it, and told Mr. Turner that I was so well satisfied in Mr. B.'s affection for me, and his well-known honour, that I could not think myself obliged to any gentleman who should endeavour to give me a less opinion of either than I ought to have. He then bluntly told me that the very party Mr. B. was upon was with the Countess for one, and Lord who had married her sister. I said I was glad he was in such good company, and wished him every pleasure in it. He hoped, he said, he might trust to my discretion, that I would not let Mr. B. know from whom I had the information, that indeed his motive in mentioning it was self-interest, having presumed to make some overture of an honourable nature to the Countess in his own behalf, which had been rejected since that masquerade night. And he hoped the prudent use I would make of the intimation might somehow be a means to break off that correspondence before it was attended with bad consequences. I told him coldly, though it stung me to the heart, that I was fully assured of Mr. B.'s honour, and was sorry he, Mr. Turner, had so bad an opinion of a lady to whom he professed so high a consideration. And rising up, will you excuse me, sir, that I cannot attend at all to such a subject as this? I think I ought not, and so must withdraw. Only, madam, one word. He offered to take my hand, but I would not permit it. He then swore a great oath that he had told me his true and only motive, that letters had passed between the Countess and Mr. B., adding, but I beg you'll keep it within your own breast. Else from 2 such hasty spirits as his and mine, it might be attended with still worse consequences. I will never, sir, enter into a subject that is not proper to be communicated, every tittle of it, to Mr. B., and this must be my excuse for withdrawing. And away I went from him. Your ladyship will judge with how uneasy a heart, which became more so when I sat down to reflect upon what he had told me, but I was resolved to give it as little credit as I could, or that anything would come of it, till Mr. B.'s own behaviour should convince me, to my affliction, that I had some reason to be alarmed. So I opened not my lips about it, not even to Mrs. Jervis. At Mr. B.'s return, I received him in my usual affectionate and unreserved manner, and he behaved himself to me with his accustomed goodness and kindness, or at least with so little difference, that had not Mr. Turner's officiousness made me more watchful, I should not have perceived it. But next day a letter was brought by a footman for Mr. B. He was out, so John gave it to me. The superscription was a lady's writing, the seal, the dowager ladies with a coronet. This gave me great uneasiness, and when Mr. B. came in, I said, "Here is a letter for you, sir, and from a lady, too." "What then?" said he, with quickness. I was balked and withdrew, for I saw him turn the seal about and about, as if he would see whether I had endeavoured to look into it. He needed not to have been so afraid, for I would not have done such a thing had I known my life was to depend upon it. I went up and could not help weeping at his quick answer, yet I did my endeavour to hide it when he came up. Was not my girl a little inquisitive upon me just now? I spoke pleasantly, sir, but you were very quick on your girl. 'Tis my temper, my dear. You know I mean nothing. You should not mind it. I should not, sir, if I had been used to it. He looked at me with sternness. Do you doubt my honour, madam? Madam, did you say, sir? I won't take that word. Dear sir, call it back. I won't be called madam. Call me your girl, your rustic, your Pamela. Call me anything but madam. My charmer, then, my life, my soul. Will any of those do? And saluted me. But whatever you do, let me not see that you have any doubts of my honour to you. The very mention of the word, dear sir, is a security to me. I want no other. I cannot doubt, but if you speak short to me, how shall I bear that? He withdrew, speaking nothing of the contents of his letter, as I dare say he would, had the subject been such as he chose to mention to me. We being alone after supper, I took the liberty to ask him who was of his party to Oxford. He named the Viscountess and her lord, Mr. Howard and his daughter, Mr. Herbert and his lady, and I had a partner too, my dear, to represent you. I am much obliged to the lady, sir, be she who she would. Why, my dear, you are so engaged in your nursery. Then this was a sudden thing, as you know I told you. Nay, sir, as long as it was agreeable to you, I had nothing to do but to be pleased with it. He watched my eyes and the turn of my countenance. You look, Pamela, as if you'd be glad to return the lady thanks in person. Shall I engage her to visit you? She longs to see you. Sir, hesitated I, as you please. I can't be displeased. Displeased? Interrupted he. Why that word, and why that hesitation in your answer? You speak very volubly, my dear, when you're not moved. Dear sir, said I, almost as quick as he was, why should I be moved? What occasion is there for it? I hope you have a better opinion of me than what, Pamela? What would you say? I know you are a little jealous rogue, I know you are. But, dear sir, why do you impute jealousy to me on this score? What a creature must I be, if you could not be abroad with a lady, but I must be jealous of you? No, sir, I have reason to rely upon your honour, and I do rely upon it, and what? Why, my dear, you are giving me assurances as if you thought the case required it. Ah, thought I, so it does. I see too plainly, or apprehend I do, but I durst not say so, nor give him any hint about my informant, though now confirmed of the truth of what Mr. Turner had said. Yet I resolved, if possible, not to alter my conduct, but my frequent weepings when by myself could not be hid as I wished, my eyes not keeping my heart's counsel. And this gives occasion to some of the stern words which I have mentioned above. All that he further said at this time was, with a negligent yet a determined air, "Well, Pamela, don't be doubtful of my honour. You know how much I love you. But one day or other I shall gratify this lady's curiosity, and bring her to pay you a visit, and you shall see you need not be ashamed of her acquaintance." "Whenever you please, sir," was all I cared to say farther, for I saw he was upon the catch, and looked steadfastly upon me whenever I moved my lips. And I'm not a finished hypocrite, and he can read the lines of one's face and the motions of one's heart, I think. I am sure mine is a very uneasy one, but till I reflected and weighed well the matter, it was worse, and my natural imperfection of this sort made me see a necessity to be more watchful over myself, and to doubt my own prudence. And thus I reasoned when he withdrew. Here, thought I have had a greater proportion of happiness without alloy fallen to my share than any of my sex, and I ought to be prepared for some trials. 'Tis true this is of the sorest kind. 'Tis worse than death itself to me, who had an opinion of the dear man's reformation, and prided myself not a little on that account, so that the blow is full upon my sore place. 'Tis on the side I could be the most easily penetrated, but Achilles could be touched only in his heel, and if he was to die by an enemy's hands, must not the arrow find out that only vulnerable place? My jealousy is that place with me, as your ladyship observes, but it is seated deeper than the heel. It is in my heart. The barbed dart has found that out, and there it sticks up to the very feathers. Yet, thought I will take care that I do not exasperate him by upbraidings, when I should try to move him by patience and forbearance, for the breach of his duty cannot warrant the neglect of mine. My business is to reclaim and not to provoke, and when, if it please God, this storm shall be overblown, let me not, by my present behaviour, leave any room for heart-burnings, but like a skilful surgeon, so heal the wound to the bottom, though the operation be painful, that it may not fester and break out again with fresh violence on future misunderstandings, if any shall happen. Well, but, thought I, let the worst come to the worst. He perhaps may be so good as to permit me to pass the remainder of my days with my dear Billy in Kent, with my father and mother, and so, when I cannot rejoice in possession of a virtuous husband, I shall be employed in praying for him, and enjoy a twofold happiness, that of doing my own duty to my dear baby, a pleasing entertainment this, and that of comforting my worthy parents, and being comforted by them, a no small consolation. And who knows but I may be permitted to steal a visit now and then to dear Lady Davers, and be called sister, and be deemed a faultless sister too. But remember, my dear lady, that if ever it comes to this, I will not bear that for my sake you shall with too much asperity blame your brother, for I will be ingenious to find excuses or extenuations for him, and I will now and then, in some disguised habit, steal the pleasure of seeing him and his happier countess, and give him with a silent tear my blessing for the good I and mine have reaped at his hands. But oh, if he takes from me my Billy, who must after all be his heir, and gives him to the cruel countess, he will at once burst asunder the strings of my heart. For oh, my happy rivaless, if you tear from me my husband, he is in his own disposal, and I cannot help it, nor can I indeed if he will give you my Billy. But this I am sure of, that my child and my life must go together. Your ladyship will think I rave. Indeed, I am almost crazed at times, for the dear man is so negligent, so cold, so haughty, that I cannot bear it. He says just now, "You are quite altered, Pamela." I believe I am, madam, but what can I do? He knows not that I know so much. I dare not tell him, for he will have me then reveal my intelligencer, and what may be the case between them. I weep in the night when he is asleep, and in the day when he is absent, and I am happy when I can, unobserved, steal this poor relief. I believe already I have shed as many tears as would drown my baby. How many more I may have to shed, God only knows. For, oh, madam, after all my fortitude and my recollection, to fall from so much happiness, and so soon, is a trying thing. But I will still hope the best, and should this matter blow over, I shall be ashamed of my weakness, and the trouble I must give to your generous heart for one so undeservedly favoured by you, as your obliged sister, and most humble servant, P.B. Dear madam, let no soul see any part of this our present correspondence, for your brother's sake, and your sake, and my sake. Letter 70. My dearest Pamela, you need not be afraid of anybody's knowing what passes between us on this cutting subject. Though I hear of it from every mouth, yet I pretend 'tis all falsehood and malice. Yet Lady Betty will have it that there is more in it than I will own, and that I know my brother's wickedness by my pensive looks. She will make a vow, she says, never to marry any man living. I am greatly moved by your affecting periods. Charming Pamela, what a tempest do you raise in one's mind when you please, and lay it too at your own will. Your colorings are strong, but I hope your imagination carries you much farther than it is possible he should go. I am pleased with your prudent reasonings and your wise resolutions. I see nobody can advise or help you. God only can, and his direction you beg so hourly that I make no doubt you will have it. What vexes me is, that when the noble uncle of this vile lady, why don't you call her so as well as I, expostulated with her on the scandals she brought upon her character and family, she pretended to argue, foolish creature, to polygamy, and said she had rather be a certain gentleman's second wife than the first to the greatest man in England. I leave you to your own workings, but if I find your prudence unrewarded by the wretch, the storm you saw raised at the Hall shall be nothing to the hurricane I will excite to tear up by the roots all the happiness the two wretches propose to themselves. Don't let my intelligence, which is undoubted, grieve you overmuch. Try some way to move the wretch. It must be done by touching his generosity. He has that in some perfection. But how in this case to move it is beyond my power or skill to prescribe. God bless you, my dearest Pamela. You shall be my only sister, and I will never own my brother if he be so base to your superlative merit. Adieu once more, from your sister and friend, B. Davers. Letter 71. My dearest lady, 1,000 thanks for your kind, your truly sisterly letter and advice. Mr. B. is just returned from a tour to Portsmouth with the Countess, I believe, but am not sure. Here I am forced to leave off. Let me scratch through this last surmise. It seems she was not with him. This is some comfort. He is very kind, and Billy not being well when he came in, my grief passed off without blame. He had said many tender things to me, but added that if I gave myself so much uneasiness every time the child ailed anything, he would hire the nurse to overlay him. Bless me, madam, what hard-hearted, shocking things are these men capable of saying! The farthest from their hearts, indeed, so they had need, for he was as glad of the child's being better as I could be. In the morning he went out in the chariot for about an hour, and returned in a good humour, saying 20 agreeable things to me, which makes me so proud and so pleased. He is gone out again. Could I but find this matter happily conquered, for his own soul's sake! But he seems, by what your ladyship mentions, to have carried this polygamy point with the lady. Can I live with him? Madam, ought I? If this be the case, I have it under his hand that the laws of his country were sufficient to deter him from that practice. But, alas, he knew not this Countess then. But here I must break off. He is returned and coming up. Go into my bosom for the present, O letter dedicated to dear Lady Davers. Come to my hand the play employment, so unsuited to my present afflicted mind. Here he comes. Oh, madam, my heart is almost broken. Just now Mr. B. tells me that the Countess Dowager and the Viscountess, her sister, are to be here to see my Billy and to drink tea with me this very afternoon. I was all confusion when he told me this. I looked around, and upon everything but him. Will not my friends be welcome, Pamela? Said he sternly. Oh, yes, very welcome, but I have these wretched vapours so, that I wish I might be excused. I wish I might be allowed to take an airing in the chariot for 2 or 3 hours, for I shall not be fit to be seen by such ladies, said I, half out of breath. You'll be fit to be seen by nobody, my dear, if you go on thus, but do as you please. He was going, and I took his hand. Stay, dear sir, let me know what you would have me do. If you would have me stay, I will. To be sure I would. Well, sir, then I will, for it is hard, thought I, if an innocent person cannot look up in her own house too, as it now is, as I may say, to a guilty one, guilty in her heart at least. Though, poor lady, I hope she is not so in fact, and if God hears my prayers, never will for all three of our sakes. But, madam, think of me, what a task I have, how my heart throbs in my bosom, how I tremble, how I struggle with myself, what rules I form for my behaviour to this naughty lady, how they are dashed in pieces as soon as formed, and new ones taken up, and yet I doubt myself when I come to the test. But one thing will help me, I pity the poor lady. And as she comes with the heart of a robber to invade me in my lawful right, I pride myself in a superiority over this countess, and will endeavour to show her the country girl in a light which would better become her to appear in. I must be forced to leave off here, for Mr. B. is just come in to receive his guests, and I am in a sad flutter upon it. All my resolution fails me. What shall I do? Oh, that this countess was come and gone! I have one comfort, however, in the midst of all my griefs, and that is in your ladyship's goodness, which gives me leave to assume the honoured title that, let what may happen, will always give me equal pride and pleasure in subscribing myself your ladyship's most obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. Letter 72. My dear lady, I will now pursue my last affecting subject, for the visit is over, but a sad situation I am in with Mr. B. for all that. But bad as it is, I'll try to forget it till I come to it in course. At 4 in the afternoon, Mr. B. came in to receive his guests, whom he expected at 5. He came up to me. I had just closed my last letter, but put it up, and set before me your ladyship's play subjects. So, Pamela, how do you do now? Your ladyship may guess by what I wrote before that I could not give any extraordinary account of myself. As well, sir, as possible, half out of breath. You give yourself strange melancholy airs of late, my dear. All that cheerfulness which used to delight me whenever I saw you, I am sorry for it, is quite vanished. You and I must shortly have a little serious talk together. When you please, sir. I believe it is only being used to this smoky, thick air of London. I shall be better when you carry me into the country. I dare say I shall, but I never was in London so long before, you know, sir. All in good time, Pamela, but is this the best appearance you choose to make to receive such guests? If it displeases you, sir, I will dress otherwise in a minute. You look well in anything, but I thought you'd have been better dressed, yet it would never have less become you, for of late your eyes have lost that brilliancy that used to strike me with a lustre, much surpassing that of the finest diamonds. I am sorry for it, sir, but as I never could pride myself in deserving such a kind of compliment, I should be too happy, forgive me, my dearest Mr. B., if the failure be not rather in your eyes than in mine. He looked at me steadfastly. I fear, Pamela, but don't be a fool. You are angry with me, sir? No, not I. Would you have me dress better? No, not I. If your eyes looked a little more brilliant, you want no addition. Down he went. Strange, short speeches these, my lady, to what you have heard from his dear mouth, yet they shall not rob me of the merit of a patient sufferer. I am resolved, thought I. Now, my lady, as I doubted not my rival would come adorned with every outward ornament, I put on only a white damask gown, having no desire to vie with her in appearance, for a virtuous and honest heart is my glory, I bless God. I wish the Countess had the same to boast of. About 5 their ladyships came in the Countess's new chariot, for she has not been long out of her transitory mourning, and dressed as rich as jewels and a profusion of expense could make her. I saw them from the window alight. Oh, how my heart throbbed! Lie still, said I, busy thing. Why all this emotion? Those shining ornaments cover not such a guileless flatterer as thou. Why then all this emotion? Polly Barlow came up instantly from Mr. B. I hastened down. Tremble, tremble, tremble went my feet, in spite of all the resolution I had been endeavouring so long to collect together. Mr. B. presented the Countess to me, both of us covered with blushes, but from very different motives, as I imagine. The Countess of my dear. She saluted me, and looked, as I thought, half with envy, half with shame, but one is apt to form people's countenances by what one judges of their hearts. Oh, too lovely, too charming rival, thought I. Would to heaven I saw less attraction in you. For indeed she is a charming lady, yet she could not help calling me Mrs. B. That was some pride to me. Every little distinction is a pride to me now, and said she hoped I would excuse the liberty she had taken, but the character given of me by Mr. B. made her desirous of paying her respects to me. Oh, these villainous masquerades, thought I, you would never have wanted to see me but for them, poor naughty nun that was. Mr. B. presented also the Viscountess to me. I saluted her ladyship, her sister saluted me. She is a graceful lady, better as I hope in heart, but not equal in person to her sister. You have a charming boy, I am told, madam, but no wonder from such a pair. Oh, dear heart, thought I, isn't it so? Your ladyship may guess what I thought farther. Will your ladyship see him now? Said Mr. B. He did not look down, no, not a bit, though the Countess played with her fan and looked at him and at me, and then down by turns a little consciously, while I wrapped up myself in my innocence, my first flutters being over, and thought I was superior by reason of that, even to a countess. With all her heart, she said. I rang. Polly, bid nurse bring my Billy down. My, said I, with an emphasis. I met the nurse at the stairs foot, and brought in my dear baby in my arms. Such a child and such a mamma, said the Viscountess. Will you give master to my arms one moment, madam? Said the Countess. Yes, thought I, much rather than my dear naughty gentleman should any other. I yielded it to her. I thought she would have stifled it with her warm kisses. Sweet boy, charming creature, and pressed it to her too lovely bosom with such emotion, looking on the child and on Mr. B., that I liked it not by any means. Go, you naughty lady, thought I, but I durst not say so, and go, naughty man, too, thought I, for you seem to look too much gratified in your pride by her fondness for your boy. I wish I did not love you so well as I do. But neither your ladyship may believe did I say this. Mr. B. looked at me, but with a bravery, I thought, too like what I had been witness to in some former scenes in as bad a cause. But, thought I, God delivered me then. I will confide in him. He will now, I doubt not, restore thy heart to my prayers, untainted, I hope, for thy own dear sake as well as mine. The Viscountess took the child from her sister, and kissed him with great pleasure. She is a married lady. Would to God the Countess was so too, for Mr. B. never corresponded, as I told your ladyship once, with married ladies, so I was not afraid of her love to my Billy. But let me, said she, have the pleasure of restoring master to his charming mamma. I thought, added she, I never saw a lovelier sight in my life than when in his mamma's arms. Why, I can't say, said the Countess, but master and his mamma do credit to one another. Dear madam, let us have the pleasure of seeing him still on your lap while he is so good. I wondered the dear baby was so quiet, though indeed he is generally so, but he might surely, if but by sympathy, have complained for his poor mamma, though she durst not for herself. How apt one is to engage everything in one's distress when it is deep, and one wonders too that things animate and inanimate look with the same face when we are greatly moved by any extraordinary and interesting event. I sat down with my baby on my lap, looking, I believe, with a righteous boldness, I will call it so, for well says the text, the righteous is as bold as a lion, now on my Billy, now on his papa, and now on the Countess, with such a triumph in my heart, for I saw her blush and look down, and the dear gentleman seemed to eye me with a kind of conscious tenderness, as I thought. A silence of 5 minutes, I believe, succeeded, we all four looking upon one another, and the little dear was awake and stared full upon me with such innocent smiles, as if he promised to love me and make me amends for all. I kissed him and took his pretty little hand in mine. "You are very good, my charmer, in this company," said I. I remembered a scene which made greatly for me in the papers you have seen, when instead of recriminating, as I might have done, before Mr. Longman for harsh usage, for, oh, my lady, your dear brother has a hard heart indeed when he pleases, I only prayed for him on my knees, and I hope I was not now too mean, for I had dignity and a proud superiority in my vain heart over them all. Then it was not my part to be upon defiances where I loved, and where I hoped to reclaim. Besides, what had I done by that but justified seemingly by after acts, in a passionate resentment, to their minds at least, their too wicked treatment of me? Moreover, your ladyship will remember that Mr. B. knew not that I was acquainted with his intrigue, for I must call it so. If he had, he is too noble to insult me by such a visit, and he had told me I should see the lady he was at Oxford with. And this breaking silence, he mentioned saying, "I gave you hope, my dear, that I should procure you the honour of a visit from a lady who put herself under my care at Oxford." I bowed my head to the Countess, but my tears being ready to start, I kissed my Billy. "Dearest baby," said I, "you are not going to cry, are you?" I would have had him just then to cry instead of me. The tea equipage was brought in. "Polly, carry the child to nurse." I gave it another kiss, and the Countess desired another. I grudged it, to think her naughty lips should so closely follow mine. Her sister kissed it also, and carried him to Mr. B. "Take him away," said he. "I owe him my blessing." "Oh, these young gentlemen papas," said the Countess, "they are like young unbroken horses, just put into the traces." "Are they so?" thought I. "Matrimony must not expect your good word, I doubt." Mr. B. after tea, at which I was far from being talkative, for I could not tell what to say, though I tried, as much as I could not, to appear sullen, desired the Countess to play one tune upon the harpsichord. She did, and sung, at his request, an Italian song to it very prettily, too prettily, I thought. I wanted to find some faults, some great faults in her, but, oh, madam, she has too many outward excellencies. Pity she wants a good heart. He could ask nothing that she was not ready to oblige him. Indeed, he could not. She desired me to touch the keys. I would have been excused, but could not. And the ladies commended my performance, but neither my heart to play nor my fingers in playing deserved their praises. Mr. B. said, "Indeed, you play better sometimes, my dear." "Do I, sir?" was all the answer I made. The Countess hoped, she said, I would return her visit, and so said the Viscountess. I replied, Mr. B. would command me whenever he pleased. She said she hoped to be better acquainted. I hope not, thought I, and that I would give her my company for a week or so upon the forest. It seems she has a seat upon Windsor Forest. Mr. B. says, added she, you can't ride a single horse, but we'll teach you there. 'Tis a sweet place for that purpose. How came Mr. B., thought I, to tell you that, madam? I suppose you know more of me than I do myself. Indeed, my lady, this may be too true, for she may know what is to become of me. I told her I was very much obliged to her ladyship, and that Mr. B. directed all my motions. What say you, sir? Said the Countess. I can't promise that, madam, for Mrs. B. wants to go down to Kent before we go to Bedfordshire, and I am afraid I can't give her my company thither. Then, sir, I shan't choose to go without you. I suppose not, my dear, but if you are disposed to oblige the Countess for a week, as you never were at Windsor, I believe, sir, interrupted I, what with my little nursery, and one thing or another, I must deny myself that honour for this season. Well, madam, then I'll expect you in Pall Mall. I bowed my head and said Mr. B. would command me. They took leave with a politeness natural to them. Mr. B., as he handed them to the chariot, said something in Italian to the Countess. The word Pamela was in what he said. She answered him with a downcast look in the same language, half pleased, half serious, and the chariot drove away. "I would give," said I, "a good deal, sir, to know what her ladyship said to you. She looked with so particular a meaning, if I may say so." "I'll tell you truly, Pamela. I said to her, 'Well, now, your ladyship has seen my Pamela. Is she not the charmingest girl in the world?' She answered, 'Mrs. B. is very grave for so young a lady, but I must needs say she is a lovely creature.'" "And did you say so, sir? And did her ladyship so answer?" And my heart was ready to leap out of my bosom for joy. But my folly spoiled all again, for to my own surprise and great regret, I burst out into tears, though I even sobbed to have suppressed them, but could not, and so I lost a fine opportunity to have talked to him while he was so kind, for he was more angry with me than ever. What made me such a fool, I wonder? But I had so long struggled with myself, and not expecting so kind a question from the dear gentleman, or such a favourable answer from the Countess, I had no longer any command of myself. "What ails the little fool?" said he, with a wrathful countenance. This made me worse, and he added, "Take care, take care, Pamela, you'll drive me from you, in spite of my own heart." So he went into the best parlour, and put on his sword, and took his hat. I followed him. "Sir, sir," with my arms expanded, was all I could say, but he avoided me, putting on his hat with an air, and out he went, bidding Abraham follow him. This is the dilemma into which, as I hinted at the beginning of this letter, I have brought myself with Mr. B. How strong, how prevalent is the passion of jealousy, and thus it will show itself uppermost when it is uppermost, in spite of one's most watchful regards. My mind is so perplexed that I must lay down my pen. And indeed your ladyship will wonder, all things considered, that I could write the above account as I have done in this cruel suspense, and with such apprehensions. But writing is all the diversion I have, when my mind is oppressed, past 10 o'clock at night. I have only time to tell your ladyship, for the postman waits, that Mr. B. is just come in. He has gone into his closet, and has shut the door, and taken the key on the inside, so I dare not go to him there. In this uncertainty and suspense, pity and pray for your ladyship's afflicted sister and servant, P.B. Letter 73. My dear lady, I will now proceed with my melancholy account. Not knowing what to do, and Mr. B. not coming near me, and the clock striking 12, I ventured to send this billet to him by Polly. Dear Sir, I know you choose not to be invaded when retired to your closet, yet being very uneasy on account of your abrupt departure and heavy displeasure, I take the liberty to write these few lines. I own, sir, that the sudden flow of tears which involuntarily burst from me at your kind expressions to the Countess in my favour, when I had thought for more than a month past you were angry with me, and which had distressed my weak mind beyond expression, might appear unaccountable to you. But had you kindly waited but one moment till this fit, which was rather owing to my gratitude than to perverseness, had been over, and I knew the time when you would have generously soothed it, I should have had the happiness of a more serene and favourable parting. Will you suffer me, sir, to attend you? Polly shall wait your answer. I dare not come without your permission, for should you be as angry as you were, I know not how I shall bear it. But if you say I may come down, I hope to satisfy you that I intended not any offence. Do, dear sir, permit me to attend you. I can say no more than that I am your ever dutiful P.B. Polly returned with the following. So, thought I, a letter. I could have spared that, I am sure. I expected no favour from it, so tremblingly opened it. My dear I would not have you sit up for me. We are getting apace into the matrimonial recriminations. You knew the time, so did I, my dear, but it seems that the time is over with both, and I have had the mortification for some past weeks to come home to a very different Pamela than I used to leave all company and all pleasure for. I hope we shall better understand one another, but you cannot see me at present with any advantage to yourself, and I would not that anything farther should pass, to add to the regrets of both. I wish you good rest. I will give your cause a fair hearing when I am more fit to hear all your pleas and your excuses. I cannot be insensible that the reason for the concern you have lately shown must lie deeper than perhaps you'll now own. As soon as you are prepared to speak all that is upon your mind, and I to hear it with temper, then we may come to an éclaircissement, till when I am your affectionate, etc. My busy apprehension immediately suggested to me that I was to be terrified with a high hand into a compliance with some new scheme or other that was projecting, and it being near one, and hearing nothing from Mr. B., I bid Polly go to bed, thinking she would wonder at our intercourse by letter if I should send again. So down I ventured, my feet, however, trembling all the way, and tapped at the door of his closet. "Who's that?" "I, sir." "One word, if you please. Don't be more angry, however, sir." He opened the door. Thus poor Hester, to her royal husband, ventured her life, to break in upon him unbidden. But that Eastern monarch, great as he was, extended to the fainting suppliant the golden sceptre. He took my hand. "I hope, my dear, by this tragedy speech we are not to expect any sad catastrophe to our present misunderstanding." "I hope not, sir, but 'tis all as God and you shall please. I am resolved to do my duty, sir, if possible. But indeed I cannot bear this cruel suspense. Let me know what is to become of me. Let me know but what is designed for me, and you shall be sure of all the acquiescence that my duty and conscience can give to your pleasure." "What means the dear creature? What means my Pamela? Surely your head, child, is a little affected." "I can't tell, sir, but it may. But let me have my trial that you write about. Appoint my day of hearing, and speedily too, for I would not bear such another month, as the last has been for the world." "Come, my dear," said he, "let me attend you to your chamber. But your mind has taken much too solemn a turn to enter further now upon this subject. Think as well of me as I do of you, and I shall be as happy as ever." I wept. "Be not angry, dear sir. Your kind words have just the same effect upon me now as in the afternoon." "Your apprehensions, my dear, must be very strong that a kind word, as you call it, has such an effect upon you. But let us waive the subject for a few days, because I am to set out on a little journey at 4, and had not intended to go to bed for so few hours." "When we came up," I said, "I was very bold, sir, to break in upon you, but I could not help it. If my life had been the forfeit, and you received me with more goodness than I could have expected. But will you pardon me if I ask whither you go so soon, and if you had intended to have gone without taking leave of me?" "I go to Tunbridge, my dear. I should have stepped up and taken leave of you before I went." "Well, sir, I will not ask you who is of your party. I will not, no," putting my hands to his lips. "Don't tell me, sir. It mayn't be proper." "Don't fear, my dear, I won't tell you, nor am I certain whether it be proper or not, till we are come to a better understanding. Only, once more, think as well of me as I do of you." Would to heaven, thought I, there was the same reason for the one as for the other. I intended, for my heart was full, to enter further into this subject so fatal to my repose, but the dear gentleman had no sooner laid his head on the pillow, but he fell asleep, or feigned to do so, and that was as prohibitory to my talking as if he had. So I had all my own entertaining reflections to myself, which gave me not one wink of sleep, but made me of so much service as to tell him when the clock struck 4 that he should not, though I did not say so, you may think, madam, make my ready rivaless, for I doubted not her being one of the party, wait for him. He arose and was dressed instantly, and saluting me, bid me be easy and happy while it was yet in my own power. He said he should be back on Saturday night, as he believed, and I wished him most fervently, I am sure, health, pleasure, and safety. Here, madam, must I end this letter. My next will perhaps contain my trial and my sentence. God give me but patience and resignation, and then whatever occurs I shall not be unhappy, especially while I can have, in the last resource, the pleasure of calling myself your ladyship's most obliged sister and servant, P.B. Letter 74. My dear lady, I will be preparing to write to you as I have opportunity, not doubting but this must be a long letter, and having some apprehensions that, as things may fall out, I may want either head or heart to write to your ladyship, were I to defer it till the catastrophe of this cruel suspense. Oh, what a happiness am I sunk from, and in so few days, too! Oh, the wicked masquerades! The following letter, in a woman's hand, and signed, as you'll see, by a woman's name, and spelt as I spell it, will account to your ladyship for my beginning so heavily. It came by the penny post. Madam, I am unknown to you, but you are not altogether to me, because I have been edified by your pious behaviour at church, where I see you with pleasure every Sabbath day. I am well acquainted with the family of the Countess of Blank, and you may passably have heard what you wished not to have heard concerning her, but this very morning I can assure you her ladyship is gone with your spouse to Tunbridge, and there they are to take lodgings or a house, and Mr. B. is after to come to town and settle matters to go down to her, where they are to live as man and wife. Make what use you please of this information, and believe me to have no other motive than to serve you, because of your vartues, which make you deserve a better return. I am thus, I shall not set my true name, your great admirer and servant, Thomasine Fuller. Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock. Just above I called my state a state of cruel suspense, but I recall the words, for now it is no longer suspense, since, if this letter says truth, I know the worst. And there is too much appearance that it does, let the writer be who he will, or his or her motive what it will. For after all, I am apt to fancy this a contrivance of Mr. Turner's, though for fear of ill consequences I will not say so. And now, madam, I am endeavouring, by the help of religion and cool reflection, to bring my mind to bear this heavy evil, and to recollect what I was, and how much more honourable an estate I am in than I could ever have expected to be in, that my virtue and good name are secured, and I can return innocent to my dear parents, and these were once the only pride of my heart. In addition to what I was then, and yet I pleased myself with my prospects, poor as they were, I have honest parents, bountifully provided for, thank God, and your ever dear brother for this blessing, and not only provided for, but made useful to him to the amount of their provision well nigh. There is a pride, my lady. Then I shall have better conditions from his generosity to support myself than I can wish for or make use of. Then I have my dear Billy O. be contented, too charming and too happy rival with my husband, and tear not from me, my dearest baby, the pledge, the beloved pledge of our happier affections, and the dear remembrance of what I once was. 1,000 pleasing prospects that had begun to dawn on my mind I can bear to have dissipated, but I cannot, indeed I cannot, permit my dear Mr. B.'s son and heir to be torn from me. But I am running on in a strain that shows my impatience rather than my resignation. Yet some struggles must be allowed me. I could not have loved as I love if I could easily part with my interest in so beloved a husband. For my interest I will part with, and sooner die than live with a gentleman who has another wife, though I was the first. Let countesses, if they can, and ladies of birth, choose to humble themselves to this baseness. The low-born Pamela cannot stoop to it. Pardon me, you know I only write this with a view to this poor lady's answer to her noble uncle, of which you wrote me word. Friday is now concluding. I hope I am much calmer, for being disappointed, in all likelihood, in 20 agreeable schemes and projects, I am now forming new ones, with as much pleasure to myself as I may. I am thinking to try to get good Mrs. Jervis with me. You must not, madam, be too much concerned for me. After a while I shall be no unhappy person, for though I was thankful for my splendid fortunes, and should have been glad, to be sure I should, of continuing in them with so dear a gentleman, yet a high estate had never such dazzling charms with me as it has with some. If it had, I could not have resisted so many temptations, possibly as God enabled me to resist. Saturday night is now come. 'Tis 9, and no Mr. B. Oh, why, as Deborah makes the mother of Sisera say, is his chariot so long in coming? Why tarry the wheels of his chariot? I have this note now at 11 o'clock. My dearest Pamela, I dispatch the messenger, lest, expecting me this night, you should be uneasy. I shall not be with you till Monday, when I hope to dine with my dearest Life. Ever affectionately yours. So I'll go up and pray for him, and then to bed. Yet 'tis a sad thing. I have had but poor rest for a great while, nor shall have any till my fate is decided. Hard-hearted man, he knows under what uneasiness he left me. Monday, 11. If God Almighty hears my yesterdays, and indeed my hourly prayers, the dear man will be good still. But my aching heart, every time I think what company he is in, for I find the Countess is certainly one of the party, bodes me little satisfaction. He's come, now, just now, come. I will have my trial over before this night be past. If possible, I'll go down and meet him with love unfeigned, and a duty equal to my love, although he may forget his to me. If I conquer myself on this occasion, I conquer nature, as your ladyship says, and then, by God's grace, I can conquer everything. They have taken their house, I suppose, but what need they, when they'll have one in Bedfordshire, and one in Lincolnshire? But they know best. God bless him, and reform her. That's all the harm I wish them, or will wish them. My dear Mr. B. has received me with great affection and tenderness. Sure he cannot be so bad, sure he cannot. I know, my dear, said he, I left you in great anxiety, but 'tis an anxiety you have brought upon yourself, and I have not been easy ever since I parted from you. I am sorry for it, sir. Why, my dear love, there is still a melancholy air in your countenance. Indeed, it seems mingled with a kind of joy. I hope at my return to you. but 'tis easy to see which of the two is the most natural. You should see nothing, sir, that you would not wish to see, if I could help it. I am sorry you cannot, but I am come home to hear all your grievances, and to redress them, if in my power. When, sir, am I to come upon my trial? I have much to say. I will tell you everything I think, and as it may be the last grievances, as you are pleased to call them, I may ever trouble you with, you must promise to answer me not one word till I have done. For if it does but hold, I have great courage indeed. You don't know half the sauciness that is in your girl yet, but when I come upon my trial, you'll wonder at my boldness. What means, my dearest, taking me into his arms, you alarm me exceedingly by this moving sedateness. Don't let it alarm you, sir, I mean nothing but good. But I have been preparing myself to tell you all my mind, and as an instance of what you may expect from me, sometimes, sir, I will be your judge, and put home questions to you, and sometimes you shall be mine, and at last pronounce sentence upon me. Or if you won't, I will upon myself. A severe one to me it shall be, but an agreeable one perhaps to you. When comes on the trial, sir? He looked steadily upon me, but was silent, and I said, But don't be afraid, sir, that I will invade your province, for though I shall count myself your judge in some cases, you shall be judge paramount still. Dear charmer of my heart, said he, and clasped me to his bosom, what a new Pamela have I in my arms! A mysterious charmer. Let us instantly go to my closet, or yours, and come upon our mutual trial, for you have fired my soul with impatience. No, sir, if you please, we will dine first. I have hardly eaten anything these 4 days, and your company may give me an appetite. I shall be pleased to sit down at table with you. Sir, taking his hand and trying to smile upon him, for the moments I have of your company may be, some time hence, very precious to my remembrance. I was then forced to turn my head, to hide from him my eyes, brimful as they were of tears. He took me again into his arms. My dearest Pamela, if you love me, distract not my soul thus by your dark and mysterious speeches. You are displeased with me, and I thought I had reason of late to take something amiss in your conduct, but instead of your suffering by my anger, you have words and an air that penetrate my very soul. Oh, sir, sir, treat me not thus kindly. Put on an angrier brow, or how shall I retain my purpose? How shall I? Dear, dear creature, make not use of all your power to melt me. Half of it is enough, for there is eloquence in your eyes I cannot resist, but in your present solemn air and affecting sentences you mould me to every purpose of your heart, so that I am a mere machine, a passive instrument to be played upon at your pleasure. Dear, kind sir, how you revive my heart by your goodness! Perhaps I have only been in a frightful dream, and am but just now awakened, but we will not anticipate our trial. Only, sir, give orders that you are not to be spoken with by anybody when we have dined, for I must have you all to myself without interruption. Just as I had said this, a gentleman calling, I retired to my chamber and wrote to this place. Mr. B. dismissed his friend without asking him to dine, so I had him all to myself at dinner. But we said little, and sat not above a quarter of an hour looking at each other, he with impatience and some seeming uneasiness, I with more steadiness, I believe, but now and then a tear starting. I eat but little, though I tried all I could, and especially as he helped me and courted me with tenderness and sweetness. Oh, why were ever such things as masquerades permitted in a Christian nation? I chose to go into my closet rather than into his, and here I sit, waiting the dear gentleman's coming up to me. If I keep but my courage, I shall be pleased. I know the worst, and that will help me, for he is too noble to use me roughly when he sees I mean not to provoke him by upbraidings, any more than I will act in this case beneath the character I ought to assume as his wife. Mr. B. came up with great impatience in his looks. I met him at the chamber door with a very sedate countenance, and my heart was high with my purpose, and supported me better than I could have expected. Yet, on recollection, now I impute to myself something of that kind of magnanimity that was wont to inspire the innocent sufferers of old for a still worthier cause than mine, though their motives could hardly be more pure, in that one hope I had to be an humble means of saving the man I love and honor from errors that might be fatal to his soul. I took his hand with boldness. "Dear sir," leading him to my closet, "here is the bar at which I am to take my trial," pointing to the backs of 3 chairs, which I had placed in a joined row, leaving just room to go by on each side. "You must give me, sir, all my own way. This is the first and perhaps the last time that I shall desire it." "Nay, dear sir," turning my face from him, "look not upon me with an eye of tenderness. If you do, I may lose my purposes, important to me as they are, and however fantastic my behaviour may seem to you. I want not to move your passions, for the good impressions made upon them may be too easily dissipated by the winds of sense, but your reason, and if that can be done, I am safe, and shall fear no relapse. What means all this parade, my dear? Let me perish," that was his word, "if I know how to account for you or your humour." "You will presently, sir, but give me all my ways, I pray you do, this one time only." "Well, so this is your bar, is it? There's an elbow chair, I see. Take your place in it, Pamela, and here I'll stand to answer all your questions." "No, sir, that must not be." So I boldly led him to the elbow chair. "You are the judge, sir. It is I that am to be tried. Yet I will not say I am a criminal. I know I am not, but that must be proved. Sir, you know." "Well, take your way, but I fear for your head, my dear, in all this." "I fear only my heart, sir, that's all, but there you must sit. So here," retiring to the 3 chairs and leaning on the backs, "here I stand. And now, my dearest Mr. B., you must begin first. You must be my accuser as well as my judge." "I have nothing to accuse you of, my dear. If I must give in to your moving whimsy, you are everything I wish you to be. But for the last month you have seemed to be uneasy, and have not done me the justice to acquaint me with your reasons for it." "I was in hopes my reasons might have proved to be no reasons, and I would not trouble you with my ungrounded apprehensions. But now, sir, we are come directly to the point. And methinks I stand here as Paul did before Felix, and like that poor prisoner, if I, sir, reason of righteousness, temperance, and judgment to come, even to make you, as the great Felix did, tremble, don't put me off to another day, to a more convenient season, as that governor did Paul, for you must bear patiently with all that I have to say." "Strange, uncommon girl, how unaccountable is all this! Prithee, my dear," and he pulled a chair by him, "come and sit down by me, and without these romantic airs, let me hear all you have to say, and tease me not with this parade." No, sir, let me stand, if you please, while I can stand. When weary, I will sit down at my bar. Now, sir, since you are so good as to say you have nothing but change of temper to accuse me of, I am to answer to that and assign a cause, and I will do it without evasion or reserve. But I beseech you say not one word but yes or no to my questions, till I have said all I have to say, and then you shall find me all silence and resignation. Well, my strange dear, but sure your head is a little turned. What is your question? Whether, sir, the nun, I speak boldly, the cause requires it, who followed you at the masquerade everywhere, is not the Countess of blank. What then, my dear, speaking with quickness, I thought the occasion of your sullenness and reserve was this, but Pamela, nay, sir, interrupted I, only yes or no, if you please. I will be all silence by and by. Yes, then. Well, sir, then let me tell you, for I ask you not, it may be too bold in me to multiply questions, that she loves you, that you correspond by letters with her. Yes, sir, before that letter from her ladyship came, which you received from my hand in so short and angry a manner, for fear of my curiosity to see its contents, which would have been inexcusable in me, I own, if I had. You have talked over to her all your polygamy notions, and she seemed so well convinced of them as to declare to her noble uncle, who expostulated with her on the occasions she gave for talk, that she had rather be a certain gentleman's second wife than the first to the greatest man in England, and you are but just returned from a journey to Tunbridge, in which that lady was a party, and the motive for it I am acquainted with by this letter. He was displeased and frowned. I looked down, being resolved not to be terrified if I could help it. I have cautioned you, Pamela. I know you have, sir, interrupted I, but be pleased to answer me. Has not the Countess taken a house or lodgings at Tunbridge? She has, and what then? And is her ladyship there or in town? There, and what then? Are you to go to Tunbridge, sir, soon or not? Be pleased to answer but that one question. I will know, rising up in anger, your informants, Pamela. Dear sir, so you shall in proper time. You shall know all when I am convinced that your wrath will not be attended with bad consequences to yourself and others. That is wholly the cause of my reserve in this point, for I have not had a thought, since I have been yours, that I wish to be concealed from you. But your knowledge of the informants makes nothing at all as to the truth of the information, nor will I press you to home. I doubt not you are soon to return to Tunbridge. I am, and what then? Must the consequence be crime enough to warrant your jealousy? Dear sir, don't be so angry, still looking down, for I durst not trust myself to look up. I don't do this, as your letter charged me, in a spirit of matrimonial recrimination. If you don't tell me that you see the Countess with pleasure, I ask it not of you, nor have I anything to say by way of upbraiding. 'Tis my misfortune that she is too lovely and too attracted, and it is the less wonder that a fine young gentleman as you are, and a fine young lady as she is, should engage one another's affections. I knew everything except what this letter, which you shall read presently, communicates, when you brought the two noble sisters to visit me. Hence proceeded my grief. And should I, sir, have deserved to be what I am, if I was not grieved? Religion has helped me, and God has answered my supplications, and enabled me to act this new uncommon part before you at this imaginary bar. you shall see, sir, that as on one hand I want not, as I said before, to move your passions in my favor, so on the other I shall not be terrified by your displeasure, dreaded by me as it used to be, and as it will be again, the moment that my raised spirits sink down to their usual level, or are diverted from this my long meditated purpose to tell you all my mind. I repeat then, sir, that I knew all this when the two noble sisters came to visit your poor girl, and to see your Billy. Yet, grave as the Countess called me, dear sir, might I not well be grave, knowing what I knew? Did I betray any impatience of speech or action, or any discomposure? No, sir, putting my hand on my breast, here all my discomposure lay, vehemently struggling now and then, and wanting that vent of my eyes which it seems, overcome by my joy to hear myself favourably spoken of by you and the lady, it too soon made itself. But I could not help it. You might have seen. Sir, I could not. But I want neither to recriminate nor expostulate, nor yet, sir, to form excuses for my general conduct, for that you accuse not in the main, but be pleased, sir, to read this letter. It was brought by the penny post, as you'll see by the mark. Who the writer is, I know not, and did you, sir, that knowledge and your resentment upon it will not alter the fact, or give it a more favourable appearance. I stepped to him, and giving him the letter, came back to my bar, and sat down on one of the chairs while he read it, drying my eyes, for they would overflow as I talked, do what I could. He was much moved at the contents of this letter, called it malice, and hoped he might find out the author of it, saying he would advertise 500 guineas reward for the discoverer. He put the letter in his pocket. Well, Pamela, you believe all you have said, no doubt, and this matter has a black appearance indeed, if you do. But who was your first informant? Was that by letter or personally? That Turner, I doubt not, is at the bottom of all this. The vain coxcomb has had the insolence to imagine the Countess would favour an address of his, and is enraged to meet with a repulse, and has taken liberties upon it that have given birth to all the scandals scattered about on this occasion. Nor do I doubt but he has been the serpent at the ear of my Eve. I stood up at the bar and said, Don't be too hasty, sir, in your judgment. You may be mistaken. But am I mistaken, Pamela? You never told me an untruth in cases the most important to you to conceal. Am I mistaken? Dear sir, if I should tell you it is not Mr. Turner, you'll guess at somebody else, and what avails all this to the matter in hand? You are your own master, and must stand or fall by your own conscience. God grant that that may acquit you, but my intention is not either to accuse or upbraid you. But, my dear, to the fact, then. This is a malicious and a villainous piece of intelligence given you, perhaps, for the sake of designs and views that may not yet be proper to be avowed. By God's grace, sir, I defy all designs and views of any one, upon my honour. But, my dear, the charge is basely false. We have not agreed upon any such way of life. Well, sir, all this only proves that the intelligence may be a little premature. But now let me, sir, sit down 1 minute to recover my failing spirits, and then I'll tell you all I purpose to do, and all I have to say, and that with as much brevity as I can, for fear neither my head nor my heart should perform the part I have been so long in endeavouring to prevail upon them to perform. I sat down then, he taking out the letter and reading it again with much vexation and anger in his countenance, and after a few tears and sobs that would needs be so officious as to offer their service unbidden and undesired, to introduce what I had to say, I rose up, my feet trembling as well as my knees, which, however, leaning against the seats of the chairs that made my bar, as my hand held by the back tolerably supported me, I cleared my voice, wiped my eyes, and said, "You have all the excuse, dear Mr. B., that a gentleman can have in the object of your present passion." "Present passion, Pamela?" "Dear sir, hear me without interruption. The Countess is a charming lady. She excels your poor girl in all those outward graces of form which your kind fancy, more valued by me than the opinion of all the world besides, had made you attribute to me. And she has all those additional advantages, as nobleness of birth, of alliance, and deportment, which I want. Happy for you, sir, that you had known her ladyship some months ago before you disgraced yourself by the honours you have done me. This, therefore, frees you from the aggravated crime of those who prefer to their own ladies less amiable and less deserving persons, and I have not the sting which those must have who are contemned and ill-treated for the sake of their inferiors. Yet cannot the Countess love you better than your girl loves you, not even for your person, which must, I doubt, be her principal attachment, when I can truly say, all noble and attracting to the outward eye as it is, that is the least consideration by far with me. No, sir, your generous and beneficent mind is the principal object of my affection, and my pride in hoping to be an humble means in the hands of Providence to bless you hereafter as well as here, gave me more pleasure than all the blessings I reaped from your name or your fortune. Judge then, my dearest Mr. B., my grief and disappointment. But I will not expostulate, I will not, because it must be to no purpose, for could my fondness and my watchful duty to you have kept you steady, I should not now appear before you in this solemn manner, and I know the charms of my rival are too powerful for me to contend with. Nothing but divine grace can touch your heart, and that I expect not, from the nature of the case, should be instantaneous. I will therefore, sir, dear as you are to me, don't look with such tender surprise upon me, give up your person to the happier, to my worthier rival. For since such is your will, and seem to be your engagements, what avails it to me to oppose them? I have only to beg that you will be so good as to permit me to go down to Kent to my dear parents, who, with many more, are daily rejoicing in your favour and bounty. I will there, holding up my folded hands, pray for you every hour of my life, and for every one who shall be dear to you, not excepting the charming Countess. I will never take your name into my lips, nor suffer any other in my hearing, but with reverence and gratitude for the good I and mine have reaped at your hands, nor wish to be freed from my obligations to you, except you shall choose to be divorced from me, and if so, I will give your wishes all the forwardness I honourably can, with regard to my own character and yours, and that of your beloved baby. But you must give me something worth living for along with you, your Billy and mine, unless it is your desire to kill me quite, and then 'tis done, and nothing will stand in your happy Countess's way, if you tear from my arms my second earthly good, after I am deprived of you, my first. I will there, sir, dedicate all my time to my first duties, happier far than once I could have hoped to be, and if by any accident and misunderstanding between you, you should part by consent, and you will have it so, my heart shall be ever yours, and my hopes shall be resumed of being an instrument still for your future good, and I will receive your returning, ever valued heart as if nothing had happened, the moment I can be sure it will be wholly mine. For think not, dear sir, whatever be your notions of polygamy, that I will, were my life to depend upon it, consent to live with a gentleman, dear as God is my witness, lifting up my tearful eyes, you are to me, who lives in what I cannot but think open sin with another. You know, sir, and I appeal to you for the purity, and I will aver piety of my motives when I say this, that I would not, and as you do know this, I cannot doubt but my proposal will be agreeable to you both. And I beg of you, dear sir, to take me at my word, and don't let me be tortured as I have been so many weeks, with such anguish of mind that nothing but religious considerations can make supportable to me. And are you in earnest, Pamela, coming to me and folding me in his arms over the chair's back, the seat of which supported my trembling knees? Can you so easily part with me? I can, sir, and I will, rather than divide my interest in you knowingly with any lady upon earth. But say not, can I part with you, sir? It is you that part with me. And tell me, sir, tell me but what you had intended should become of me. You talk to me, my dearest life, as if all you had heard against me was true, and you would have me answer you, would you, as if it was? I want nothing to convince me, sir, that the Countess loves you. You know the rest of my information. Judge for me what I can, what I ought to believe. You know the rumors of the world concerning you. Even I, who stay so much at home, and have not taken the least pains to find out my wretchedness, nor to confirm it, since I knew it, have come to the hearing of it. And if you know the license taken with both your characters, and yet correspond so openly, must it not look to me that you value not your honour in the world's eye, nor my lady hers? I told you, sir, the answer she made to her uncle. You told me, my dear, as you were told. Be tender of a lady's reputation for your own sake. No one is exempted from calumny, and even words said and the occasion of saying them not known may bear a very different construction from what they would have done had the occasion been told. This may be all true, sir. I wish the lady would be as tender of her reputation as I would be. Let her injure me in your affections as she will. But can you say, sir, that there is nothing between you that should not be, according to my notions of virtue and honour, and according to your own, which I took pride in before that fatal masquerade? You answer me not, continued I, and may I not fairly presume you cannot as I wish to be answered. But come, dearest sir, and I put my arms around his neck, let me not urge you too boldly. I will never forget your benefits and your past kindnesses to me. I have been a happy creature. No one till within these few weeks was ever so happy as I. I will love you still with a passion as ardent as ever I loved you. Absence cannot lessen such a love as mine. I am sure it cannot. I see your difficulties. You have gone too far to recede. If you can make it easy to your conscience, I will wait with patience my happier destiny, and I will wish to live, if I can be convinced you wish me not to die, in order to pray for you, and to be a directress to the first education of my dearest baby. You sigh, dear sir. Repose your beloved face next to my fond heart. 'Tis all your own, and ever shall be, let it or let it not, be worthy of the honour in your estimation. But yet, my dear Mr. B., if one could as easily, in the prime of sensual youth, look 20 years backward, what an empty vanity, what a mere nothing will be all those grosser satisfactions that now give wings of desire to our debased appetites. Motives of religion will have their due force upon your mind one day, I hope, as, blessed be God, they have enabled me to talk to you on such a touching point after infinite struggles, I own, with so much temper and resignation, And then, my dearest Mr. B., when we come to that last bed from which the piety of our friends shall lift us, but from which we shall never be able to raise ourselves, for, dear sir, your Countess and you and your poor Pamela must all come to this, we shall find what it is will give us true joy, and enable us to support the pangs of the dying hour. Think you, my dearest sir, and I pressed my lips to his forehead as his head was reclined on my throbbing bosom, that then, in that important moment, what now gives us the greatest pleasure will have any part in our consideration, but as it may give us woe or comfort in the reflection. But I will not, O best beloved of my soul, afflict you farther. Why should I thus sadden all your gaudy prospects? I have said enough to such a heart as yours, if divine grace touches it, and if not, all I can say will be of no avail. I will leave you therefore to that and to your own reflections, and after giving you 10,000 thanks for your indulgent patience with me, I will only beg that I may set out in a week for Kent with my dear Billy, that you will receive one letter at least from me of gratitude and blessings. It shall not be of upbraidings and exclamations. But, my child, you must not deny me, for I shall haunt like his shadow every place wherein you shall put my Billy, if you should be so unkind to deny him to me, and if you will permit me to have the dear Miss Goodwin with me, as you had almost led me to hope, I will read over all the books of education, and digest them as well as I am able, in order to send you my scheme, and to show you how fit I hope your indulgence at least will make you think me of having two such precious trusts reposed in me. I was silent, waiting in tears his answer, but his generous heart was touched, and seemed to labour within him for expression. He came round to me at last, and took me in his arms. "Exalted creature," said he, "noble-minded Pamela, let no bar be put between us henceforth. No wonder, when one looks back to your first promising dawn of excellence, that your fuller day should thus irresistibly dazzle such weak eyes as mine. Whatever it costs me, and I have been inconsiderately led on by blind passion for an object too charming, but which I never thought equal to my Pamela, I will, for it is yet, I bless God in my power, restore to your virtue a husband all your own." "Oh, sir, sir," and I should have sunk with joy had not his kind arms supported me, "what have you said? Can I be so happy as to behold you innocent as to deed? God of his infinite goodness continue you both so, and oh, that the dear lady would make me as truly love her for the graces of her mind, as I admire her for the advantages of her person. You are virtue itself, my dearest life, and from this moment I will reverence you as my tutelary angel. I shall behold you with awe, and implicitly give up myself to all your dictates, for what you say and what you do must be ever right. But I will not, my dearest life, too lavishly promise, lest you should think it the sudden effects of passions thus movingly touched, and which may subside again when the soul, as you observed in your own case, sinks to its former level. But this I promise, and I hope you believe me, and will pardon the pain I have given you, which made me fear more than once that your head was affected. So uncommon, yet so like yourself, has been the manner of your acting, that I will break off a correspondence that has given you so much uneasiness, and my Pamela may believe that if I can be as good as my word in this point, she will never more be in danger of any rival whatever. But say, my dear love, added he, say you forgive me, and resume but your former cheerfulness and affectionate regards to me, else I shall suspect the sincerity of your forgiveness, and you shall indeed go to Kent, but not without me, nor your boy neither. And if you insist upon it, the poor child you have wished so often and so generously to have shall be given up absolutely to your disposal. Do you think, madam, I could speak any one distinct sentence? No, indeed, I could not. I was just choked with my joy. I never was so before, and my eyes were in a manner fixed, as he told me afterwards, and that he was a little startled, seeing nothing but the whites, for the sight was out of its orbits, in a manner lifted up to heaven, in ecstasy for a turn so sudden and so unexpected. We were forced to separate soon after, for there was no bearing each other, so excessive was my joy and his goodness. He left me and went down to his own closet. Judge my employment you will, I am sure, my dear lady. I had new ecstasy to be blessed with, in a thankfulness so exalted that it left me all light and pleasant, as if I had shook off body and trod in air. So much heaviness had I lost, and so much joy had I received. From two such extremes, how was it possible I could presently hit the medium? For when I had given up my beloved husband as lost to me, and had dreaded the consequences to his future state, to find him not only untainted as to deed, but in all probability mine upon better and surer terms than ever, oh, madam, must not this give a joy beyond all joy, and surpassing all expression? About 8 o'clock, Mr. B. sent me up these lines from his closet, which will explain what I meant as to the papers. I must beg your ladyship to return me. My dear Pamela, I have so much real concern at the anguish I have given you, and am so much affected with the recollection of the uncommon scenes which passed between us just now, that I write, because I know not how to look so excellent a creature in the face. You must therefore sup without me, and take your Mrs. Jervis to bed with you, who I doubt not knows all this affair, and you may tell her the happy event. You must not interfere with me just now, while writing upon a subject which takes up all my attention, and which, requiring great delicacy, I may possibly be all night before I can please myself in it. I am determined to make good my promise to you, but if you have written to your mother, Miss Darnford, or to Lady Davers, anything of this affair, you must show me the copies, and let me into every tittle how you came by your information. I solemnly promise you, on my honour, that has not yet been violated to you, and I hope never will, that not a soul shall know or suffer by the communication, not even Turner, for I am confident he has had some hand in it. This request you must comply with, if you can confide in me, for I shall make some use of it, as prudent a one as I am able, for the sake of every one concerned, in the conclusion of the correspondence between the lady and myself. Whatever you may have said in the bitterness of your heart in the letters I require to see, or whatever any of those to whom they are directed shall say on the bad prospect, shall be forgiven and looked upon as deserved by your ever obliged and faithful, etc. I returned the following. Dearest, dear sir, I will not break in upon you while you are so importantly employed. Mrs. Jervis has indeed seen my concern for some time past, and has heard rumours, as I know by hints she has given me, but her prudence and my reserves have kept us from saying anything to one another of it. Neither my mother nor Miss Darnford know a tittle of it from me. I have received a letter of civility from Miss, and have answered it, taking and giving thanks for the pleasure of each other's company, and best respects from her and the Lincolnshire families to your dear self. These, my copy and her original, you shall see when you please, but in truth all that has passed is between Lady Davers and me, and I have not kept copies of mine, but I will dispatch a messenger to her ladyship for them, if you please, in the morning, before it is light, not doubting your kind promise of excusing everything and everybody. I beg, dear sir, you will take care your health suffers not by your sitting up, for the nights are cold and damp. I will, now you have given me the liberty, let Mrs. Jervis know how happy you have made me by dissipating my fears, and the idle rumours, as I shall call them to her, of calumniators. God bless you, dear sir, for your goodness and favour, to your ever dutiful P.B. He was pleased to return me this. My dear Life, you need not be in such haste to send. If you write to Lady Davers how the matter has ended, let me see the copy of it, and be very particular in your, or rather my, trial. It shall be a standing lesson to me for my future instruction, as it will be a fresh demonstration of your excellence, which every hour I more and more admire. I am glad Lady Davers only knows the matter. I think I ought to avoid seeing you till I can assure you that everything is accommodated to your desire. Longman has sent me some advices which will make it proper for me to meet him at Bedford or Gloucester. I will not go to Tunbridge till I have all your papers, and so you'll have 3 days to procure them. Your boy and your penmanship will find you no disagreeable employment till I return. Nevertheless, on second thoughts, I will do myself the pleasure of breakfasting with you in the morning, to reassure you of my unalterable purpose to approve myself, my dearest Life, ever faithfully yours. Thus, I hope, is happily ended this dreadful affair. My next shall give the particulars of our breakfast conversation, but I would not slip this post without acquainting you with this blessed turn, and to beg the favour of you to send me back my letters, which will lay a new obligation upon, dear madam, your obliged sister and humble servant, P.B.
Letter 75. Your joyful correspondent has obtained leave to get everything ready to quit London by Friday next, when your kind brother promises to carry me down to Kent, and allows me to take my charmer with me. There's happiness for you, madam. To see, as I hope I shall see upon one blessed spot, a dear faithful husband, a beloved child, and a father and mother, whom I so much love and honour. Mr. B. told me this voluntarily this morning at breakfast, and then, in the kindest manner, took leave of me, and set out for Bedfordshire. But I should, according to my promise, give you a few particulars of our breakfast conference. I bid Polly withdraw when her master came up to breakfast, and I ran to the door to meet him, and threw myself on my knees. Oh, forgive me, dearest, dear sir, all my boldness of yesterday. My heart was strangely affected, or I could not have acted as I did. But never fear, my dearest Mr. B., that my future conduct shall be different from what it used to be, or that I shall keep up to a spirit which you hardly thought had place in the heart of your dutiful Pamela, till she was thus severely tried. I have weighed well your conduct, my dear Life, raising me to his bosom, and I find an uniformity in it that is surprisingly just. He led me to the tea-table, and sat down close by me. Polly came in. If everything, said he, be here that your lady wants, you may withdraw, and let Colbrand and Abraham know I shall be with them presently. Nobody shall wait upon me but you, my dear. Polly withdrew. I always loved you, my dearest, added he, and that with a passionate fondness which has not, I dare say, many examples in the married life, but I revere you now. And so great is my reverence for your virtue that I chose to sit up all night, to leave you for a few days, until, by disengaging myself from all intercourses that have given you uneasiness, I can convince you that I have rendered myself as worthy as I can be of you upon your own terms. I will account to you for every step I shall take, and will reveal to you every step I have taken, for this I can do, because the lady's honour is untainted, and wicked rumour has treated her worse than she could deserve. I told him that since he had named the lady, I would take the liberty to say I was glad for her own sake to hear that. Changing the subject a little precipitately, as if it gave him pain, he told me, as above, that I might prepare on Friday for Kent, and I parted with him with greater pleasure than ever I did in my life. So necessary sometimes are afflictions, not only to teach one how to subdue one's passions, and to make us in our happiest states know we are still on earth, but even when they are overblown, to augment and redouble our joys. I am now giving orders for my journey, and quitting this undelightful town, as it has been, and is, to me. My next will be from Kent, I hope, and I may then have an opportunity to acquaint your ladyship with the particulars, and, if God answers my prayers, the conclusion of the affair, which has given me so much uneasiness. Meantime, I am with the greatest gratitude for the kind share you have taken in my past afflictions, my good lady, your ladyship's most obliged sister and servant, P.B. Letter 76. My dearest Pamela, enclosed are all the letters you send for. I rejoice with you upon the turn this afflicting affair has taken, through your inimitable prudence, and a courage I thought not in you. A wretch, to give you so much discomposure! But I will not, if he be good now, rave against him, as I was going to do. I am impatient to hear what account he gives of the matter. I hope he will be able to abandon this, I won't call her names, for she loves the wretch, and that, if he be just to you, will be her punishment. What care ought these young widows to take of their reputation, and how watchful ought they to be over themselves? She was hardly out of her weeds, and yet must go to a masquerade, and tempt her fate with all her passions about her, with an independence and an affluence of fortune that made her able to think of nothing but gratifying them. She has good qualities, is generous, is noble, but has strong passions, and is thoughtless and precipitant. My lord came home last Tuesday with a long story of my brother and her, for I had kept the matter as secret as I could for his sake and yours. It seems he had it from Sir John, uncle to the young Lord C., who was very earnest to bring on a treaty of marriage between her and his nephew, who is in love with her, and is a fine young gentleman, but has held back on the liberties she has lately given herself with my brother. I hope she is innocent as to fact, but I know not what to say to it. He ought to be hanged if he did not say she was. Yet I have great opinion of his veracity, and yet he is so bold a wretch, and her inconsideration is so great. But lest I should alarm your fears, I will wait till I have the account he gives you of this dark affair, till when I congratulate you upon the leave you have obtained to quit the town, and on your setting out for a place so much nearer to Tunbridge. Forgive me, Pamela, but he is an intriguing wretch, and I would not have you to be too secure, lest the disappointment should be worse for you than what you knew before. But assure yourself that I am in all cases and events your affectionate sister and admirer, B. Davers.
Letter 77. From Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dearest lady, Mr. B. came back from Bedfordshire to his time. Everything being in readiness, we set out with my baby and his nurse. Mrs. Jervis, when everything in London is settled by her direction, goes to Bedfordshire. We were met by my father and mother in a chaise and pair, which her kind brother had presented to them, unknown to me, that they might often take the air together, and go to church in it, which is at some distance, on Sundays. The driver is clothed in a good brown cloth suit, but no livery, for that my parents could not have borne, as Mr. B.'s goodness made him consider. Your ladyship must needs think how we were all overjoyed at this meeting. For my own part, I cannot express how much I was transported when we arrived at the farmhouse, to see all I delighted in upon one happy spot together. Mr. B. is much pleased with the alterations here, and it is a sweet, rural, and convenient place. We were welcomed into these parts by the bells and by the minister, and people of most note, and were at church together on Sunday. Mr. B. is set out on Tuesday for Tunbridge with my papers. A happy issue attend that affair, I pray God. He has given me the following particulars of it, to the time of my trial, beginning at the masquerade. He says that at the masquerade, when pleased with the fair nun's shape, air, and voice, he had followed her to a corner most unobserved. She said in Italian, "Why are my retirements invaded, audacious Spaniard?" "Because, my dear nun, I hope you would have it so." "I can no otherwise," returned she, "strike dead thy bold presumption, than to shew thee my scorn and anger thus." And she, unmasking, surprised me, said Mr. B., with a face as beautiful, but not so soft as my Pamela's. "And I," said Mr. B., "to shew I can defy your resentment, will shew you a countenance as intrepid as yours is lovely." And so he drew aside his mask too. He says he observed his fair nun to be followed wherever she went by a mask habited like testimony in Sir Courtly Nice, whose attention was fixed upon her and him, and he doubted not that it was Mr. Turner. So he and the fair nun took different ways, and he joined me and Miss Darnford, and found me engaged, as I before related to your ladyship, and his nun at his elbow unexpected. That afterwards, as he was engaged in French with a lady who had the dress of an Indian princess and the mask of an Ethiopian, his fair nun said in broken Spanish, "Art thou all complexions? By St. Ignatius, I believe thou'rt a rover." "I am trying," replied he in Italian, "whether I can meet with any lady comparable to my lovely nun." "And what is the result?" "Not one. No, not one." "I wish you could not help in being earnest," said she, and slid from him. He engaged her next at the sideboard, drinking under her veil a glass of champagne. "You know, Pamela," said he, "there never was a sweeter mouth in the world than the Countess's except your own." She drew away the glass, as if unobserved by anybody, to shew me the lower part of her face. I cannot say but I was struck with her charming manner, and an unreservedness of air and behaviour that I had not before seen so becoming. The place, and the freedom of conversation and deportment allowed there, gave her great advantages in my eye, although her habit required, as I thought, a little more gravity and circumspection. And I could not tell how to resist a secret pride and vanity, which is but too natural to both sexes, when they are taken notice of by persons so worthy of regard. Naturally fond of everything that carried the face of an intrigue, I longed to know who this charming nun was, and next time I engaged her, "My good sister," said I, "how happy should I be if I might be admitted to a conversation with you at your grate?" "Answer me," said she, "thou bold Spaniard," for that was a name she seemed fond of, which gave me to imagine that boldness was a qualification she was not displeased with. "'Tis not unusual with our vain sex," observed he, "to construe even reproaches to our advantage. Is the lady here, whose shackles thou wearest? Do I look like a man shackled, my fairest nun?" "No, no, not much like such an one, but I fancy thy wife is either a widow or a Quaker." "Neither," replied I, taking by equivocation her question literally. "And art thou not a married wretch? Answer me quickly, we are observed." "No," said I. "Swear to me thou art not." "By St. Ignatius, then, for, my dear, I was no wretch, you know." "Enough," said she, and slid away, and the fanatic would fain have engaged her, but she avoided him as industriously. Before I was aware, she was at my elbow, and, in Italian said, "That fair Quaker yonder is the wit of the assembly. Her eyes seem always directed to thy motions, and her person shews some intimacies have passed with somebody. Is it with thee?" "It would be my glory if it was," I said, "were her face answerable to her person." "Is it not?" "I long to know," replied Mr. B. "I am glad thou dost not." "I am glad to hear my fair nun say that." "Dost thou," said she, "hate shackles? Or is it that thy hour is not yet come?" "I wish," replied he, "this be not the hour, the very hour." Pretending, naughty gentlemen, what ways these men have! To sigh. She went again to the sideboard, and put her handkerchief upon it. Mr. B. followed, and observed all her motions. She drank a glass of lemonade, as he of Burgundy, and as a person in a domino, supposed to be the king, passing by, took up every one's attention but Mr. B.'s, who eyed her handkerchief, not doubting but she laid it there on purpose to forget to take it up. Accordingly, she left it there, and slipping by him, he, unobserved as he believes, put it in his pocket, and at the corner found the cover of a letter, "To the Right Honourable the Countess Dowager of—" That after this the fair nun was so shy, so reserved, and seemed so studiously to avoid him, that he had no opportunity to return her handkerchief, and the fanatic, observing how she shunned him, said in French, "What, monsieur, have you done to your nun?" I found her to be a very coquette, and told her so, and she is offended. "How could you affront a lady," replied he, "with such a charming face?" By that I had reason to think, said Mr. B., that he had seen her unmask, and I said, "It becomes not any character but that you wear, to pry into the secrets of others, in order to make ill-natured remarks, and perhaps to take ungentlemanlike advantages." No man should make that observation, returned he, whose views would bear prying into. I was nettled, said Mr. B., at this warm retort, and drew aside my mask, nor would any man who wore not a mask tell me so. He took not the challenge and slid from me, and I saw him no more that night. So, thought I, another instance this might have been of the glorious consequences of masquerading. Oh, my lady, these masquerades are abominable things. The king, they said, met with a free speaker that night. In truth, I was not very sorry for it, for if monarchs will lay aside their sovereign distinctions and mingle thus in masquerade with the worst as well as the highest, I cannot say best, of their subjects, let 'em take the consequence. Perhaps they might have a chance to hear more truth here than in their palaces, the only good that can possibly accrue from them, that is to say, if they made a good use of it when they heard it. For you see, my monarch, though he told the truth, as it happened, received the hint with more resentment than thankfulness. So 'tis too likely did the monarch of us both. And now, my lady, you need not doubt that so polite a gentleman would find an opportunity to return the nun her handkerchief. To be sure he would, for what man of honour would rob a lady of any part of her apparel? And should he, that wanted to steal a heart, content himself with a handkerchief? No, no, that was not to be expected. So what does he do but resolve the very next day after dinner to pursue this affair? Accordingly, the poor Quaker, little thinking of the matter, away goes her naughty Spaniard to find out his nun at her grate, or in her parlour, rather. He asks for the Countess, is admitted into the outward parlour. Her woman comes down, requires his name and business. His name he mentioned not. His business was to restore into her lady's own hands something she had dropped the night before. Was desired to wait. I should have said that he was dressed very richly, having no design at all to make conquests. No, not he. Oh, this wicked love of intrigue. A kind of olive-coloured velvet, a fine brocaded waistcoat. I said, when he took leave of me, "You're a charming Mr. B," and saluted him more pressingly than he returned it. But little did I think, when I plaited so smooth his rich laced ruffles and bosom, where he was going, or what he had plotting in his heart. He went in his own chariot, that he did, so that I had no design to conceal who he was. But intrigue, a new conquest, vanity, pride. Oh, these men! They had need talk of ladies. But it is half our own fault, indeed it is, to encourage their vanity. Well, madam, he waited till his state lines was moved to send up again, that he would wait on her ladyship some other time. So down she came, dressed most richly, jewels in her breast and in her hair and ears, but with a very reserved and stately air. He approached her. Methinks I see him, dear saucy gentleman. You know, madam, what a noble manner of address he has. He took the handkerchief from his bosom with an air, and kissing it, presented it to her, saying, "This happy estray, thus restored, begs leave by me to acknowledge its lovely owner." What mean you, sir? Who are you, sir? What mean you? Your ladyship will excuse me, but I am incapable of meaning anything but what is honourable. No, to be sure. This, madam, you left last night when the domino took up everyone's attention but mine, which was much better engaged, and I take the liberty to restore it to you. She turned to the mark, a coronet at one corner. "'Tis true, sir. I see now it is one of mine, but such a trifle was not worthy of being brought by such a gentleman as you seem to be, nor of my trouble to receive it in person. Your servant, sir, might have delivered the bagatelle to mine." "Nothing should be called so that belongs to the Countess of—" "She was no countess, sir, that dropped that handkerchief, and a gentleman would not attempt to penetrate, unbecomingly, through the disguises a lady thinks proper to assume, especially at such a place where every inquiry should begin and end. This, madam, from a lady who had unmasked, because she would not be known. Very pretty indeed. Oh, these slight cobweb airs of modesty, so easily seen through. Hence such advantages against us are taken by the men. She had looked out of her window and seen no arms quartered with his own, for you know, my lady, I would never permit any to be procured for me, so she doubted not, it seems, but he was an unmarried gentleman, as he had intimated to her the night before. He told her it was impossible, after having seen the finest lady in the world, not to wish to see her again, and that he hoped he did not, unbecomingly, break through her ladyship's reserves, nor had he made any inquiries either on the spot or off of it, having had a much better direction by accident. As how, sir? Said she, as he told me, with so bewitching an air between attentive and pleasant, that bold gentleman, forgetting all manner of distance, so early too, he clasped his arms around her waist and saluted her, struggling with anger and indignation, he says, but I think little of that. Whence this insolence? How now, sir, be gone, were her words, and she rung the bell, but he set his back against the door. I never heard such boldness in my life, madam, till she would forgive him, and it is plain she was not so angry as she pretended, for her woman coming, she was calmer. Nelthorpe, said she, fetch my snuff-box with the lavender in it. Her woman went, and then she said, You told me, sir, last night, of your intrepidness. I think you are the boldest man I ever met with, but, sir, surely you ought to know that you are not now in the Haymarket. I think truly, madam, the lady might have saved herself that speech, for upon my word they neither of them wore masks, though they ought to have put on one of blushes. I am sure I do for them while I am writing. Her irresistible loveliness served for an excuse that she could not disprove from a man she disliked not, and his irresistible, may I say assurance, madam, found too ready an excuse. Well, but, sir, said I, pray when her ladyship was made acquainted that you were a married gentleman, how then? Pray did she find it out, or did you tell her? Patience, my dear. Well, pray, sir, go on. What was next? Why, next I put on a more respectful and tender air. I would have taken her hand indeed, but she would not permit it. And when she saw I would not go till her lavender snuff came down, for so I told her, and her woman was not in haste, she seated herself, and I sat by her, and began to talk about a charming lady I saw the night before, after parting with her ladyship, but not equal by any means to her. And I was confident this would engage her attention, for I never knew the lady who thought herself handsome that was not taken by this topic. Flattery and admiration, Pamela, are the two principal engines by which our sex make their first approaches to yours, and if you listen to us, we are sure, either by the sap or the mine, to succeed, and blow you up whenever we please, if we do but take care to suit ourselves to your particular foibles, or, to carry on the metaphor, point our batteries to your weak side, for the strongest fortresses, my dear, are weaker in one place than another. A fine thing, sir, said I, to be so learned a gentleman. I wish, however, thought I, you had always come honestly by your knowledge. When the lavender snuff came down, we were engaged in an agreeable disputation, which I had raised on purpose to excite her opposition, she having all the advantage in it, and in order to my giving it up, when she was intent upon it, as a mark of my consideration for her. I the less wonder, sir, said I, at your boldness, pardon the word, with such a lady, in your first visit, because of her freedoms when masked, her unmasking, and her handkerchief and letter cover. To be sure, the lady, when she saw next day such a fine gentleman and handsome equipage, had little reason, after her other freedoms, to be so very nice with you as to decline an ensnaring conversation, calculated on purpose to engage her attention, and to lengthen out your visit. But did she not ask who you were? Her servants did of mine, and her woman, for all I knew afterwards when we were better acquainted, whispered to her lady that I was Mr. B. of Bedfordshire, and had an immense estate, to which they were so kind as to add 2,000 or 3,000 pounds a year, out of pure goodwill to me. I thank them. But pray, dear sir, what had you in view in all this? Did you intend to carry this matter at first as far as you could? I had at first, my dear, no view, but such as pride and vanity suggested to me. I was carried away by inconsideration and the love of intrigue, without even thinking about the consequences. The lady, I observed, had abundance of fine qualities. I thought I could converse with her on a very agreeable foot, and her honour, I knew, at any time, would preserve me mine, if I ever should find it in danger. And in my soul I preferred my Pamela to all the ladies on earth, and questioned not but that, and your virtue, would be another barrier to my fidelity. In a word, therefore, pride, vanity, thoughtlessness were my misguiders, as I said. The Countess's honour and character, and your virtue and merit, my dear, and my obligations to you were my defences. But I find one should avoid the first appearances of evil. One knows not one's own strength. 'Tis presumptuous to depend upon it, where wit and beauty are in the way on one side, and youth and strong passions on the other. You certainly, sir, say right, but be pleased to tell me what her ladyship said when she knew you were married. The Countess's woman was in my interest, and let me into some of her lady's secrets, having a great share in her confidence, and particularly acquainted me how loth her lady was to believe I was married. I had paid her 3 visits in town, and one to her seat upon the forest, before she heard that I was. But when she was assured of it, and directed her Nelthorpe to ask me about it, and I readily owned it, she was greatly incensed, though nothing but general civilities and intimacies not inconsistent with honourable friendship had passed between us. The consequence was she forbade my ever seeing her again, and set out with her sister and the Viscount for Turnbridge, where she stayed about 3 weeks. I thought I had already gone too far, and blamed myself for permitting her so long to believe me single, and here the matter had dropped, in all probability, had not a ball given by my lord, to which, unknown to each other, we were both, as also the Viscountess invited, brought us again together. The lady soon withdrew with her sister to another apartment, and being resolved upon personal recrimination, which is what a lady who is resolved to break with a favoured object should never trust herself with, sent for me, and reproached me on my conduct, in which her sister joined. I owned frankly that gaiety, rather than design, made me give cause, at the masquerade, for her ladyship to think I was not married, for that I had a wife with 1,000 excellencies, who was my pride and my boast, that I held it very possible for a gentleman and a lady to carry on an innocent and honourable friendship, in a family way, and I was sure when she and her sister saw my spouse, they would not be displeased with her acquaintance. All that I had to reproach myself with was, that after having, at the masquerade, given reason to think I was not married, I had been both officiously to say I was, although I never intended to conceal it. In short, I acquitted myself so well with both ladies, that a family intimacy was consented to. I renewed my visits, and we accounted to one another's honour by entering upon a kind of Platonic system, in which sex was to have no manner of concern. But, my dear Pamela, I must own myself extremely blamable, because I knew the world and human nature, I will say better than the lady, who never before had been trusted into it upon her own feet, and who, notwithstanding that wit and vivacity which every one admires in her, gave herself little time for consideration. I ought, therefore, to have more carefully guarded against inconveniencies, which I knew were so likely to arise from such intimacies, and the rather, as I hinted, because the lady had no apprehension at all of any, so that, my dear, if I have no excuse from human frailty, from youth, and the charms of the object, I am entirely destitute of any. I see, Mr. B., said I, there is a great deal to be said for the lady. I wish I could say there was for the gentleman. But such a fine lady had been safe, with all her inconsideration, and so, forgive me, sir, would the gentleman, with all his intriguing spirit, had it not been for these vile masquerades. Never, dear sir, think of going to another. Why, my dear, those are the least of all to be trusted at these diversions, who are most desirous to go to them. Of this I am now fully convinced. Well, sir, I long to hear more particulars of this story, for this generous openness, now the affair is over, cannot but be grateful to me, as it shews me you have no reserve, and tends to convince me that the lady was less blamable than I apprehended. For I love, for the honour of my sex, to find ladies of birth and quality innocent, who have so many opportunities of knowing and practising their duties above what meaner persons can have. Well observed, my dear. This is like your generous and deep way of thinking. But, dear sir, proceed. Your reconciliation is now effected, a friendship quadripartite is commenced, and the Viscountess and I are to find cement for the erecting of an edifice that is to be devoted to Platonic love. What, may I ask, came next, and what did you design should come of it? The Oxford journey, my dear, followed next, and it was my fault you were not a party in it, both ladies being very desirous of your company, but it was the time you were not going abroad after your lying in, so I excused you to them. Yet they both longed to see you, especially as by this time, you may believe, they knew all your story, and besides, whenever you were mentioned, I did justice as well to your mind as to your person. Well, sir, to be sure this was very kind, and little was I disposed, knowing what I did, to pass so favourable a construction in your generosity to me. My question to her ladyship at going away, whether you were not the charmingest girl in the world, which seeing you both together, rich as she was dressed, and plain as you, gave me the double pleasure, a pleasure, she said afterwards, I exulted in, of deciding in your favour, My readiness to explain to you what we both said, and her not ungenerous answer, I thought entitled me to a better return than a flood of tears, which confirmed me that your past uneasiness was a jealousy I was not willing to allow in you, though I should have been more indulgent to it had I known the grounds you thought you had for it. And for this reason I left you so abruptly as I did. Here, madam, Mr. B. broke off, referring to another time the conclusion of his narrative. I will here close this letter, though possibly I may not send it till I send the conclusion of this story in my next, with the assurance that I am your ladyship's obliged sister and servant, P.B. Letter 78. My dear lady, now I will proceed with my former subject, and with the greater pleasure, as what follows makes still more in favour of the Countess's character than what went before, although that set it in a better light than it had once appeared to me in. I began as follows. Will you be pleased, sir, to favour me with the continuation of our last subject? I will, my dear. You left off, sir, with acquitting me for breaking out into that flood of tears which occasions your abrupt departure. But, dear sir, will you be pleased to satisfy me about that affecting information of your intention and my lady's to live at Tunbridge together? 'Tis absolute malice and falsehood. Our intimacy had not proceeded so far, and, thoughtless as my sister's letters suppose the lady, she would have spurned at such a proposal, I dare say. Well, but then, sir, as to the expression to her uncle, that she had rather have been a certain gentleman's second wife? I believe she might, in a passion, say something like it to him. He had been teasing her, from the time that I held an argument in favour of that foolish topic, polygamy, in his company and his niece's, and in that of her sister and the Viscount, with cautions against conversing with a man who, having, as he was pleased to say behind my back, married beneath him, wanted to engage the affections of a lady of birth in order to recover, by doubling that fault upon her, his lost reputation. She despised his insinuation enough to answer him that she thought my arguments in behalf of polygamy were convincing. This set him a-raving, and he threw some coarse reflections upon her, which could not be repeated if one may guess at them, by her being unable to tell me them, and then to vex him more, and to revenge herself, she said something like what was reported, which was handle enough for her uncle, who took care to propagate it with an indiscretion peculiar to himself. For I heard it in 3 different companies before I knew anything of it from herself, and when I did, it was so repeated as you, my dear, would hardly have censured her for it, the provocation considered. Well, but then, dear sir, there is nothing at all amiss, at this rate, in the correspondence between my lady and you? Not on her side, I dare say, if her ladyship can be excused to punctilio, and for having a greater esteem for a married man than he can deserve, or than may be strictly defended to a person of your purity and niceness. Well, sir, this is very noble in you. I love to hear the gentleman generous in points where the honour of our sex is concerned. But pray, sir, what then was there on your side in that matter that made you give me so patient and so kind a hearing? Now, my dear, you come to the point. At first it was nothing in me but vanity, pride, and love of intrigue to try my strength where I had met with some encouragement, as I thought, at the masquerade, where the lady went farther too than she would have done had she not thought I was a single man. For, by what I have told you, Pamela, you will observe that she tried to satisfy herself on that head as soon as she well could. Mrs. Nelthorpe acquainted me afterwards, when better known to each other, that her lady was so partial in my favour. Who can always govern their fancies, my dear? As to think, so early as at the masquerade, that if everything answered appearances and that I were a single man, she, who has a noble and independent fortune, might possibly be induced to make me happy in her choice. Supposing then that I was unmarried, she left a signal for me in her handkerchief. I visited her, had the honour, after the customary first shyness, of being well received, and continued my visits till perhaps she would have been glad I had not been married, but on finding I was, she avoided me, as I have told you, till the accident I mentioned threw us again upon each other, which renewed our intimacy upon terms you would think too inconsiderable on one side and too designing on the other. For myself, what can I say? Only that you gave me great disgusts, without a cause, as I thought, by your unwonted reception of me, even in tears and grief, the Countess ever cheerful and lively, and fearing that your temper was entirely changing, I believe I had no bad excuse to try to make myself easy and cheerful abroad, since my home became more irksome to me than ever I believed it could be. Then, as we naturally love those who love us, I had vanity, and some reason for my vanity, indeed all vain men believe they have, to think the Countess had more than an indifference for me. She was so exasperated by the wrong methods taken with an independent lady of her generous spirit to break off our acquaintance, that in revenge she denied me less than ever opportunities of her company. The pleasure we took in each other's conversation was reciprocal. The world's reports had united us in one common cause, and you, as I said, had made home less delightful to me than it used to be. What might not then have been apprehended from so many circumstances concurring with the lady's beauty and my frailty. I waited on her to Tunbridge. She took a house there. Where people's tongues will take so much liberty without any foundation, and where the utmost circumspection is used, what will they not say, where so little of the latter is observed? No wonder, then, that terms were said to be agreed upon between us, from her uncle's story, of polygamy proposed by me, and seemingly agreed to by her. No wonder that all your Thomasine Fuller's information was surmised. Thus stood the matter, when I was determined to give your cause for uneasiness a hearing, and to take my measures according to what should result from that hearing. From this account, dear sir, said I, it will not be so difficult as I feared to end this affair even to her ladyship's satisfaction. I hope not, my dear. But if now, sir, the Countess should still be desirous not to break with you from so charming a lady, who knows what may happen? Very true, Pamela. But to make you still easier, I will tell you that her ladyship has a first cousin, married to a person going with a public character to several of the Italian courts, and had it not been for my persuasions, she would have accepted of their earnest invitations, and passed a year or two in Italy, where she once resided for 3 years together, which makes her so perfect a mistress of Italian. Now I will let her know additionally to what I have written to her, the easiness I have given to you, and, so far as it is proper, what is to come to your ears, and your generous account of her, and the charms of her person, of which she will not be a little proud, for she has really noble and generous sentiments, and thinks well, though her sister in pleasantry will have it a little enviously of you. And when I shall endeavour to persuade her to go, for the sake of her own character, to a place and country of which she was always fond, I am apt to think she will come into it, for she has a greater opinion of my judgment than it deserves, and I know a young lord who may be easily persuaded to follow her thither, and bring her back his lady, if he can obtain her consent. And what say you, Pamela, to this? Oh, sir, I believe I shall begin to love the lady dearly, and that is what I never thought I should. I hope this will be brought about. But I see, give me leave to say, sir, how dangerously you might both have gone on, under the notion of this platonic love, till 2 precious souls had been lost, and this shews one, as well in spirituals as temporals, from what slight beginnings the greatest mischiefs sometimes spring, and how easily at first a breach may be stopped, that when neglected, the waves of passion will widen till they bear down all before them. Your observation, my dear, is just, replied Mr. B., and though I am confident the lady was more earnest than myself in the notion of platonic love, yet I am convinced, and always was, that platonic love is platonic nonsense. 'Tis the fly buzzing about the blaze, till its wings are scorched, or, to speak still stronger, it is a bait of the devil to catch the unexperienced and thoughtless, nor ought such notions to be pretended to, till the parties are 5 or 10 years on the other side of their grand climacteric. For age, old age, and nothing else, must establish the barriers to platonic love. But this was my comparative consolation, though a very bad one, that I had swerved. I should not have given the only instance where persons more scrupulous than I pretended to be have begun friendships even with spiritual views, and ended them as grossly as I could have done, were the lady to have been as frail as her tempter. Here Mr. B. finished his narrative. He is now set out for Tunbridge with all my papers. I have no doubt in his honour and kind assurances, and hope my next will be a joyful letter, and that I shall inform you in it that the affair which went so near my heart is absolutely concluded to my satisfaction, to Mr. B.'s and the Countess's, for if it be so to all 3, my happiness, I do not doubt, will be founded on a permanent basis. Meantime, I am, my dear good lady, your most affectionate and obliged sister and servant, P.B.
Letter 79. A new misfortune, my dear lady, but this is of God Almighty's sending, so I must bear it patiently. My dear baby is taken with the smallpox. To how many troubles are the happiest of us subjected in this life! One need not multiply them by one's own wilful mismanagements. I am able to mind nothing else. I had so much joy, as I told your ladyship in the beginning of my last letter but one, to see, on our arrival at the farmhouse, my dearest Mr. B., my beloved baby, and my good parents, all upon one happy spot, that I fear I was too proud. Yet I was truly thankful, I am sure. But I had, notwithstanding, too much pride, and too much pleasure, on this happy occasion. I said in my last that your dear brother set out on Tuesday morning for Tunbridge with my papers, and I longed to know the result, hoping that everything would be concluded to the satisfaction of all three. For, thought I, if this be so, my happiness must be permanent. But alas, there is nothing permanent in this life. I feel it by experience now. I knew it before by theory, but that was not so near and interesting by half. For, with all my pleasures and hopes, in the midst of my dear parents' joy and congratulations on our arrival, and on what had passed so happily since we were last here together, in the birth of the dear child, and my safety, for which they had been so apprehensive, the poor baby was taken ill. It was on that very Tuesday his papa set out for Tunbridge, but we know not it would be the smallpox till Thursday. Oh, madam, how are all the pleasures I had formed to myself sickened now upon me? For my Billy is very bad. They talk of a kind sort, but alas, they talk at random, for they come not out at all. I fear the nurse's constitution is too hale and too rich for the dear baby. Had I been permitted, but hush, all my repining ifs, except one if, and that is, if it be got happily over, it will be best he had it so young and while at the breast. Oh, madam, the small appearance that there was is gone in again, and my child, my dear baby, will die. The doctors seem to think so. They wanted to send for Mr. B. to keep me from him, but I forbid it. For what signifies life, or anything, if I cannot see my baby, while he is so dangerously ill? My father and mother are, for the first time, quite cruel to me. They have forbid me, and I never was so desirous of disobeying them before, to attend the darling of my heart. And why? For fear of this poor face. For fear I should get it myself? But I am living very low, and have taken proper precautions by bleeding and the like, to lessen the distemper's fury, if I should have it, and the rest I leave to Providence. And if Mr. B.'s value is confined so much to this poor transitory sightliness, he must not break with his countess, I think. And if I am ever so deformed in person, my poor intellects, I hope, will not be impaired, and I shall, if God spare my Billy, be useful in his first education, and be helpful to dear Miss Goodwin, or to any babies, with all my heart. He may make me an humble nurse too. How peevish, sinfully so, I doubt, does this accident, and their affectionate contradiction, make one. I have this moment received the following from Mr. B. Maidstone. My dearest love, I am greatly touched with the dear boy's melody, of which I have this moment heard. I desire you instantly to come to me hither in the chariot with the bearer, Colbrand. I know what your grief must be, but as you can do the child no good, I beg you'll oblige me. Everything is in a happy train, but I can think only of you, and, for your sake principally, but not a little for my own, my boy. I will set out to meet you, for I choose not to come myself, lest you should try to persuade me to permit your tarrying about him, and I should be sorry to deny you anything. I have taken handsome apartments for you, till the event, which I pray God may be happy, shall better determinate me what to do. I will be ever your affectionate and faithful. Maidstone, indeed, is not so very far off, but one may hear every day, once or twice, by a man and horse. So I will go, to shew my obedience, since Mr. B. is so intent upon it. But I cannot live if I am now permitted to come back. Oh, let me be enabled, gracious Father, to close this letter more happily than I have begun it. I have been so dreadfully uneasy at Maidstone, that Mr. B. has been so good as to return with me hither, and I find my baby's case not yet quite desperate. I am easier now I see him, in presence of his beloved papa, who lets me have all my way, and approves of my preparative method for myself, and he tells me that since I will have it so, he will indulge me in my attendance on the child, and endeavor to imitate my reliance on God. That is his kind expression, and leave this issue to him, and on my telling him that I feared nothing in the distemper but the loss of his love, he said, in presence of the doctors and my father and mother, pressing my hand to his lips, "My dearest life, make yourself easy under this affliction, and apprehend nothing for yourself. I love you more for your mind than for your face. That and your person will be the same, and were that sweet face to be covered with seams and scars, I will value you the more for the misfortune, and glad I am that I had your picture so well drawn in town, to satisfy those who have heard of your loveliness, what you were, and hitherto are. For myself, my admiration lies deeper." And, drawing me to the other end of the room, whisperingly he said, "The last uneasiness between us, I now begin to think, was necessary, because it has turned all my delight in you, more than ever, to the perfections of your mind. And so God preserves to me the life of my Pamela. I care not for my own part, what ravages the distemper makes here," and tapped my cheek. How generous, how noble, how comforting was this! When I went from my apartment to go to my child, my dear Mr. B. met me at the nursery door, and led me back again. "You must not go in again, my dearest. They have just been giving the child other things to try to drive out the malady, and some pustules seem to promise on his breast." I made no doubt my baby was then in extremity, and I would have given the world to have shed a few tears, but I could not. With the most soothing goodness he led me to my desk, and withdrew to attend the dear baby himself, to see his last gaspings. Poor little lamb, I make no doubt. In this suspense, my own strange hardness of heart would not give up one tear, for the passage from that to my eyes seemed quite choked up, which used to be so open and ready on other occasions, affecting one's too. 2 days have passed, dreadful days of suspense, and now, blessed be God, who has given me hope that our prayers are heard. The pustules come kindly out, very thick in his breast, and on his face, but of a good sort, they tell me. They won't let me see him. Indeed they won't. What cruel kindness is this? One must believe all they tell one. But, my dear lady, my spirits are so weak. I have such a violent headache, and have such a strange shivering disorder all running down my back, and I was so hot just now, and am so cold at this present, anguishly inclined, I don't know how, that I must leave off the post-going way, with the assurance that I am and will be, to the last hour of my life, your ladyship's grateful and obliged sister and servant, P.B. Letter 80. From Mr. B. to Lady Davers. My dear sister, I take very kindly your solicitude for the health of my beloved Pamela. The last line she wrote was to you, for she took to her bed the moment she laid down her pen. I told her your kind message, and wishes for her safety by my lord's gentleman, and she begged I would write a line to thank you in her name for your affectionate regards to her. She is in a fine way to do well, for with her accustomed prudence, she had begun to prepare herself by a proper regimen, the moment she knew the child's illness was the smallpox. The worst is over with the boy, which keeps up her spirits, and her mother is so excellent a nurse to both, and we are so happy likewise in the care of a skilful physician, Dr. M., who directs and approves of everything the good dame does, that it is a singular providence this malady seized them here, and affords no small comfort to the dear creature herself, when I tell you that, to all appearance, her charming face will not receive any disfigurement by this cruel enemy to beauty. I am sure you will congratulate me upon a felicity so desirable, but were it to be otherwise, if I were capable of slighting a person whose principal beauties are much deeper than the skin, I should deserve to be thought the most unworthy and superficial of husbands. Whatever your notions have been, my ever ready censuring Lady Davers of your brother on a certain affair, I do assure you that I never did, and never can, love any woman as I love my Pamela. It is indeed impossible I can ever love her better than I do, and her outward beauties are far from being indifferent to me. Yet, if I know myself, I am sure I have justice enough to love her equally, and generosity enough to be more tender of her, were she to suffer by this distemper. But as her humility and her affection to me would induce her to think herself under greater obligation to me for such my tenderness to her. Were she to lose any the least valuable of her perfections, I rejoice that she will have no reason for mortification on that score. My respects to Lord Davers and your noble neighbours. I am your affectionate brother and humble servant. Letter 81. From Lady Davers in answer to the preceding. My dear brother, I do most heartily congratulate you on the recovery of Master Billy, and the good way my sister is in. I am the more rejoiced, as her sweet face is not like to suffer by the malady. For, be the beauties of the mind what they will, those of the person are no small recommendation with some folks. I am sure, and I began to be afraid, that when it was hardly possible for both conjoined to keep a roving mind constant, that one only would not be sufficient. This news gives me more pleasure, because I am well informed that a certain gay lady was pleased to give herself airs upon learning of my sister's illness, as that she would not be sorry for it, for now she should look upon herself as the prettiest woman in England. She meant only, I suppose, as to outward prettiness. Brother, you give me the name of a ready censurer. I own, I think myself to be not a little interested in all that regards my brother and his honour. But when some people are not readier to censure than others to trespass, I know not whether they can with justice be styled censorious. But however that be, the rod seems to have been held up as a warning, and that the blow in the irreparable deprivation is not given is a mercy, which I hope will be deserved, though you never can those very signal ones you receive at the divine hands beyond any man I know. For even if I shall not be deemed censorious again, your very vices have been turned to your felicity, as if God would try the nobleness of the heart he has given you, by overcoming you, in answer to my sister's constant prayers as well as mine, by mercies rather than by judgments. I might give instances of the truth of this observation in almost all the actions and attempts of your past life, and take care. If you are displeased, I will speak it. Take care, thou bold wretch, that if this method be ungratefully slighted, the uplifted arm fall not down with double weight on thy devoted head. I must always love and honour my brother, but cannot help speaking my mind, which, after all, is the natural result of that very love and honour, and which obliges me to style myself your truly affectionate sister, B. Davers. Letter 82. From Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dearest lady, my first letter, and my first divorce, after those of thankfulness to thy gracious God, who has so happily conducted me through two such heavy trials as my child's and my own illness, must be directed to you, with all due acknowledgment of your generous and affectionate concern for me. We are now preparing for our journey to Bedfordshire, and there, to my great satisfaction, I am to be favoured with the care of Miss Goodwin. After tarrying about a month there, Mr. B. will make a tour with me through several counties, taking the Hall in the way for about a fortnight, and shew me what is remarkable everywhere as we pass. For this he thinks will better contribute to my health than any other method. The distemper has left upon me a kind of weariness and listlessness, and he proposes to be out with me till the Bath season begins, and by the aid of those healing and balsamic waters, he hopes I shall be quite established. Afterwards to return to Bedfordshire for a little while, then to London, and then to Kent, and, if nothing hinders, has a great mind to carry me over to Paris. Thus, most kindly does he amuse and divert me with his agreeable proposals. But I have made one amendment to them, and that is, that I must not be denied to pay my respects to your ladyship at your seat, and to my good Lady Countess in the same neighbourhood, and this will be far from being the least of my pleasures. I have had congratulations without number upon my recovery, but one among the rest I did not expect, from the Countess Dowager. Could you think it, madam, who sent me by her gentleman the following letter from Tunbridge. Madam, I hope, among the congratulations of your numerous admirers on your happy recovery, my very sincere ones will not be unacceptable. I have no other motive for making you my compliments on this occasion on so slender an acquaintance than the pleasure it gives me that the public, as well as your private friends, have not been deprived of a lady whose example, in every duty of life, is of so much concern to both. May you, madam, long rejoice in an uninterrupted state of happiness, answerable to your merits, and to your own wishes, are those of your most obedient humble servant. To this kind letter I return the following. Madam, I am under the highest obligation to your generous favour, in your kind compliments of congratulation on my recovery. There is something so noble and so condescending in the honour you have done me, on so slender an acquaintance, that it bespeaks the exalted mind and character of a lady, who, in the principles of generosity, and in true nobleness of nature, has no example. May God Almighty bless you, my dear lady, with all the good you wish me, and with increase of honour and glory, both here and hereafter. Praise, and will always pray, your ladyship's most obliged and obedient servant, P.B. This leads me to mention, what my illness would not permit me to do before, that Mr. B. met with such a reception and audience from the Countess when he attended her, in all he had to offer and propose to her, and in her patient hearing of what he thought fit to read her from your ladyship's letters and mine, that he said, Don't be jealous, my dear Pamela, but I must admire her as long as I live. He gave me the particulars, so much to her ladyship's honour, that I told him he should not only be welcome to admire her ladyship, but that I would admire her too. They parted very good friends, and with great professions of esteem for each other. And as Mr. B. had undertaken to inspect into some exceptional accounts and managements of her ladyship's bailiff, one of her servants brought a letter for him on Monday last, wholly written on that subject. But she was so considerate as to send it unsealed in a cover directed to me. When I opened it, I was frightened to see it begin to Mr. B., and I hastened to find him. Dear sir, here's some mistake. You see the direction is to Mrs. B. 'Tis very plain, but, upon my word, I have not read it. Don't be uneasy, my love. I know what the subject must be, but I dare swear there is nothing, nor will there ever be, but what you or anybody may see. He read it, and giving it to me, said, Answer yourself the postscript, my dear. That was, if, sir, the trouble I give you is likely to subject you or your young lady to uneasiness or apprehensions, I beg you will not be concerned in it. I will then set about the matter myself, for my uncle I will not trouble. Yet women enter into these particulars with as little advantage to themselves as inclination. I told him I was entirely easy and unapprehensive, and, after all his goodness to me, should be so, if he saw the Countess every day. That's kindly said, my dear, but I will not trust myself to see her every day, or at all, for the present. But I shall be obliged to correspond with her for a month or so, on this occasion, unless you prohibit it, and it shall be in your power to do so. I said, with my whole heart, he might, and I should be quite easy in both their honours. Yet I will not, said he, unless you see our letters, for I know she will always, now she has begun, send in a cover to you, what she will write to me, unsealed, and whether I am at home or abroad, I shall take it unkindly, if you do not read them. He went in and wrote an answer, which he sent by the messenger, but would make me, whether I would or not, read it, and seal it up with his seal. But all this needed not to me now, who think so much better of the lady than I did before, and am so well satisfied in his own honour and generous affection for me. For you saw, madam, in what I wrote before, that he always loved me, though he was angry at times at my change of temper, as he feared, not knowing that I was apprised of what had passed between him and the Countess. I really am better pleased with his correspondence than I should have been, had it not been carried on because the servants on both sides will see by my deportment on the occasion, and I will officiously, with a smiling countenance, throw myself in their observation, that it is quite innocent, and this may help to silence the mouths of those who have so freely censured their conduct. Indeed, madam, I think I have received no small good myself by that affair, which once lay so heavy upon me, for I don't believe I shall be ever jealous again. Indeed, I don't think I shall. And won't that be an ugly foible overcome? I see what may be done, in cases not favorable to our wishes, by the aid of proper reflection, and that the bee is not the only creature that may make honey out of the bitter flowers as well as the sweet. My most grateful respects and thanks to my good Lord Davers, to the Earl and his excellent Countess, and most particularly to Lady Betty, with whose kind compliments your ladyship acquaints me, and to Mr. H. for all your united congratulations on my recovery. What obligations do I lie under to such noble and generous well-wishers? I can make no return but by my prayers, that God, by his goodness, will supply all my defects, and these will always attend you, from my dearest lady, your ever obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. Mr. H. is just arrived. He says he comes a special messenger to make a report how my face has come off. He makes me many compliments upon it. How kind your ladyship is to enter so favourably into the minutest concerns which you think may any way affect my future happiness in your dear brother's opinion. I want to pour out all my joy and my thankfulness to God before you and the good Countess of C, for I am happy, yea, a blessed creature. Mr. B.'s boy, your ladyship's boy, and my boy is charmingly well, quite strong, and very forward for his months, and his papa is delighted with him more and more.
Letter 83. My dear Miss Darnford, I hope you are happy and well. You kindly say you can't be so till you hear of my perfect recovery, and this, blessed be God, you have heard already from Mr. B. As to your intimation of the fair nun, 'tis all happily over. Blessed be to God for that, too. And I have a better and more endearing husband than ever. Did you think that could be? My Billy, too, improves daily, and my dear parents seem to have their youth renewed like the eagles. How many blessings have I to be thankful for! We are about to turn travellers to the northern counties. I think quite to the borders, and afterwards to the western, to Bath, Bristol, and I know not whither myself, but among the rest to Lincolnshire, that you may be sure of. Then how happy shall I be in my dear Miss Darnford! I long to hear whether poor Mrs. Jewkes is better or worse for the advice of the doctor, whom I ordered to attend her from Stamford, and in what frame her mind is. Do vouchsafe her a visit in my name, tell her, if she be low-spirited, what God hath done for me as to my recovery, and comfort her all you can, and bid her spare neither expense nor attendance, nor anything her heart can wish for, nor the company of any relations or friends she may desire to be with her. If she is in her last stage, poor soul, how noble will it be in you to give her comfort and consolation in her dying hours! Although we can merit nothing at the hand of God, yet I have a notion that we can deserve more of one another, and in some sense, for that reason, of Him, than in our charities on so trying an exigence. When the poor soul stands shivering, as it were, on the verge of death, and has nothing strong but its fears and doubts, then a little balm poured into the wounds of the mind, a little comforting advice to rely on God's mercies, from a good person, how consolatory must it be! And how, like morning mists before the sun, must all diffidences and gloomy doubts be chased away by it! But, my dear, the great occasion of my writing to you just now is by Lady Davers's desire, on a quite different subject. She knows how we love one another, and she has sent me the following lines by her kinsman, who came to Kent, purposely to inquire how my face fared in the smallpox, and accompanied us hither, i.e. to Bedfordshire, and sets out to-morrow for Lord Davers's. My dear Pamela, Jackie will tell you the reason of his journey, my curiosity on your own account, and I send this letter by him, but he knows not the contents. My good Lord Davers wants to have his nephew married and settled in the world, and his noble father leaves the whole matter to my lord as to the person, settlements, etc. Now I, as well as he, think so highly of the prudence, the person, and family of your Miss Darnford, that we shall be obliged to you to sound the young lady on this score. I know Mr. H. would wish for no greater happiness. But if she is engaged or cannot love my nephew, I don't care, nor would my lord, that such a proposal should be received with undue slight. His birth, and the title and estate he is heir to, are advantages that require a lady's consideration. He has not so much wit as miss, but enough for a lord, whose friends are born before him, as the phrase is very good-humoured, no tool, no sot, no debauchee, and, let me tell you, this is not to be met with every day in a young man of quality. As to settlements, fortunes, etc., I fancy there would be no great difficulties. The business is, if Miss Darnford could love him well enough for a husband. That we leave to you to sound the young lady, and if she thinks she can, we will directly begin a treaty with Sir Simon. I am, my dearest Pamela, your ever affectionate sister, B. Davers. Now, my dear friend, as my lady has so well stated the case, I beg you to enable me to return an answer. I will not say one word pro or con till I know your mind, only that I think he is good-humoured and might be easily persuaded to anything a lady should think reasonable. I must tell you another piece of news in the matrimonial way. Mr. Williams has been here to congratulate us on our multiplied blessings, and he acquainted Mr. B. that an overture had been made him by his new patron, of a kinswoman of his lordship's, a person of virtue and merit, and a fortune of £3,000, to make him amends, as the Earl tell him, for quitting a better living to oblige him, and that he is in great hope of obtaining the lady's consent, which is all that is wanting. Mr. B. is much pleased with so good a prospect in Mr. Williams's favour, and was in the lady's company formerly at a ball, at Gloucester, he says. She is prudent and deserving, and offers to make a journey on purpose to forward it if he can be of service to him. I suppose you know that all is adjusted, according to the scheme I formerly acquainted you with, between Mr. Adams and that gentleman, and both are settled in their respective livings. But I ought to have told you that Mr. Williams, upon mature deliberation, declined the stipulated £80 per annum from Mr. Adams, as he thought it would have a simoniacal appearance. But now my hand's in. Let me tell you of a third matrimonial proposition, which gives me more puzzle and dislike a great deal. And that is, Mr. Adams has, with great reluctance, and after abundance of bashful apologies, asked me if I have any objection to his making his address to Polly Barlow, which, however, he told me he had not mentioned to her, nor to anybody living, because he would first know whether I should take it amiss, as her service was so immediately about my person. This unexpected motion much perplexed me. Mr. Adams is a worthy man. He has now a very good living, yet just entered upon it, and I think, according to his accustomed prudence in other respects, had better have turned himself about first. But that is not the point with me neither. I have a great regard to the function. I think it is as necessary, in order to preserve the respect due to the clergy, that their wives should be nearly, if not quite as unblemished, and as circumspect as themselves, and this for the gentleman's own sake as well as in the eye of the world. For how shall he pursue his studies with comfort to himself, if made uneasy at home? Or how shall he expect his female parishioners will regard his public preaching, if he cannot have a due influence over the private conduct of his wife? I can't say, excepting in the instance of Mr. H., but Polly is a good sort of body enough so far as I know. But that is such a blot in the poor girl's escutcheon, a thing not accidental nor surprised into, not owing to inattention, but to cool premeditation, that I think I could wish Mr. Adams a wife more unexceptionable. 'Tis true Mr. Adams knows not this, but that is one of my difficulties. If I acquaint him with it, I shall hurt the poor girl irreparably, and deprive her of a husband, to whom she may possibly make a good wife. For she is not very meanly descended, much better than myself, as the world would say were a judgment to be made from my father's low estate, when I was exalted. I never, my dear, shall be ashamed of these retrospections. She is genteel, has a very innocent look, a good face, is neat in her person, and not addicted to any excess that I know of. But still, that one premeditated fault is so sad a one, though she might make a good wife for any middling man of business, yet she wants, methinks, that discretion, that purity which I would always have in the wife of a good clergyman. Then she has not applied her thoughts to that sort of economy which the wife of a country clergyman ought to know something of, and has such a turn to dress and appearance that I can see, if indulged, she would not be one that would help to remove the scandal which some severe remarkers are apt to throw upon the wives of parsons, as they call them. The maiden, I believe, likes Mr. Adams not a little. She is very courteous to everybody, but most to him of anybody, and never has missed being present at our Sunday's duties, and 5 or 6 times Mrs. Jervis tells me she has found her desirous to have Mr. Adams expound this text, and that difficulty, and the good man is taken with her piety, which, and her reformation, I hope, is sincere. But she is very sly, very subtle, as I have found in several instances, as foolish as she was in the affair I hint at. So, sometimes I say to myself, the girl may love Mr. Adams. But then I answer, so she did Mr. H., and on his own very bad terms too. In short, but I won't be too censorious neither. So I'll say no more than that I was perplexed, and yet should be very glad to have Polly well married, for since that time I have always had some diffidences about her. Because you know, miss, her fault was so enormous, and, as I have said, so premeditated. I wanted you to advise with. But this was the method I took. I appointed Mr. Adams to drink a dish of tea with me. Polly attended as usual, for I can't say I love men attendants in these womanly offices. A tea-kettle in a man's hand, that would, if there was no better employment for him, be fitter to hold a plough, or handle a flail or a scythe, have such a look with it. This is like my low breeding, some would say, perhaps, but I cannot call things polite that I think unseemly. And moreover, Lady Davers keeps me in countenance in this my notion, and who doubts her politeness? Well, but Polly attended, as I said, and there were strange simperings and bowing and curtsying between them, the honest gentleman seeming not to know how to let his mistress wait upon him, while she behaved with as much respect and officiousness as if she could not do too much for him. Very well, thought I have such an opinion of your veracity, Mr. Adams, that I dare say you have not mentioned the matter to Polly, but between her officiousness and your mutual simperings and complaisance, I see you have found a language between you that is full as significant as plain English words. Polly, thought I, sees no difficulty in this text, nor need you, Mr. Adams, have much trouble to make her understand you when you come to expound upon this subject. I was forced, in short, to put on a statelier and more reserved appearance than usual, to make them avoid acts of complaisance for one another that might not be proper to be shewn before me, for one who sat as my companion to my servant. When she withdrew, the modest gentleman hemmed, and looked on one side, and turned to the right and left, as if his seat was uneasy to him, and I knew not how to speak. So I began in mere compassion to him, and said, Mr. Adams, I have been thinking of what you mentioned to me as to Polly Barlow. Hem, hem, said he, and pulled out his handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Very well, madam. I hope no offence, madam. No, sir, none at all. But I am at a loss how to distinguish in this case, whether it may not be from a motive of too humble gratitude that you don't think yourself above matching with Polly, as you may suppose her a favourite of mine, or whether it be your value for her person and qualities that makes her more agreeable in your eyes than any other person would be. Madam, said the bashful gentleman hesitatingly, I must needs say, I can't but own that Mrs. Mary is a person whom I think very agreeable, and no less modest and virtuous. You know, sir, your own circumstances. To be sure you have a very pretty house, and a good living to carry a wife to, and a gentleman of your prudence and discretion wants not any advice, but you have reaped no benefits by your living. It has been an experience to you rather, which you will not presently get up. Do you propose an early marriage, sir? Or were it not better to suspend your intentions of that sort for a year or two more? Madam, if your ladyship choose not to part with— Nay, Mr. Adams, interrupted I say not anything for my own sake in this point. That is out of the question with me. I can very willingly part with Polly, were it tomorrow, for her good and yours. Madam, I humbly beg pardon, but delays may breed dangers. Oh, I very well, thought I, if the artful girl has not let him know by some means or other that she has another humble servant. And so, miss, it has proved, for dismissing my gentleman with assuring him that I had no objection at all to the matter, or to parting with Polly, as soon as it suited with their conveniency. I sounded her and asked if she thought Mr. Adams had any affection for her. She said he was a very good gentleman. I know it, Polly, and are you not of opinion he loves you a little? My dear ma'am, love me? I don't know what such a gentleman as Mr. Adams should see in me to love me. Oh, thought I, does the doubt lie on that side, then? I see 'tis not of thine. Well, but Polly, if you have another sweetheart, you should do the fair thing. It would be wrong if you encourage anybody else, if you thought of Mr. Adams. Indeed, ma'am, I had a letter sent me, a letter that I received from a young man in Bedford, but I never answered it. Oh, thought I, then thou wouldst not encourage two at once. And this was as plain a declaration as I wanted, that she had thoughts of Mr. Adams. But how came Mr. Adams, Polly, to know of this letter? How came he to know of it, ma'am? Repeated she, half surprised. Why, I don't know, I can't tell how it was, but I dropped it near his desk, pulling out my handkerchief, I believe, ma'am, and he brought it and gave it me again. Well, thought I, thou art an intriguing slut, I doubt, Polly. Delays may breed dangers, quoth the poor gentleman. Ah, girl, thought I, but did not say so. Thou deservest to have thy plot spoiled, that thou dost, but if thy forwardness should expose thee afterwards to evils which thou mayest avoid if thy schemes take place, I should very much blame myself. And I see he loves thee, so let the matter take its course. I will trouble myself no more about it. I only wish that thou wilt make Mr. Adams as good a wife as he deserves. And so I dismissed her, telling her that whoever thought of being a clergyman's wife should resolve to be as good as himself, to set an example to all her sex in the parish, and shew how much his doctrines had weight with her, should be humble, circumspect, gentle in her temper and manners, frugal, not proud, nor vying in dress with the ladies of the laity, should resolve to sweeten his labour, and to be obliging in her deportment to poor as well as rich, that her husband get no discredit through her means, which would weaken his influence upon his auditors, and that she must be most of all obliging to him, and study his temper, that his mind might be more disengaged, in order to pursue his studies with the better effect. And so much for your humble servant, and for Mr. Williams's, and Mr. Adams' matrimonial prospect. And don't think me so disrespectful that I have mentioned my Polly's affair in the same letter with yours. For in high and low, I forget the Latin phrase, I have not had a lesson a long, long while from my dear tutor, love is in all the same. But whether you'll like Mr. H. as well as Polly does Mr. Adams, that's the question. But, leaving that to your own decision, I conclude with one observation, that although I thought ours was a house of as little intriguing as anybody's, since the dear master of it has left off that practice, yet I cannot see that any family can be clear of some of it long together, where there are men and women worth plotting for as husbands and wives. My best wishes and respects attend all your worthy neighbours. I hope ere long to assure them severally, to wit, Sir Simon, my lady, Mrs. Jones, Mr. Peters, and his lady and niece, whose kind congratulations make me very proud and very thankful, how much I am obliged to them, and particularly, my dear, how much I am your ever affectionate and faithful friend and servant, P.B. End of letter 83.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.